If Quinn concentrated, through the loud sound of thunder, through the rain off in the distance, he could hear people talking and whispering. They were in parts of the rubble and the destroyed buildings, all taking a peek at the two invaders that had appeared. I wonder what went on here. Why are the people in hiding? And why is everything destroyed? It almost looked like Quinn was on some type of street, as he was standing in a large open area, because in front of him there was nothing but dirt, and in front of him there was nothing but dirt. However, to his left and right and far off into the distance there were destroyed buildings. I don't have time to worry about that. I don't have time to worry about who or the race on this planet. One thing is clear is that they aren't human or vampires, and if I want this armor, then it's my job to take these god slayers out. After Quinn had reassured himself of the task at hand, he heard a small ding, coming from his system. A quest has been received from the celestial Mundus. Mundus wishes for you to become an agent of the Celestials, a great being that is capable of completing tasks of great importance requiring great strength. But this task isn't just something that anyone can do. You have asked for a great armor. In order to create a great armor, the strong crystals are needed. Impress Mundus, and defeat the 5 greatest god slayers. It was very rare that Quinn saw the quest screen pop up. Still, this did seem like something worthy of giving him a quest for. But he wasn't so sure about the added flavor this quest had provided him. The strongest god slayers? I knew that we were gathering god slayer crystals and high-level ones. But what does this actually mean? Will I have to fight someone like Syl? Or maybe even fight Syl? Quinn was confident in his strength, or perhaps it was more correct to say he was confident until he had pretty much lost a match against Ray. Now he wasn't so sure what was out there. As Mundus kept telling him, the universe was vast. Looking at the surroundings, Quinn was trying to guess what type of opponent it would be, by the landscape and the lifeforms, but the lifeforms were hiding their body shapes well. He didn't have to wait long though, as he could see a human figure around the same height walking toward him. They were walking at a steady pace step by step, as they made their way forward. I don't really want to attack someone I don't really know, but this at this point is for the sake of not just human and vampire lives, but of all those on the other planets as well. Raising his hand, Quinn covered his whole body in the shadow and his hands, which quickly faded away. He was in his red Fong set armor, but there was a slight problem. Quinn had already activated the active skill when meeting Mundus, just in case he needed it. If he wanted to use it again, it would come at the cost of lowering his health. Either way, Quinn decided to act with the 2 weapons in his hands, the blood guns which could shoot out real bullets just as fast. Chi bullet. Blood bullet. 2 different bullets came out at the same time towards his opponent. 2 different types of bullets were used to see which one would react better. Fighting against different races, it was important to try different things. The second the 2 bullets left the gun and a loud bang went off, his opponent, the God Slayer, leapt up in the air doing a somersault. It was a backflip and the 2 bullets completely missed. When landing on its 2 feet, the God Slayer continued to walk forward. With a bit of luck, I was hoping that with just those bullets I would be able to kill the God Slayer, but I guess it's not my day. Quinn thought. These aren't just regular God Slayers, Mundus said, still standing by his side. Think about it. You are a being that can kill multiple Celestials without much work at all, and it would be true to say you could do the same to most God Slayers. Yet, despite all of that, you asked me for help. You asked me to give you armor that would help you in battle. Do you know what that tells me? It means that for some reason you believe that you might not be up for the task, that just maybe you will fail. So, we can't just use any crystals and have you go against any opponent. Putting the quest information and what Mundus said, Quinn was starting to understand a bit more. This wasn't just a way for him to get strong armor, but was also somewhat of a test. Fine, Quinn said, as he got himself ready and into a fighting stance. Then I will prove to you just how strong I am. Great, but you should also know a bit about your opponent because he is no weakling, Mundus explained. In fact, in some ways the 2 of you share similar traits. This is a God Slayer that knows about the existence of us Celestials, which is not something that everyone knows about. In essence, this person could also be called a true God Slayer, because they have made it their life purpose to get rid of all the Celestials and all of the gods. Why does he hate you guys so much? I mean, I can understand why I hate you so much, but what about him? Quinn asked. That is complicated. Originally his great power was used to help and aid us, but then he felt betrayed by us, so he set it out as his goal to destroy us all. Mundus stated. Turning his head, Quinn looked at Mundus dead in the eye, because it was sounding a lot like him and he was starting to sympathize. Fear not. There is a big difference between the two of you, because in the end, he lost his way. Mundus explained. He was once loved by the people he fought for, the people he tried to protect. If he continued on that path, then like you he might have become a celestial, but he didn't. He let his obsession of fighting against the celestials get the better of him. The state of this planet, and not just this planet, but others as well, is all because of him, because of his obsession with trying to get rid of the gods. There was something strange that Quinn noticed as soon as the God-Slayer appeared. The heartbeat of the people watching, the worried whispers of someone to come and save them. What happened to this being in the end? Did he lose his whole family, all of his friends, and have no one else around him? Now, they only live for one purpose and one purpose only, forgetting that other people have their own lives. If I didn't have Layla or my family or Peter at that time, I could have very well ended up just like him. Quinn thought. He took a good look at his opponent up and down. He suddenly stopped around 20 meters away from Quinn and pulled something from his back. It looked like a large staff, but it wasn't one made of wood. Instead it was white in color, almost like a type of stone. On his chest, there was bright golden chain mail, and he had boots that, when touching the ground, made no noise at all. Finally, Quinn could see two distinctive features. The first, his curly tail that hovered, and his hair that was covering his hands and face. This was Quinn's first opponent, one of the strongest in the universe to ever exist. When Quinn heard Mundus say he was going to give him some information on his opponent, he was expecting to get a few tips. Maybe something about what his opponent could do, his strengths, anything to help him with a fight. Not to hear his backstory and cause him to feel empathy for this person. Now he needed to shake his head and convince himself that he was fighting against someone who he wanted to beat. Thankfully, the reaction of the lives on the planet made it easier to do that. It's safe to say, if I'm in trouble, that Mundus won't help me out. So let's do this, Quinn thought. Using the blood guns, Quinn started to fire more bullets once again, and was switching up with every type of bullet he had: blood bullet, Godslayer, shadow bullet, and so on. With his quick reflexes and great eyesight, he would be able to see what bullet was most effective. If he tries somersaulting out of the way of them, he'll eventually get hit. Quinn was also on the move, as he moved from side to side and started to fire bullets from different angles as well. You, are one of them, the God-Slayer stated. The energy that he could feel, it wasn't celestial energy that was coming from Quinn, but he was confusing it with the celestial energy that was coming from Mundus instead. The white stone staff was taken from his back and swung forward in his hand. It was a fast, swift movement, and this action alone had created a large and heavy gale of wind. As the bullets came towards him, he started to swing the staff, hitting them dead on. The second the staff touched the bullets, they would disappear on impact, and a small-sounding bang was heard. The God-Slayer swung the staff at such a speed that he was able to keep up with all of the bullets that Quinn had fired, hitting each one of them. It didn't matter what type of bullet it was, including the shadow bullet. The second it made contact with the staff, it would just disappear. At the same time, each swing of the staff was creating huge gusts of winds that would go off in the distance and hit the already destroyed buildings, pushing them further back. That weapon is creating that much wind force. It's not just the speed he is moving the weapon at. To do something like that, it means the weapon has to weigh a significant amount as well. How can something that small weigh that much? Quinn thought. Not just that, but the blood and chi I'm using is a condensed form in these bullets. It's stronger than when I just use my blood aura to attack like with the swords, and it still can't break that weapon. What is it made out of? The best thing for him to do for now was to keep the fight at a distance, because it looked like his opponent was mostly skilled in hand-to-hand combat, or at least close-quarter combat. Although that was somewhat Quinn's specialty as well, it was best for him to try to injure his opponent as much as possible before it came to that. Instead of firing at the God-Slayer, he fired blood forest bullets towards the ground right where his feet were. The blood rose up fast, creating small sharp blood trees. "Quinn, you are getting good at using these guns. You can aim better now." Alex complimented him because the enemy had been surrounded and all of the blood was heading right toward him. The God-Slayer started to spin the staff and rose it up above his head before slamming it into the ground. A golden wave of power expanded from the bottom of the staff, and when hitting the blood forest it disappeared completely. "At this rate, it looks like he's going to force me into a close combat battle," Quinn thought. "You," the monkey man said, "must disappear." The staff was thrust forward, and Quinn was waiting for some type of energy blast to come out of the end of it, just like when it was slammed onto the ground, but instead the staff started to expand. It was stretching out and growing in size, heading straight at him. Not only was it growing in terms of length, but it was growing in width as well. It was now as thick as a house coming at him. "I am not so weak," Quinn said back. Lifting both his hands up, blood aura covered both of his gauntlets. A strong, powerful red mist could be seen above, creating the image of almost two giant tigers. Quinn then shaped his hands like that of a claw. He powered his body with chi and mixed it with his blood aura. When the staff was upon him, which now looked more like a giant pillar, he let both of his hands go at the same time, firing them off like shotguns, and crashed them right into the pillar. On the other end, holding the staff, for a second his hand had jolted back. But it didn't matter. The God-Slayer wasn't using his strength, but the strength of the weapon. When punching the staff, Quinn was expecting it to shatter into thousands of pieces, but it had done no such thing, and instead he was the one that was still being pushed back. His feet that were firmly planted on the ground were plowing through it. "Is this the God-Slayer's strength? Is it stronger than mine? No, that's not right. It's not the God-Slayer's strength, the weapon. It's still expanding and pushing me back at all costs." Using one hand to slow down the staff somewhat, Quinn summoned the gun in the other and fired out a shadow portal above, then fired a shadow portal behind him. The giant staff had pushed him into his own shadow and dropped him out from above, allowing him to land on top. Immediately, Quinn started to run forward, heading toward his opponent. "I have 5 of these guys to beat, so I wanted to conserve my strength a bit. But will that even be possible at this rate? Either way, I have to try," Quinn thought. Raising his hands again, thousands of blood swords started to appear behind him. Then, when reaching the end of the staff, Quinn leapt up in the air. A mist of blood aura could still be seen lingering on his gauntlets. Swinging both his hands down, he was ready to crush his opponent. In a blink, the giant staff that Quinn was on had shrunk down to normal size and was now in his opponent's hand. He raised it up just above his head to block. The gauntlets slammed down, sending waves of blood aura in all directions, even cutting part of the God-Slayer's cheek. But the attack had been successfully stopped. "I thought you might be able to do this. If you can extend and make it larger, then you should be able to make it smaller as well, right?" Quinn shouted, as the swords that were behind him were slightly delayed ahead of his own attack. All the blood swords were heading straight for him. With Quinn holding onto the spear, even if this didn't kill the monkey God-Slayer, it would at least hurt him. Before the swords hit, a puff of smoke appeared, blocking his view, but with so many swords, what would it matter? When the puff of smoke disappeared though, Quinn could see that there were now not just one monkey man, but 5 of them. They each looked exactly the same, with the same weapon in their hand, but the blood swords had managed to hit their bodies, having pierced their legs and stomachs. Soon, all of them exploded into nothing but a puff of smoke as well. What is going on? What tricks does this monkey have? Quinn could see a monkey man jumping towards him, swinging the staff. He blocked it with one hand, whacking the staff away, and with his other he punched it right in the stomach. Not holding back, a large amount of blood aura was used, going through the body, but this monkey had puffed into smoke as well. In the middle of hitting what Quinn could only assume was a fake, another staff was swung towards his center. "I'll take this hit and pay him back tenfold," Quinn thought, until the staff had hit him in the stomach. 15 HP. The blow was extremely heavy and powerful. He could feel the sheer force trying to lift him off his feet, and with blood dripping from his mouth, Quinn grabbed onto the staff, with the shadow surrounding his hand and now holding onto the staff as well. "That hurt," Quinn said, his fangs baring. Holding onto the staff, Quinn thought the best thing to do was to take it out of the monkey god slayer's hand. If he was to treat it like a weapon, it had an incredibly dangerous active ability, being able to change its size like so, yet also being able to keep the same amount of force. In Quinn's mind, it made it quite clear that although the shape of the weapon would change, the weight of the weapon always stayed the same. It also explained the monkey man's great strength as well, because he was able to swing it around so effortlessly. At first, grabbing onto the staff, Quinn was using his extreme strength with the first stage of chi to power himself and pull the weapon out of his opponent's hand, but it didn't seem to be enough as the other held onto it tight. Knowing his strength wasn't enough, there was a way to increase his strength slightly, something he had learned as his shadow powers and skills had evolved. Blood aura could be used in a number of ways, hardening to create a defensive barrier, or sharpening into deadly claws that would cause a large amount of damage. At the end of the day, the blood aura was mainly an enhancer. When Quinn delivered a punch releasing his blood aura and chi, it allowed him to give out a devastating blow. Although it increased his damage, it didn't necessarily increase his strength. The strength of the punch was still the same, just the damage was worse. However, with the shadow he could use it in a different way, coating it around his gauntlet, and adding the second stage of chi gave it a solid form, and now with a strong pull it would now be using the enhanced shadow strength as well as his own. "Let go of this staff," Quinn shouted, as he yanked it as hard as he could. It jolted forward for a second, but the monkey man dug his foot into the ground and tried to pull it back, creating an equal force. This time, "It looks like they sent quite a strong god to try and deal with me," the monkey man thought. Can he really take the weight of this weapon so easily? There was a misunderstanding on Quinn's end, because the staff the monkey man used was indeed special. It had a large weight behind it, but in the monkey man's hands it felt like nothing. It was as light as a feather. Still, this didn't mean the monkey man wasn't strong. He was indeed strong, but he was using his great strength to pull a feather, while his opponent was using a great strength to pull a gigantic weight, and yet they were both equal. Are there really others out there that are this strong? Quinn started to think as he continued to pull. I wonder what this person went through to get this strong, the weight that they are carrying on their shoulders. And Mundus is somewhere out there just watching this whole thing, while the two of us fight it out. Maybe if I wasn't in so much of a desperate situation, I would try to talk to you. Find out what made you like this. In the middle of the fight, Quinn could hear it, the people in the crumbled buildings that were watching everything. They were praying. They were praying for him, a stranger to them, to defeat the monkey man. A deal with the Celestials. Would Quinn at some point be in the same situation as the one he was fighting now? He couldn't trust anyone but his family, and right now in the situation he was in, to keep them safe, it was the only thing. You might be someone who has lost everything, which is why you are like this. But the difference between me and you is that I still have things to lose, and that's why I fight, Quinn shouted. For a second he let go of the staff with one hand, and the gun appeared. From this close range, Quinn started to fire the blood bullets continuously right towards the monkey's man chest. The bullets hit him deep, and felt like he was getting a large blow each time the bullets hit him. My armor is suppressing most of the effects and powers of the bullets, but they still hurt this much. I have to do something. With each bullet, Quinn could tell that his grip was weakening, and continued like so until a cloud of smoke puffed out from the monkey man, and two clones appeared at the side ready to swing their staffs right at him. As they got close though, from Quinn's back the shadow expanded out and turned into two giant hands. Grabbing them and holding them up in the air at the same time, above their heads, there were two large blood swords that had been created, and the blood swords dropped down, piercing through their heads and killing them in one go. An opening was seen, and the monkey took this chance to deliver a powerful kick right into Quinn's stomach. His boot lit up gold, and a large amount of golden aura filled up half of the sky. 33 HP. That kick went through my shadow body. It looks like he has more tricks up his sleeve, Quinn thought. Coming straight at him, the monkey was ready to swing his pole toward Quinn's head. Seeing this, Quinn started to form a small blood tornado in his hand, and threw it out as a vortex of blood hit the monkey. It turned into a cloud of smoke. That wasn't the real one. A strong kick from below threw Quinn right up into the air. 8 HP. Soon after, the staff was stuck into the ground, and immediately started to expand and grow in width and length. It hit Quinn in the back, and another clone of the monkey was made. The boots the monkey was wearing lit up again, and he kicked the side of the air repeatedly, which allowed him to somewhat fly in the air. When above Quinn, the God Slayer extended his staff again, growing it in size. Now there was one from below and one from above, and both of them hit him at the same time, attempting to squash him, attempting to crush his body into nothing. 35 HP. Blood bank is being used to restore HP. I have to get out of here. If I'm going to go through all these fights today, the blood bank needs to be kept safe, unless Mundus has some blood he can give me. Either way, my bones are going to be crushed, Quinn thought, as he activated the shadow space, completely disappearing from the monkey man. The two staffs hit each other, with one being stronger than the other and crushing it. The clone disappeared, and now there was only the real monkey man left. Is he dead? The God Slayer thought, looking around. No, he can't have been defeated that easily. Not with that level of strength. It feels like he still has a lot more to go. Appearing out of his shadow space, Quinn fell to the ground, returning to the battlefield. There you are! The monkey lifted up his staff, and it grew incredibly large and wide. Without hesitation, he swung it down on top to hit Quinn. The giant staff hit the planet, crushing the ground, and the whole planet had somewhat moved in space due to the sheer amount of power, weight, and force that was used. Now he should be dead, the monkey man said, as he landed on top of his own weapon, but could see someone else on the other end of it. Don't count me out yet. You're not the only one that can make clones, Quinn said, as part of the shadow was seen creeping out from the bottom of the giant staff and was coming towards him. He had made a shadow clone of himself to take the hit while he moved to safety. I didn't get to use this on Ray back then, but I guess I can try this on you. Soul weapon has been activated. The soul weapon was an interesting thing that had been discovered a while ago, and in Quinn's case it was even more different compared to others. For one, a person usually only had one soul weapon, an enhancement type or an item type, that would be related to their ability. Yet for some reason Quinn had both. He still wasn't sure about the explanation for this. Was it because he was a human that changed into a vampire around the time that a soul weapon would manifest? At first, it was thought that vampires could not manifest soul weapons, but thanks to Fex they had found out it wasn't true. But then why don't vampires have two soul weapons if they had abilities as well? Thinking about it more, Quinn thought maybe it was to do with his ability itself. His ability, after all, was a God Slayer ability, and in a sense they could break rules that normal abilities were unable to. Either way, Quinn had two types of soul weapons that helped him out in the past in countless ways. Ever since receiving the blood guns he didn't resort to such attacks, but he did before when he was a celestial. What he had found was that his item-type soul weapon had changed with his celestial form. Since the weapon was linked to his blood and his blood was no longer normal, it was filled with celestial energy. This special trait allowed him to form the weapons into anything he wished, and it had great celestial power with it. The thing was, Quinn was no longer a celestial. During his peaceful times, he did try to use his soul weapon. He never knew when he might need to use it or improve it, and as he feared, he was no longer able to do what he could before. The twin tail chains would still work, but that was all, and they were unable to take other shapes. However, it wasn't all bad news. He was now a God Slayer after all, and this was due to his shadow ability in the first place and was what his enhancement-type soul weapon was based on. In the past, it allowed him to create a shadow body, control the shadow from a limited range without having to be connected with his own shadow and unlimited MC cells for a period of time. The thing was, when he had accepted to become a God Slayer, his shadow had evolved. What was once his soul weapon, he was able to do with the shadow naturally, and he had obtained a few new skills all linked to shadow infect. Which led to the question, just like when he had become a celestial and his other soul weapon had evolved, did it mean that his shadow soul weapon had evolved? He was already able to completely dull out an opponent's senses with his shadow bullets, but in this case the shadow wasn't sticking onto his opponent. Soul weapon activated. The second Quinn had activated his soul weapon. The shadow on his body started to flicker violently like a fire, and just like a flame, what looked like smoke was lingering off from his body and being spread out. The shadow flames on Quinn's body were starting to have a small glow around him, as his soul weapon went into the final phase. Soul weapon, shadow mist is now being used. The shadow pulsed out from his body like a wave, going in all directions like a sphere. As it went out wider and wider, the sphere of shadow was leaving a mist of shadow in the air, the color of everything around them in the fighting area. All of it was turning a slight purple. The soul weapon is always used as a last resort. It's a double-edged sword. If I can't beat him during the use of my soul weapon, then when it runs out I'll be exhausted. Even my regular hits and punches will be weaker than usual. The monkey god slayer was wondering what all this lingering mist around him was. He started to waft his hand and even attempted to kick the air, but it did nothing. Then, shrinking his weapon and placing it back in his hand, he swung the staff through the mist. It created a large force of wind, but didn't move the mist away. It only broke through it for a few seconds, but the mist still lingered and stayed in the area. Finally, the monkey man slammed his staff on the ground, shooting out the golden aura he used, but just like when swinging the staff, although it was able to push the mist away temporarily, it returned just as quickly as soon as the energy disappeared. This mist, it doesn't make me feel any different, the monkey man thought. But it has to do something, but there is no point in worrying about it now. I have to focus on the fight. The monkey man was ready to run forward, but as soon as he took a step, red blood bullets came towards him, firing out from both guns as Quinn stayed in his position. Using the staff, he was able to hit most of the bullets away, while avoiding a few of them as well. This is useless, it didn't work before. So why is he trying to do the same thing again? The blood bullets weren't the only thing the Godslayer had to worry about, as Quinn had summoned a number of blood swords as well. Yet for some reason they had stayed in the air, rather than attacking. The monkey man was getting annoyed. Although he could block the bullets and avoid them easily, it was hard for him to progress forward. He could extend his staff again, but was wondering if that really was the best thing for him to do. Instead, he created more clones of himself to help with the bullets. But the second he did, the blood swords started to move, and with how many they were, they had pierced the clones, finishing them off. Now I see, that's what the blood swords were for, the monkey man thought. While thinking this, when he moved to avoid another bullet, it had shaved his skin, causing a tiny cut on it. For now he ignored this as a tiny slip-up. Yet, as time went on by just a second, he was getting skimmed by the bullets more and more. Am I moving slower? Not just that, I feel weaker, but I'm not tired? The Godslayer thought. Quinn's soul weapon was starting to take effect, with the shadow in a mist form. It meant in some way it was always touching his opponent, and slowly all of the effects of the shadow would work on his opponent. Their senses would begin to dull, their sight would blur, their hearing disappearing, and their sense of touch fading. While at the same time, their movements and abilities would work slower than before. It wasn't as strong as if the shadow was directly touching its opponent, but the mist was a sure way for one to get affected by the shadow. There was no way to escape it, other than running away from the fight. Mundus, who had been watching the fight go on, realized the effects of the shadow mist. In some ways, this ability is quite similar to mine, slowing down the opponent, although mine is more powerful. Mundus thought, yet he was annoyed for another reason. This shadow mist, if it's in the air, would it also be able to block out my ability from working properly? That along with the shadow body would make Quinn a difficult opponent to face. Eventually, as the monkey man started to slow down, the bullets were hitting him more and more, and a clean shot had hit him right in the chest, causing him to grind his teeth. That's it, extend! The monkey man shouted out, thrusting his weapon forward, planning to hit Quinn like he had before. But seconds before that, Quinn had moved his hand. As he did, it moved the shadow of the monkey man, and in turn moved the real monkey man's hand. The extended staff had gone in a completely different direction, crashing through the broken buildings that were at the side. Sprinting forward, blood aura started to surround both of Quinn's hands. It swirled around and started to spin, looking like drills. More and more blood gathered as the drills grew in size. The shadow mist does a few more things. The shadow in its mist form being in the air means that it's impossible for you to not breathe it in. The shadow particles are growing in your body, and in turn that allows me to control your own shadow somewhat. The more particles, the easier it is to control your shadow and control you. The monkey man had no clue what was going on, but retracted his staff to go back into his hand in a small form, and swung it down toward Quinn's head. Yet in that moment once again, using the shadow particles in the monkey's body, he was able to move the strike to go to the side and completely miss him, leaving him wide open. "I'm sorry," Quinn shouted, as he thrust the two large blood aura drills right into the monkey man's body. The blood aura started to spin at an intense speed, and the lingering parts of the blood aura was cutting up the skin on his face and body. Lifting his arms up, Quinn had lifted the monkey man in the air with both of the drills. Blood was pouring from his mouth down onto the ground. As the drill's attack was coming to an end, Quinn had quickly switched to the guns and fired away. It hit the weak and slow monkey on the chest repeatedly, keeping him up in the air, as powerful condensed blood bullet after bullet had hit him. Shooting a shadow bullet below, and one above Quinn sunk into the ground, and when he appeared out of the shadow above, he had his gauntlets on his hand. His hand was in a claw-like shape, and his trailing blood aura had the appearance of a tiger. From above, his fist slammed into the monkey man's back and his nails pierced through the armor. Pushing him with the power, his claw ripped through his body as the two of them slammed back onto the ground. 1 out of 5 Godslayers have been defeated. Lifting his head up, Quinn looked at the body on the floor. The monkey man was certainly a tough opponent, and it still felt like if Quinn hadn't been quick to act in the fight, using his sole weapon, it was quite possible that he would have had a really difficult fight on his hands. "I feel like he could get up at any moment." Quinn was thinking back to the fight. He had used his red tiger claw pulse attack. A strong blow that combined all of his powers while making his blood aura concentrate on nothing but damaging the opponent. It was an attack he had created when in his celestial form, but it was still deadly strong and had hit his opponent cleanly. Yet after the attack, in the monkey man's final moments, he had turned around and reached out, still trying to fight back. Even now, there was a look on his face of pure anger. He had died clearly with a large regret on his face, but not because of the actions he had done, but because of what he was unable to complete. The look on his face makes it look like he's going to get up at any second. If it wasn't for the system confirming that he was out, I would try to hit him a few more times just to make sure. Looking at the system screen again, and since it had been a few seconds without the monkey man moving, Quinn could breathe a sigh of relief. He started to look at the area around him, and it was worse than it was before. During the fight, the large staff had been extended and expanded numerous times. A full forceful hit had been used without a second thought or hesitation, destroying more of the buildings around them. They were already destroyed in the first place, but the rubble was ground up into dust that was just now blowing in the wind. "I know I'm no saint either, because I took part in the fight," Quinn said. But to attack like that, at his own people without a second thought, was he really that far gone? "These aren't his own people," Mundus said, practically appearing out of nowhere. "The planet we are on is not the original planet where the monkey man came from. He has been traveling to different planets for a while now. You remember what I told you before? He was obsessed with taking out the gods, so he needed to get our attention. This God-Slayer was one that knew of our existence, and he knew about our conditions. So in order to make it harder for us to fulfill our conditions, he decided to take the lives that we needed, and in turn it would get the gods' attention." Mundus walked over to the monkey man's body, which was starting to fade. It was turning into particles to become part of the world, and in turn there would be a crystal left behind. While looking at this scene, Mundus was remembering the God-Slayer. Maybe, if we had allowed the real one to roam, it wouldn't have come to this. Quinn had heard what Mundus said, but had no context of what he was talking about. A long time ago, just like Quinn now, the monkey man was working as an agent for the gods. His great power was useful to them because he had even greater power than most of the gods themselves. When on a mission fighting against a powerful God-Slayer, one of the tasks had ended in a strange way. A clone of the monkey man was created, not like the clones the monkey could normally create. It was a real clone in every sense. So much so, that it was impossible to tell the difference between the two. Even the friends and allies of the monkey man were unable to tell which was the real one. The problem was, the God-Slayer who had created the clone stated that he could create something that was the manifestation of evil itself. In order to stop a future problem, they needed to find out which was the real one. To resolve the problem, both of them were taken to one of the ancient ones who were able to distinguish the difference between the real and fake, and the fake one in the end was taken away. Now that I think about it, was that really the case? At that time, was the fake one taken away, or was it the real one? Mundus thought. The actions of this monkey man, a person who was so righteous, turned out to be like this. I don't quite believe it. At the same time, the actions of the ancient ones have always been strange whenever there is a power that grows incredibly fast. If I'm right, that day, the real one was sealed away. In the monkey's place, a crystal was there on the ground, but there was also something else that had been left behind, and it was the staff. Picking it up off the ground, Quinn thought that it would be a good weapon to have, since it was durable and the active skills it contained. The second he did though, the muscles in his hand were already straining just holding onto the thing, and he decided to drop it on the floor. When it hit the floor, the whole ground around them shook from the sheer weight of the weapon that had been dropped. That is a weapon that chooses its owner. It is pointless in your hands. Mundus explained. You would be unable to use it to its full potential. It wouldn't expand or change size in your hands, so it's practically useless, other than being used as a good weight. Just in case, I will take the weapon away. Mundus placed his hand on the weapon and it lit up, soon disappearing seemingly from this world. You succeeded in taking out the first, and now it's time to take you to the next one, since there are 4 more to go. Wait! Quinn called out with his hands stretched. Can't you let me rest just for a little bit? That was a hard fight, and I can't imagine what the next one will be like. Just give me some time. Mundus looked at Quinn, who didn't seem to be too badly hurt in all of this. He had taken a few large hits, but his body had already healed from that. But since Mundus wanted him to do well, he had no choice. Stay where you are, we will rest for 1 hour, but I will use my powers to make it feel like you have rested for an entire week. That will be enough time for you to rest, correct? Quinn nodded. The truth was, using his soul weapon, there was a drawback that would occur after, but he wasn't going to tell Mundus that. So he wanted just enough time to pass so he could use everything in his arsenal again, and it would be handy to have the active skill of his Fong armor set as well. The people, although they had seen the evil monkey man having been defeated, were still frightened to come out from their hiding spots. After all, they were unsure whether or not the one who had defeated him was a good person or not. They were scared from the experience they had so far. Quinn didn't mind. He didn't need praise for what he had done, because he hadn't intended to save these people or their planet. It was a byproduct of his goal. I have to ask, if we are going up against God Slayers, does that mean you will take me to my enemies or those on Earth? Quinn asked. Now that would be a foolish thing to do, don't you think? Mundus explained. Besides, there are many God Slayers that are strong just because of their abilities. Powers that can do crazy things but would be useless in a battle. The ones I have selected are the strongest based on a certain criteria, and are the ones that I know the most information about. It is possible that if someone else were to make a list, it would be different from mine, and it is possible that there are those that are strong out there that I do not know about. The rest of the time was pretty much sat in silence, and amazingly Quinn really did feel like he had rested for a week. Even the cooldown on his armor had reset as well. If Mundus was fighting by my side, the task would be a lot easier. Quinn thought. Okay. Time to head to your next opponent, Mundus stated. There was a strong sense of curiosity for Quinn at the moment, as he started to think about who or what his next opponent could be. In a lot of ways, he had felt like he had reached the pinnacle of what he could do. After all, Mundus himself had stated several times that Quinn was strong. It was why they were even considering making him an agent to do their bidding in the first place. Yet, with his first opponent, what it had reminded him was the fact that the universe was almost infinite. It was so large, and there were those that were going through their own troubles and journeys, and in doing so had grown incredibly strong. That monkey man was tougher than I expected, and it's quite possible that I'll have to face 4 more like him. Still, if I've done it once, then I can do it again, and this time I'm refreshed. The cooldown on the Fong set has gone off as well, so I can fight at full strength. A large flash of white light appeared on the surface of an orange-colored planet. When the white light disappeared, there was only Mundus and Quinn present, and immediately Quinn had noticed something drastic. It's so hot, Quinn stated as he wiped sweat from his forehead. As a vampire and a god slayer himself, it was extremely difficult to make him sweat, even in extreme heat, but this heat was beyond extreme. The ground was incredibly dry, orange-colored, with large cracks going through it, and when trying to look at the air in front of them, it was distorted with heat waves. Even when looking at the sky, it was strange. Rather than fluffy clouds, there were balls of flames that were flying through it like comets. "Why are we on this planet? Can anything even live here?" Quinn asked. Since the basis of life, whether it be beast or human, was water, and in this heat he couldn't imagine there being any water anywhere. "This is where your next opponent will be, and you hit the nail on the head with your question there," Mundus said, who seemed to be dealing with the heat a bit better than Quinn, but there were still small signs of discomfort. This planet was not like this before. It was filled with plant life, large lakes and beasts that would roam around the entire land. A drastic change compared to what it is now, Mundus explained. The change is all the result of the God-Slayer that is currently on this planet, a beast that is so powerful that it is at the God-Slayer level, a beast that is born to be great. Today you will be fighting a phoenix. Quinn looked around, struggling and wondering if he could see this phoenix, but there was nothing. At least not where they were. Thinking about the description that Mundus gave, while Quinn had fought many beasts that were like phoenixes before, were they not real ones? "I know what you are thinking, but trust me, what you might have fought against are just mere imitations of the real thing," Mundus continued. "Think about it, the beast is so powerful that whatever planet it resides on, it terraforms it to fit with its own nature. When the phoenix decides to settle, then eventually, no matter what, without fail, all life on the planet, including the other beasts, will perish." Hearing Mundus' explanation, it really did sound powerful. It was hard to imagine that such power could change a planet to be like this. "There is a reason why I said all of those that you fought before, that have phoenix-like forms, are just imitations, and that is because we know quite a few facts about this God-Slayer, and it is because it is a God-Slayer that has existed for a very long time," Mundus explained. Quinn was liking the sound of this less and less. If the God-Slayer had lived for a long time, it most likely meant it was that powerful. In the entire universe, there can only be one phoenix that exists at a time. There has never been two of the same type of beast. Which is why those other beasts are simply a fake. This is the real thing. However, the beast has been defeated before, it is possible to kill it, yet every time the beast is killed, it seems like another phoenix is born elsewhere. This is why we know only one can exist at one time. Yet it's strange, right? Based on what is said, it is assumed that the beast is in a reincarnation cycle, somewhat similar to the Celestials, but when it perishes it leaves behind a God-Slayer crystal. Because of all of this, we tend to leave this God-Slayer alone once it finds a planet to terraform. However, every 100 years or so, it likes to move to another planet, and at that moment we try to deal with it, if it is moving to a planet that either can't handle the God-Slayer or one with a lot of lives. Although we are short by another 10 years or so, I think it is fine to have an early start. Knowing all this information again, it made Quinn feel a little less bad, and it did make him wonder. Was Mundus selecting God-Slayers that were bad on purpose so he could fight without worrying about it? It can't be. What would Mundus even go out of his way to do that? He is just following orders from those ancient ones. Quinn thought. There's no need for him to tell me this information though, so he could just be making it up. Quinn gave Mundus a look as he was trying to read the messenger. "You don't have to feel bad about this one," Mundus said. "Think of it as a free crystal that we would have had anyway." Forgetting about Mundus, Quinn needed to focus on the task at hand, and he started to try to find the God-Slayer. According to the messenger, the hotter it got, it meant they were moving in the right direction. Is it really going to get much hotter than this? I really don't deal with heat well, Quinn asked. This was off-putting because Quinn really didn't want for it to get any hotter. As they continued to walk through the dry land. Okay. I will take note. The next time I will try and transport you to a cold land, Mundus replied. I'm stuck between deciding your next opponents, so that helps me out greatly. Eventually, off in the distance there was what looked like a mountain, but not quite. It was almost like a mountain that had the top of it sliced off, and it was the same color as the rest of the planet, the strange dry orange. On top of the flat surface, they could see it. Hundreds of small solar flares were circling around a large bird-like creature, It was curled up into a type of ball, and it was breathing deeply in and out. The strangest thing was it didn't look to have a real physical body form. Even when sleeping, the beast looked to be made of nothing but flames. Its feathers were just small flames that were constantly moving. If it doesn't have a body, how am I going to deal with this one? Will I have to use the shadow to try and take it out, or do I attempt my strongest attack and get this over with? Since the beast was asleep, Quinn was inching forward closer and closer, and even now the heat was getting more intense. There had to be a point where the beast would react, and the plan was at that moment, he would use nitro accelerate to get there and attack. When Quinn took one more step forward, the beast's eyes had opened. Quinn was ready to use the skill. That was until the system message popped up. A message he hadn't seen for a long time, one that he thought he would never have to ever deal with again, had turned up, and it would only turn up with the type of opponent he was facing. Did Mundus know about this? Or is it just a coincidence? You are being affected by sunlight. 30% to all stats. The system message that Quinn could see now was one that he hadn't seen for a long time, and there were good reasons for this. The sun had always had an effect on vampires. It caused great pain if they were to stay in it, and they were severely weakened by it as well. To combat this weakness, the vampires created special rings that allowed them to stay in the sun for a certain amount of time, depending on the ring. They were made from a mixture of specific beast crystals while also using some knowledge of vampire magic. A special circle would be created and would form the ring in a certain way for it to have such an effect. Since beast crystals over time were easier to collect, the higher tier rings that would be given to vampires had improved, and nearly all vampires were able to stay on a planet at least until it would be dark out without any effect. Quinn, though, didn't have any rings on his hands because he had given them away. This was because he had found that the sun no longer affected him. He could feel it when he had evolved to the vampire lord level. Staying in the sun for a certain amount of time, he could somewhat build a resistance to it, to the point where it had no effect at all. It wasn't an easy task, as there was a great amount of pain associated with doing this. It was something that he would never put his children through, which is why they had the best rings that they could get to protect them. However, once again, when Quinn had evolved beyond that of a vampire lord, the sun had no effect at all. Perhaps this was because he had transcended what a vampire exactly was. Either way, it was something that he didn't have to worry about, and to be honest, most vampires no longer did. Quinn had found that in the 1,000 years before he had woken up, that since vampires lived among humans, the rings they made were better quality and they were plentiful. Still, when Quinn lost his celestial form, it seemed his body was still in an evolved state, something that still was above a vampire lord in terms of an evolution. His body wasn't affected by the sun at all. With all of this, Quinn did always have a thought. Why did the sun affect a vampire's strength? It wasn't direct light, as other light sources didn't seem to have any effect at all. It wasn't the heat, otherwise fire would also be extremely effective against a vampire. Although they did seem to have a more difficult time against heat, it didn't make them weaker. The only thing that was certain was it was directly related to the sun. Maybe some type of energy that radiated off of it that affected vampires, and right now Quinn was being affected once more. This phoenix's power, it has the power to completely terraform a planet, to the point where nothing can live on it anymore. That's some crazy strong power. Does that mean that this beast has an energy that is similar to the sun? Is it affecting me because of how close I am? It was the only thing Quinn could really think of. He didn't completely lose this weakness of his, it was just that the sun was incredibly far away. Whatever affected him no longer did at the distance it was, but he was quite literally now staring at a source of power similar to it. The phoenix, after opening its eyes, was releasing waves of heat out from its body that were going through the air, and were hitting Quinn. The temperature felt like it almost doubled. Looking to his right, he wanted to see how well Mundus was dealing with the heat, but he was nowhere to be seen. That guy, well, I know he will be out there somewhere waiting for me to take care of this thing. First, I should take a few steps back. Quinn moved back quickly, jumping from his position around 50 or so meters. The phoenix was now standing on its two fiery legs with its wings spread out wide. From this distance it looked large. It was quite clearly a gigantic creature, far bigger than any animal on Earth, and roughly the same size as the dragon that had been used to create the Dalki. Your stats have returned to normal. I see, so from a certain distance whatever is emitting from the Zero Honix doesn't affect me, and from the looks of things the phoenix isn't moving from its spot, but standing up on its legs it looks like it's ready to attack at any moment. Quinn smiled as he saw this, even under the extreme pressure of fighting such a strong beast. I should see this as a good thing. The armor that will be created out of a beast like this. What effect will it have? Will it allow me to create this level of heat for all those around me? Or will it give the same effect to the other vampires as well? Either way, he needed to see himself just what the phoenix could do, and at a distance the best thing to use to hit the beast so far with the blood guns. Pulling them out, he aimed carefully and started to fire away. As usual, Quinn would switch up the bullets that were used to see which one was most effective. The best thing about the guns were how versatile all the different bullets were and the fact that more types of bullets could be created. When the blood bullets, chi bullets, as well as others hit the phoenix though, it ruffled the flames slightly, but almost looked as if it went right through the phoenix's body. Similar to a real bullet just passing through flames. The only bullet that was able to stick onto the flames was the shadow bullet, which made a small mark and lingered for a few seconds before disappearing completely. These guns are starting to suck more and more, Quinn said to himself. Hey, don't blame the tools, but the idiot who is using them, Alex complained back. Those guns are my best creation. It's not my fault that you're going up against a giant bird made of fire. Maybe I should have just made you a water pistol instead. Since the guns weren't working well and he knew Munda's skill allowed him to recover, he thought the best thing was to use his sole weapon, the shadow mist. The only thing was, this distance was too great, so he needed to run in to use it. Running ahead, Quinn could see the system message appearing once again. All stats have been lowered by 30%. There was a significant drop in his speed, but Quinn thought he had a counter as well. Shadow body has been activated, and energy is still affecting your body. All stats have been lowered by 10%. 10% is a lot less than 30%, so I'll take it. Forming in Quinn's hands were two large blood spears. It was his mid-range attack that had power because he feared something else, and he didn't want to find out in the middle of battle. The problem was, the phoenix wasn't just going to stand there doing nothing. Moving its wing, a line of flames was seen going across the ground, and it wasn't slow either. Immediately Quinn had to stop gathering his blood aura, and used his shadow to block the attack. The flames had hit the shadow he had summoned, but they continued to burn and weren't going away. It felt like if Quinn was to lower the shadow then the flames would continue. So he decided to move to the side and continue running forward before letting the shadow drop, and he was right. The line of flames continued reaching far across the land. All stats have been lowered by 20%. I was right, the closer I get to this bird, the worse I am affected by it, and I'm still not close enough to use shadow mist. As expected, Mundus was watching the fight from the side, and had pulled up his normal throne to take a seat. While watching Quinn's strange actions and drop in speed, it didn't go unnoticed. What is happening to him? Why is he getting weaker all of a sudden? Is it the heat? I honestly thought that this would have been one of the easiest opponents for him out of the ones I prepared. Could it be? Have I managed to discover a weakness? Mundus thought. In the middle of the fight, for the first time in a while there was a large amount of hesitation going through his mind, because there were a number of things he could do, but didn't know what was the best option. Do I go back and try to head out of the affected area? I'll be at full strength and it will give me time to think. Or do I use Nitro Accelerate and try to reach the Phoenix as fast as I can? But I still don't know an effective way to hurt it yet. In the middle of his thoughts, the Phoenix was ready to swing its wing. Quinn needed to react faster than the last time, and noticed the slight movement in its muscles. Already he was starting to cast the shadow. Thankfully, although his stats were affected by the Phoenix's power, his shadow speed wasn't. However, to use his shadow slightly faster, Quinn would at times swing his hands as he covered them with shadow. It would allow it to move slightly faster. The attack from the beast was fast, which is why he needed to focus and be ahead of the game. As he got closer, the line of fire that originated from the Phoenix's wing would reach him quicker. This time, Quinn lifted his hand and threw up a shadow wall, but rather than using both hands, he only used one. The fire hit the shadow wall and it was stopped with the flames still burning like they did before. When Quinn's foot hit the ground, he jumped to the side, away from the shadow, and he had a large blood spear ready in his hand. With one hand I'll block, and with the other, I'll attack. Quinn gathered it with as much of the second stage of chi as he hurled it through the air. The spear started spinning as Quinn used his blood control to give it a boost of power and to rip through any possible flames that would come toward it. Let's see how it will react. Will it attack the spear, block, or what? In the end, the phoenix did neither. Its wings were still spread open and the spear was going right toward its chest. And when it touched, just like with the bullets, it went right through the flames and continued onward until it hit the ground, far off in the distance. Does this thing have a physical body? Quinn thought. If it doesn't, how am I meant to even defeat this thing? Wait. The only thing that has been able to stop the flames and physically touch them is the shadow. Can I do something with that? Quinn would have to try and see if his idea would work. But there was a worry. The phoenix didn't seem to like the spear being thrown at it, even if it didn't hurt, because for the first time it had opened its mouth and a large amount of flares from the sky, and all around were gathering around its mouth. It looked like a big attack was taking place. Quinn used the guns. Even if you have slowed down, the bullet's speed is unaffected, and there is a way to quickly move yourself out of the way, Alex suggested. Thinking of these words, he listened to the advice and brought out the guns again. The fire left from the phoenix's mouth and it spread out wide. It didn't come out in a direct line, it was going all across the floor, in the air everywhere. Even if I blocked this with the shadow, the fire would get to me from the sides, everywhere. I could defend myself for a while, but then it would be a match of which one lasts longer, its fire or my shadow, and I don't want to risk that. Using the gun, Quinn fired a shadow bullet that managed to cut through the fire, but he didn't aim it at the phoenix but purposely missed it. Then with the other gun he fired again and his whole body sank down. The next moment, Quinn appeared out of the other shadow portal that had been created, which was directly behind the phoenix. This is what Alex meant. With the two shadow guns I can use them similar to portals, entering from one and exiting from another, and I can keep firing out the bullets. The only problem is, now I'm right next to the phoenix. The heat this close to the phoenix was unimaginable. It felt heavy on his skin, suffocating, and was hard for him to even breathe. When he did, his whole throat and body felt like it was burning up. If it wasn't for the fact that he had strong levels of chi supporting his body inside, he imagined a vampire, or others if they got this close, would simply burn. All stats have been lowered by 50%. This is what I was worried about. But now that I'm this close, I have to do whatever I can. Soul Weapon has been activated. Shadow Mist has been used. Out from Quinn's body the whole area was covered in particles, and it seemed to help with the heat somewhat. His stats were still incredibly affected, but he did have somewhat a counter for that as well. Nitro Accelerate has been activated. Now the only thing I know that affects you is the shadow, so let's get a good hit in. The shadow mixed in with the chi was covering Quinn's gauntlets, and soon they had grown, making his entire arms 4 times as big. They looked like the hands of giants. From above the top of its head, he swung both of his fists down, and they smashed on the phoenix's head. The hit had landed perfectly, and the phoenix for the first time looked as if it had a physical form as it stumbled. But it caught itself shifting its legs, and turned its head to look at Quinn. Out from its body, small fireballs came shooting toward Quinn. Since he knew he wouldn't be fast enough to block them, he switched to the guns again and started to fire at each of the balls. Every time the bullet hit the balls of fire, shadow would cover them, completely stopping them in their tracks midair. After blocking most of the fireballs, Quinn fired 2 shadow bullet portals, moving himself to a different position, and now was by the beast's side. Immediately he started to fire the shadow bullets towards its head, hitting it on the side. It stayed on for a few moments, and as the bullets built up, the shadow seemed to linger on the face of the phoenix a bit more. This is a problem. The shadow has never really been an offensive power. It's always been something that supports my other powers. Even with the chi, really it's only giving the shadow a physical form, and my chi is doing all of the work. Even as a bullet, it's doing next to no damage to the thing, but my shadow is the only thing that's working on it. How do I damage this phoenix enough to get rid of it? Still watching from the sides, Mundus thought things were getting interesting as it looked like there was now a battle of Godslayer powers, to see which one was stronger. Meanwhile, back on the Mermerial planet, things were going well. Stark had managed to set up a virtual meeting between the two leaders, and they both had agreed to support each other to fight against the enemy. The meeting had come to an end, and Layla along with the others were inside the room as well. She rushed over to Cyril as she had a question to ask. "What are you going to do now?" Layla asked. "Quinn has been gone longer than we originally expected and Jack and Jim could be getting closer. What do you want to do?" Cyril asked, knowing that Layla had come to her for a reason. Quinn was originally going to go to the Amra planet, correct? To ask them for their help. I can't just do nothing. Let's go there and ask for their help, and let Quinn focus on whatever it is he needs to do. Layla suggested. Physical attacks, blood aura, and chi, all of these powers that Quinn had focused on training the most were useless against the Phoenix, and to top it off, he was suffering from a side effect from the Phoenix's power lowering his strength in general. Not only that, but being so close to the Phoenix in this type of heat seemed to somewhat affect him as well. He was feeling tired far quicker than usual, and he hadn't even moved that much. The only thing that works so far is the shadow, so I'm just going to have to use that. Quinn used the shadow portals to hop by the side of the Phoenix's face, while still encasing both of his gauntlets in the shadow. His fists were around 10 times bigger than they usually would have been, and with the Nitro Accelerate active most of his speed had recovered. With this, he swung his hands twice, hitting the Phoenix on one side of its face. Its head swung but was met with another large shadow fist, before Quinn lifted both of his hands and slammed it on top of the Phoenix's head. It looked to be having some sort of effect as the Phoenix shrieked, but as it did, flames rose from its body upward. Quickly once again, Quinn had to do his best to get out there as he used the portals to send himself back down on the ground. The effect of the Phoenix, I'm pretty sure with how I'm feeling it's also affecting my endurance. If it manages to get me with a clean hit with that power of its, then I will become nothing but ashes. Quinn thought. The problem was there was a slight delay when he would switch between using the shadow to attack and using the guns to create shadow portals. Quinn could create shadow portals without the guns, but due to the debuff it was much slower than using the guns that were unaffected. The other problem with the guns was there was no trigger, it was almost linked to his body as the trigger part was pretty much infused with his body. Hit without getting hit? I can do this. Quinn ran over on the ground, and pillars of fire started to burst out from the floor. Using all his senses, he was guessing where the pillars of fire would appear. Slight cracks on the ground, thinking what the Phoenix would do, and moving in unpredictable patterns. So far it was working. Sprinting up ahead, Quinn had condensed the shadow and his chi even more in his hand, making it slightly larger again. Reaching the foot and underneath the Phoenix, he stomped on the ground, and swung his fist with all his body weight, slamming it right into the leg. The whole giant Phoenix was lifted on its side, and now it looked like its body was about to come crashing down on him. Running won't be fast enough, and I can't switch to my gun in time. I hope this works. Gathering his blood aura that he hadn't been using in the fight, his entire body was covered in head to toe, but he started to shape it, making a point, making his whole body look like that of an arrow. The second it looked like the body of the Phoenix was about to hit him, Quinn pushed off and spun his body. The red aura hit the Phoenix and as predicted, it passed right through its body. All of the attacks went through the body like they were just flames, so why would it be any different this time? Quinn was just inside the large arrow of red aura. Now on the other side, Quinn could see the Phoenix had collapsed, still with the red aura surrounding his body. He dived back down, spinning it, while gathering the shadow around his two hands. Lifting them both in the air, he swung them down with great force as much as he could and hit the Phoenix clean on its body. It screamed in pain once again, and the Phoenix was getting ready to burst out a wave of heat, but Quinn was ready for this as he was able to retreat in time with the guns this time. Quinn is extremely skilled, and even though most would have thought to stop using the red aura as it is useless, he has somehow still managed to utilize his powers to help him in his fight. Mundus observed. With this alone, it won't be enough though. Can you resolve the problem? The fight between Quinn and the Phoenix continued in a similar fashion, with Quinn doing a lot of the attacking. He hadn't been hit directly by the flames, and utilized all his skills to hurt the God-Slayer again and again. These blows were enough to damage many God-Slayers, and yet, the Phoenix looked fine. There were no signs of slowed movements, damage to its body, blood, or any of the sort. It was almost impossible for Quinn to tell what was happening. Was he winning the fight or not? Everything about the fight, being careful not to get hit, the damage and the effect on his stats was mentally draining him, which was allowing him to get tired quicker. And then there was another problem. Nitro Accelerate has ended. Crap, I didn't rely on it so much in the fight, but it let me pull off quicker attacks and dodge a few hits here and there when I needed it. I guess I just need to use it sparingly. I can still use the Nitro Accelerate, it will just take my HP doing so. Quinn thought. The fight continued with Quinn doing just that, and his pattern continued the same as it did. He tried to block out the thoughts in his head, trying to concentrate on doing just as much damage as he could. If he let the distractions get to him, it would just tire him out even more, and once in a while he was forced to use the Nitro Accelerate skill. After 3 hours of continuous fighting against the Phoenix, Quinn was starting to feel extremely spent. His MC cells were unlimited, allowing him to use the shadow as much as he wished, but his stamina was already being affected, and his chi was as well. Took a while for both of these to recover. If he ran out of chi, then the shadow would no longer have as much of a solid form as it had done so far during the fight, which meant there would be no way for him to defeat his opponent. I have to think. I don't have much time left with this. How did the God-Slayers manage to defeat the Phoenix before? Did they just overpower it with Mundus? No, even with his time-stop ability that wouldn't help in this situation either. Is it celestial energy? Even if that was the case, I don't have that anymore. But I would think that the God-Slayer bullet would have the same effect, but it's unable to do anything. The situation wasn't getting any better either. In order to avoid a stomp from the Phoenix's foot in time, Quinn had to use the Nitro Accelerate once again, which he had been doing throughout the fight. 20/100 HP. I only have 20 HP left. Without the Nitro Accelerate, everything is working against me. Quinn thought. I already used the blood up from my blood banks. If this is how it's going to end, then do I have no choice but to use that? I have to. I'm not sure it will do anything, but I can't die here to some giant fire bird. Quinn thought. For the first time during the fight in a while, Quinn had used his guns to move a bit further out of range and off the mountaintop, seeing the bird from a distance. I didn't want to use this while Mundus was watching, but I have no choice. What Quinn was thinking of doing was summoning his demon from, but there were a few reasons why he was against doing this. For one, Mundus was watching. If the form was powerful as he thought it was, he feared that the Celestial might go back on his deal and consider him too much of a threat. In a way, it was true as well, considering Quinn wasn't in control when using this power. The only reason why he was fine with using it now was because none of his family, friends, or even other life forms were around apart from the Phoenix. The second reason was because it was a wild card. It wasn't a guaranteed win and could possibly do nothing against the Phoenix. Do I really want my final moments to be this? A memory that I can't even remember? Quinn thought as he hesitated. But I shouldn't be thinking like that. I should be thinking with the mindset that I'll win, that I will return to my family. About to act, Quinn noticed something around the Phoenix. Now that he had taken a step back, he could see something he wasn't able to see before. That very family that Quinn was thinking about, that he was fighting for, and doing everything in his power to protect, had decided to leave the Mermerial planet. Cyril, Russ, Stark, Layla, Minnie and Galen were now all aboard a ship. They were in the middle of heading to the Amr planet to discuss political matters and ask for help. Layla wanted to take one less thing off his mind. If this was what he was going to do anyway, then there was no point wasting time waiting for Quinn to come back. Cyril had also received permission to act on behalf of the Mermerial race to book an appointment, and it was the same for Stark as well, who had just managed to contact the Pensui before leaving the planet. Apparently they had quite a surprise for a certain someone, and Russ was currently enjoying the nice surprise. Lying out on a table was a case, and inside the case there were 3 crystals carefully placed inside. They weren't just any crystals though, all 3 of them were nest crystals. How did you manage to get so many so fast? Layla asked, completely stunned. Our people are hard and fast workers. Everything we do, we put our full speed into it, so of course we will gather crystals faster than any other planet. I take pride in that, Stark said, as he hit his chest around 10 times in less than a second. At one point in time, the nest crystals were so hard to come by, they had done so much for them. Saved Quinn's life, elongated Logan's, and had created a permanent clone of Vincent. With these 3 crystals, how much stronger will I be? If I was to meet the blades again, could I take them out? Or perhaps that Dalky blade, Quinn called him, in that vision. Russ smiled to himself. When going forward to reach out one of the crystals, a small boy had hopped onto the table and grabbed the crystal before Russ could take it. "That's mine," Russ shouted. "Give that back before I turn you into mush." The one holding onto the crystal was none other than little Galen, who shook his head. "Did you just threaten my son? Right in front of me?" Layla asked, as she levitated a cup in the air, and went to throw it at Russ's head. But with a quick zip, Stark had caught the glass. "Come on everyone. Let's calm down here, we are all friends, right? People say things in anger. Everything is okay." Stark smiled. Russ still wasn't pleased that his nest crystal had been taken from him. But he had no choice but to play nice, since he had the Chi command skill still active in his head. "Little Quinn," Russ called out. "Galen, his name is Galen," Minnie corrected him. "Okay, little Galen, do you mind giving me my crystal back?" Russ asked with a fake smile that could be seen from a mile away. Galen once again shook his head, and the next second shadows covered the crystal before it disappeared. "What the?" Russ stared at Galen and then back at Layla, who just shrugged her shoulders. Due to the comment he had made before, she wasn't going to help him with something like this. "This damned whole Talon family," Russ screamed in his head. "If there is some way to get rid of this Chi command, then that kid better watch out." Thinking of it, I wonder what would happen if Quinn were to die. Would the Chi command disappear then? I wonder if he's having a hard time right now. Observing from a little further away, Quinn could see something happening. The passing flaming clouds, the heat from the planet, the flare shots that would whirl around, they were going toward the Phoenix. When it reached its body, there was almost a slight glow, and at the same time, a slight rise in the temperature as well. While fighting against it, I thought I was having an effect because when I would deliver a big blow, the temperature would drop slightly. But then it would increase again. Wait, why does the Phoenix terraform every planet that it's on? I thought it was just a natural effect of the beast, but what if it's something more? The flames, the entire planet is similar to how blood is to me. Blood allows myself to heal, and the flames are allowing the Phoenix to heal as well, but the whole planet is close to being a big ball of fire. So what do I need to do? Do I move it to another planet? It hasn't moved from that mountain spot though, and there probably is some reason for that as well. It might be the point where it can heal easiest or something. With the Godslayer's powers, they can transport beings. So if they just transported the Phoenix to another planet and fought it then, that's probably how they managed to win. Thinking of this, it gave Quinn a plan. There was one thing he could do, and there was a high chance that it wouldn't work, but either way he had to be quick. Placing both hands in front, he was ready. Skill activated. Shadow lock. A large portal of shadow appeared behind the Phoenix from head to toe, and its whole body vanished. Mundus stood up, surprised by what was happening, but he could no longer see Quinn either. This was because the two of them were now in the shadow space together. Due to its high level of power, it could break out of the shadow space without a problem, and with its flaming body it would just lessen the amount of MC cells I could use while it was in here. But now the big bird can't heal. Quinn used Nitro Accelerate once more and leapt up, punching the large bird right across its face. Immediately the temperature lowered and sparks of flames went off from the Phoenix, disappearing. The Phoenix had slightly gotten smaller, but it still looked like there was quite a bit or work to do in here. It's a good thing that I'm not the only one in here, and not the only one that can use the shadow. Let's finish this thing. Mundus traveled down to where Quinn was fighting. He was searching where the two could be, and eventually had come to a conclusion that it was one of the many powers of the shadow that he had used. It looks like he finally managed to figure it out. I wonder if he had done so in time, Mundus thought. A few moments later he had received his answer, as Quinn had come out from his shadow space. He was covered in sweat and his skin looked a bit red for the first time, but he had a crystal in his hand. All right, that's 2 down. 2 out of 5 Godslayers eliminated. The Godslayer crystal that Quinn was holding in his hand was relatively large, and it looked like it was constantly burning. It was slightly hot to the touch, which was a first for a Godslayer crystal. There were a few things that Quinn noted with these crystals. Unlike the other beast crystals, including the Nest crystal, they were all different. Almost like the trait of the power that they had been placed in the crystal. The one he had received from the monkey man was oddly filled with clouds, while this one with strong flames. It was good to note in case he came across more Godslayer crystals in the future. Then there was the planet itself. Now with the phoenix gone, the planet was starting to cool down slightly. It was still hot, but there was a significant difference. Still, I would find it hard for life to reappear on this planet. I wonder what happened. Did everything die because of the phoenix? Did they put up a big fight? Either way, now that the phoenix has been defeated, Mundus said that there would be another one out there somewhere. I thought we might have lost you, Mundus said as he walked over with a smile on his face that made Quinn want to whack him right there and then. He was exhausted, tireder than he had been for a while. I have to smile and be nice to this guy. He is the one after all that will be helping me recover, Quinn thought. Mundus was doing just that as he held out his hand, and just like before all of the aches and pains, even his mind was feeling well rested. Is there a side effect to what you are doing? Quinn asked. As Quinn traveled through the universe and met Celestials as other beings, he learned something, that everything was quite balanced. A strong power would tend to have a side effect or drawback, and it had to be the same for Mundus as well. Of course, Mundus replied. I am speeding up the time in your body, moving it forward as if you have rested for 2 weeks, which also means that you have aged by those 2 weeks, but the real time still exists. For a human this could matter a great deal, but for you, I'm pretty sure you and your body are already immortal. Although you are no longer a celestial, your body was permanently changed back then. You won't die unless someone kills you. Quinn didn't know whether this was a good or bad thing to hear. Layla had already lived for a long time. She was using her powers of chi to slow down the aging of her body, which already granted her a long life. However, if Quinn could live forever, unlike the others, would that mean he would grow so old to witness their death, to die after his own children? Well, who knew what would happen to Galen since he was an incomplete celestial? Thank you for this, Quinn said. But there is something else I need as well. Do you have any blood? Resting his body wasn't going to bring back the health he had lost nor restore his blood bank. And with no other life on the planet, there was nothing Quinn could take from. He was slightly hesitant about telling Mundus, but was sure that he had to have already known about vampires, or would eventually know about them anyway. I'm sorry, I don't just carry blood around with me, other than my own blood, Mundus replied. There is a place where we can get some though. We don't have to teleport straight to the Godslayer. We will get the blood you need and go from there. The vampire settlement had been more unsettled than it usually would have been. There had been battle after battle, and each time fewer would return. At first there was high morale for what they were doing, and among a lot of the vampires they still felt this way. It was in their nature, and they were putting a mark on the universe, stating that they were the superior race. However, not all vampires felt this way. Some were starting to ask questions. Why were they sacrificing their lives? For what? Some just wanted to stay home and be with their families. Some thought they were fighting to protect their families, but there was doubt in that as well. This was something that was unforeseen by Jim, this feeling. Throughout vampire history, there always had been 2 groups of vampires. Those that loved to battle felt as if they should rule, while others believed that they should only use their powers to protect. They had been under the same banner for a short time, but somewhat felt like they were going back to the same roots, especially with the last order they had received. Sitting down in his own home in the kitchen, Ronkin had both hands above his head. What are you going to do? His dear wife asked. What do you mean? It's an order from the family leaders, from Jim Eno. I have no choice. I have to join the war, Ronkin said. After what had happened to Nell, Ronkin had been avoiding the war, working as a hunter on the vampire planet. He realized there were things more important to him than honor and war badges. Still, he would do anything to support the other vampires who were fighting, which is why he did best to gather the crystals they needed in their fights. It was just something he was unable to do anymore. Fight in the war, especially when he didn't believe in it. That was until the order was made that every vampire was to take part in the next upcoming battles. There was an exception: if a vampire had a young child, then one adult could be nominated to look after the child. If you had no children, you were forced to take part, and it didn't matter how many children you had. Only one adult was allowed to look after them. I already spoke to Joan. Please look after him, Ronkin said. No, why are you speaking like that? His wife cried and screamed. Why are you speaking like you're already dead? In the middle of her sobs, a loud alarm was heard, which was the key for all of them to gather. Before, only those that wished to take part took part in the war, but there was a drastic change. As the vampires were more successful taking over planets, more vampires needed to be left behind on those taken over planets as a base. Simply put, their forces were lowering due to their universal expansion, so they needed more. Where is this even all going to end? Ronkin thought as he went to line up with the others. That's when he could see the look on many vampires' faces. They were just like him. They didn't want to do this. Yet, they couldn't go against Jim's word. No one here was brave enough to, or strong enough to speak up about not wanting to fight. Actually, there was one. Ronkin thought back. He was pretty badass when he did it as well. The vampires had gathered in the square where the fourth original leader Hickel was standing at the front, ready to give them the order. I can see the worried look on all of your faces, but I promise you that we wish for every single one of you to come back home to your families, Hickel stated. I know that I, as well as the other originals, will do our best to take the brunt of the battles. As you know, we have done well to track down the planets that contain Celestials in hiding. The people from the other world that Quinn is trying to summon. On the next planet, we have discovered some signs of success of nearly opening a portal. To protect our planet, our race, and Earth, we must stop them. How many times had it been now? How many planets had they gone to, due to the same or similar reason? Not once did Ronkin see proof of these portals, and nor did the other vampires. In order for you to do your best, we have gathered some information about our next target. A 3D projected image displayed in front of them all. As you can see, the alien is muscular in size, and 2 times bigger than the average human. On top of that, they have a hard exterior rock-like skin. We have also managed to identify that the males have 4 arms in total. Quinn had made a full recovery after fighting the Phoenix thanks to Mundus and his powers. However, there was still one thing that he needed, and that was blood. Using his blood aura and skills no longer used up his HP. Still, blood was necessary for Quinn to heal, and could also be used for emergency healing after he filled up his blood bank skills. Without it, his next fight would be incredibly difficult and increase his chances for death. Before we head to the next set of Godslayers, I have an important message for you, Mundus said with a serious tone. If, so far, you have displayed everything you have, then these Godslayers will be too strong for you. Remember, a lot of these Godslayers that I am taking you to have been left alone for one reason or another, at least until this point in time. So I just want to warn you that you need a sure way of beating them. Is this your way of telling me, no matter how much trouble I'm in, that you won't help me no matter what, regardless of how useful I am to you? Quinn replied. You don't have to worry about me. I never expected help anyway. Take me to the next place. Honestly, the whole thing, Quinn didn't find it too bad for himself. He needed to push himself, face off against hard opponents so he could go against the rest, go against Ray and H when he needed to. The fighting helped with his skills, thinking outside the box, and problem-solving skills. It was fine training by yourself, but real situations where one's life was on the line was where a person would improve the most. With that, Mundus surrounded the two of them in a bright light, and soon their bodies vanished. When Quinn opened his eyes again, he was wondering what he would see, what type of planet it would be. When he could see the sight in front of him, it was very Earth-like. There was a clear blue sky with white clouds, the temperature was warm. If anything, it felt cold after the planet they had been on. There were large grass fields, and the two of them were on a hill, looking at what looked like a fairly large village that was busy with people that looked human. Humans? Are we on Earth? Quinn asked. Does Earth really look like this? Mundus asked. Taking a closer look, it more so looked like an Earth of the past. Based on the style of clothing and the housing structures, it was an era even before the Victorian era that the vampires liked to decorate their houses and clothes after. It was almost as if they had gone back into the past of Earth. But there was also something different about it as well. This is not Earth, Mundus answered. In the entire universe, did you really think that you would be the only ones that were like yourselves? Or at least look like yourselves? However, saying that you do share a lot of similarities. One of the bigger ones is the fact that the population seems to grow at a rapid pace, which means there are a lot of lives on this planet, which has made it the target of many celestials in the past. Remember my warning from before? This is one of those places. Despite the large population of lives, any celestial that has attempted to take control of the planet, in a bid to force them to complete their condition has perished. I have even sent a celestial fighter here before, but they too had failed. The only upside is that the God Slayer here is living on this planet without much trouble or wishing to travel further. Which is why for this God Slayer, I have no information to give you other than what I already have, because I have no idea how powerful it is. They did have some idea though. The fact that the local Celestials and the fighter Celestial Mundus had sent were defeated meant they had to be of a certain caliber. The two started to walk from the hill and began to move down towards the large village, city, or whatever it was quite unclear. Quinn didn't run nor did he do anything that would make him seem different to the others around him. Hey, are you sure that you won't cause a panic when walking into a place like that? What if these guys have never seen an alien before? Or they start calling you a demon or something? Quinn asked. Really? I was considered the most handsome of my race? Mundus replied. But he could tell that Quinn perhaps had a point, and with a snap of his fingers he was covered in a white light, and then his appearance had changed. Mundus had taken the appearance of a tall, slender man who wore dark clothing and a large trench coat that touched the floor. He had a powerful, sharp look to his face that went with his jet black hair that was parted in the middle and swept a bit to the sides close to his ears. With this, when the two entered the village, they were getting stares from all over the place. From the children, the merchants, the woman, everyone, they stuck out like a sore thumb. Are those two nobles? Look at their clear skin and how tall they are. They're practically glowing. A female said. Couldn't you have turned into something uglier? Quinn asked. I did not choose this form. Mundus replied. It is simply based on the good looks I already had when I turned myself into a human version of myself. And besides, even if I was uglier, you would still stand out. Anyway, hurry up and just take one of these people's blood and be done with it. In broad daylight? Quinn replied. Are you mad? No. I'm quite calm actually and wish to not waste any more time. Mundus stated. Virgin blood. A market man yelled out. Get your fresh virgin blood here. The answer seemed to fall right in front of their lap, but there was still a problem. They didn't have any money. I guess I could use my influence skill. It should still work on them because they are human, right? It's not the right thing to do, but it's better than hurting anyone. And what type of planet is this anyway that sells virgin blood? That man can't be a good person. Quinn convinced himself. Why are you just standing there? Mundus sighed. Ah, I see very well. I shall help you out just this once. Suddenly the whole area around them had frozen. No one was moving. There was no sound. This was Mundus's power. In the end, this might have been the best thing to do, so Quinn walked over and grabbed the vial of blood that was in a large flask that was sealed with a cork. His inspect skill said it was okay, so he drank away until his health was fully healed and both of his blood banks were refilled. Now Quinn was ready to face his opponent. Can you hear that? Quinn suddenly asked. Hear something? That's impossible. I have stopped time in this entire area. Mundus claimed, but Quinn was certain he could hear the sound of footsteps. When he turned his head, Mundus followed and both of them could see a hooded man, covered in a raggedy robe. It was hard to see what his face looked like, but it was as clear as day as he was walking amongst all of the frozen people. Are you the people that have caused this? The robed man asked in a husky deep voice. It sounded a bit scratchy. He can still move through my power. How is he stopping it? Mundus thought, confused. Ah, I see now, so it's you. I guess I should stop the more troublesome one first. The robed man threw out his hand, and in an instant a purple large orb ball surrounded Mundus and lifted him up in the air, about a foot off the ground. In the ball, Mundus touched the edges, but they didn't hurt nor do any harm. I'm guessing this is the God Slayer? Quinn asked. Get out of the ball, and transport us to somewhere else, where there are no people. A fight with so many people around them, there certainly would be a large number of deaths. I never thought I would say this, but I can't. Mundus answered. I'm stuck in here, and my celestial powers aren't working. The Amra planets were many, but there was a difference from one compared to the other. The one where the strongest Amra warriors and leaders resided was now the only place that still had the tower. A large structure that had been moved from its original place. Rather than in the center, it was now toward the back of the city, but it was still just as grand as it was before, allowing it to be seen from any angle and from anywhere within the city. At the base of the tower, there had been a few changes compared to before, as businesses had moved close to the ground floor to maximize their profits. Forgers, weapon sellers, map sellers, and food stalls were all placed on the ground floor just outside of the tower. There were still plenty of Amra who challenged the tower frequently, and often those from the other planets would visit just to challenge the tower and see how far they could get. It was why business had flourished around the place like this. A strange power still filled the tower, and it worked the same way as before. There were ways a participant could leave the floor of the tower they were on by heading to a door. As long as the person had been to that floor before, they could teleport back to that floor. Appearing at the bottom of the tower and exiting out of the door was none other than the leader Geo. But he wasn't alone, as he had a group of humans following closely behind him. Some of them looked to be hurt and others were getting healed. Don't worry about the cost. All of you should eat what you want and rest up. Remember, while you are here, everything is on me, Geo claimed. Shiro turned around to look at the rest of the blades, and he had his fist tensed up. We need to try again, Shiro said. Not until you are fully rested and have a plan, Geo stated. I am in there with you to protect you, and I won't allow you to do foolish things. Remember, rest is important as well. Shiro looked at Geo, and his innocent smile was a disguise to hide his extreme strength. While climbing the tower floors, there were many times, from beasts or from other Amra, where their group had faced a close call and Geo had saved them. He was happy that when they initially met that they decided not to fight. It wasn't just Geo though. Climbing the tower, it made them see that there were plenty of Amra that were plenty strong. You managed to reach the 50th floor. That is no small achievement. Not many could reach that far in the short amount of time that you have. I'll be honest, I didn't think you would get that far, Geo said, as he went to sit at an outside restaurant and order quite a bit of food for everyone. The blades were quite hungry and appreciated it. The reason why Shiro was so annoyed was because it was now their third attempt at the 50th floor. They had hit a wall in their progress, but it felt like if they could get past the 50th floor, if they could break through this wall, then they too would all have a breakthrough in their power and skills. All of the blades, especially Shiro, had improved so much thanks to the tower. For the most part, they were all getting used to the gravity on the planet. It forced them to use the natural chi in their bodies more to help them live everyday life. In the tower, it was even more apparent because the higher floors also had higher levels of gravity that they needed to deal with. On top of that, Shiro had learned how to better use the others that were in the same body as him. Vorden was the most skilled at chi. He was a natural, and it allowed him to combine chi with certain abilities, making him quite skilled. As usual, Rattan was the best at hand-to-hand combat, and was the best at short-range abilities that allowed this talent to shine. Then there was Shiro, who was kind of a jack of all trades. At first, Shiro was quite a bit disheartened that he wasn't good at one thing in particular, but while going up the floors, he found that there were things that he could do that neither Vorden or Rattan could, which was why the three of them together were the perfect team. Maybe not as much as when they were with Syl, but Syl was his own monster in that department. Just as they were beginning to finish their meal, another Amra had come rushing over to where Geo was. It was hard for the humans to tell each one of them apart, but this one looked more like Geo compared to the others. The rock skin was a different shade and more refined. It was also clear that this person was in quite a high position, since when coming through all the stalls all the guards bowed down and the people around. "What is it, Dober?" Geo asked. "Our space team has come into contact with an unknown spacecraft," Dober explained. "Due to what they said, we have allowed them to land, and currently they are staying at the manor." "The manor," Geo repeated. "Who would be in an unknown spacecraft that you would allow them to stay in the manor?" "Sir, it's because they were humans," Dober answered. "At least some of them. Those that were still eating had stopped. Some had dropped their eating tools, and Shiro slammed his hand on the table as Ratton had taken control for a second. He was so excited. "Wait, there are humans. They could be here to get us? But how did they find out where we are? Maybe they are here to get rid of us?" Shiro thought, as he was going through a mix of emotions. "If they are here to attack you, then we will protect you," Geo said. "Still, I think it would be best for us all to go see these humans together, and maybe you can ask them a few questions. It's very rare that we get visitors. Besides, they are with Nock, which worries me a little bit." In a large library, Layla and her group were patiently waiting. They had arrived with no trouble at all, which was expected. They had heard from Quinn that this race also had a connection with him, and just like the Mermerials so far their trip had been pleasant. That was until they had been placed in a room with one of the Amra who had all of his arms folded and would constantly glare at them. "Is there something wrong?" Cyril asked. "Why are you looking at us like that?" "One human helped us out in the past," Nock answered. "But there are many of you. Just because one person is good doesn't mean they are all good, so I can't trust you." Layla thought that the Amra's words actually made sense, but she soon saw Russ step forward. "You're right, we aren't all good. Take me for example, I am a very bad person, and don't like it when people stare at me like you do," Russ stated. He was in a strange mood, since he had absorbed 2 of the nest crystals on the way here. He wanted to try out his current strength, and these giant 4-armed aliens seemed like the perfect subject. "Russ," Layla said, "I would also like to add that I am not human," Stark waved. "And I think that I am quite a good person." "Purple Man is good," Minnie nuded. The door behind bursted open, causing a distraction for the current scene, and they could see another 4-armed Amra take the lead. "All right, let's see if these humans know each other," Geo said. Shiro walked ahead with the rest behind him and stopped in his tracks, as he and Russ stared at each other. "Russ, I thought you were dead." Russ smiled. "No, I am very much alive, and what a surprise to see the blades all the way out here." Looking to his left, Quinn had to blink a few times to make sure what he was seeing was right. The messenger of the Celestials, the gods that practically were in charge and controlling what happened in the entire universe, had been trapped. He was floating inside a strange ball of purple energy, and it was something Quinn had never seen before. What is that ball made out of? Is it an ability of some sort or his God Slayer power? I have no idea. It feels like nothing I have ever felt before. Quinn thought he didn't want to quite touch whatever it was. At the same time, the God Slayer in question stood back, away from them. It was clear he could use his powers from far away, and in Quinn's head he was taking note. He's most likely a ranged power user, which is why he's staying back there. But I need to make sure and see what he can do. At first, Quinn actually thought that Mundus might be joking, but there was something that he could hear that was different about Mundus that he had never heard before. His voice, it had changed slightly in pitch, and his heart was beating just a fraction faster. It wasn't a state of panic, but these 2 things often meant that he was worried about something. "Don't you think you should be trying to break me out of this thing?" Mundus asked. "You're strong, right? Do you really need my help to break you out of that?" Quinn replied, trying to make sure he really wasn't joking. "And besides, didn't you already make it clear that no matter how much trouble I was in, that you wouldn't help me? And now look at this, you're asking for my help," Quinn taunted. Truth was, he didn't want to get trapped in whatever it was that Mundus was trapped in, so instead he wanted to talk it out with the Godslayer who had chosen to not trap Quinn. Maybe it's a power he can only use on one of us at a time, Quinn thought. He figured out that the time stop was due to him, so he might think that I'm weak and I can take advantage of that. "Why are you doing this to us?" Quinn asked. The man lifted his head, and under his dark hood a smile could be seen. Why? Why are you people who are not from around here on this planet? Not only that, but you decided to come here and use your powers to freeze the time around here. That would suggest that you are up to something. There was something about this person that was truly terrifying, and it was the fact that somehow he was still able to move through the powers of Mundus. Even now in the ball, his powers were working as time was stopped. But if Mundus had decided to use his powers on Quinn, then even for him without his shadow it would take effect. We came to this planet by accident. Quinn answered. We needed something. And because we didn't want to alarm anyone, we decided to make sure no one would see us. Quinn was pretty impressed with himself. In the past he had been quite the bad liar, but with all the situations he had been in and put through, he felt like he was getting a little better at it. Haha. You are an incredibly bad liar, the man said. It seems you have no clue what I have been through. Do you know how many people have tried to kill me, raised the Dark Supreme Magus? I have come across one like your friend before, and it was more than once. The last time I had managed to injure him quite badly. However, he had managed to escape using a strange power that I hadn't come across before. I don't have many rules I live by, but one of them is to take the life of those that try to kill me, and that person had made it so one of my few rules was broken. In turn, I decided to study the particles of energy that was left behind and created a magic that would stop that from happening again. Now Quinn at least had an idea of what type of power he was up against, magic. The problem was it didn't help him much because he didn't really know what magic was. There weren't many people on Earth, if any at all, that used the power of magic. According to Ray, it was a lost art among humans over the years. The only time Quinn had experienced magic was through Bliss, and the amount of things it could do were very hard to comprehend, and this individual called Rays seemed a lot stronger than Bliss. The information of him beating other Celestials seemed to ring true from what Mundus said as well, just he never expected this to work so against them like this. If he's a magic user, then it makes sense why he is keeping his distance, but if I heard him right, then that orb that is surrounding Mundus is only blocking the celestial energy, and not his ability. It must be why Mundus' ability is still working but why he can't just teleport to the celestial space, or out of the strange orb. So that means it shouldn't have an effect on me. Quinn was shifting his feet slightly. He was ready to use the Nitro Accelerate ability to run over and give the Magus a single blow to finish him off. The element of surprise was still on his side. Just as he was about to move though, Rays spoke again. Aren't you wondering why I haven't attacked you? Rays asked. Let me ask you a question. Based on what I have seen, the relationship between the two of you, it doesn't seem to be too friendly. For a second, Quinn looked at Mundus because he had been by his side. In some ways he had slightly forgotten. In a lot of ways this situation was being forced on him. Well, I wouldn't say the two of us are exactly friends. Quinn replied. I thought as much. Rays replied. I am a reasonable person, you see. I can tell that the energy that is coming off from you is vastly different from the energy that is coming off from him. If my guess is correct, these beings have put a type of bounty on my head, but since they have failed a few times, they have asked for outside help and you are that outside help. Then you should think with your head a bit more. You are being forced to do this. Why? Is it because this being is all-powerful because they can harm your friends and family? Well, if that is the case, then doesn't this mean this is the perfect opportunity? This is your chance to kill that being and be free. It's your choice. An offer had been made, and one Quinn never thought would happen during this little task to defeat Godslayers. The words by Rays had certainly made him think for a second. Out of all the Celestials he had met, it was quite clear that Mundus was the most troublesome. He was the one that had trapped him in the celestial space away from his family. He was the one that had fought against his family and stopped time. Although he had heard of these ancient ones, maybe they were only a position. What if Mundus was the strongest celestial? Wouldn't getting rid of him make a lot of his problems go away? That look on your face, I don't like it, Mundus said from the ball. Don't tell me you are actually listening to this person. You know how vast the celestial space is. Doing what this person says would only make you a fool. Ah yes, Race said. Threatening the only person that has a chance of helping you, that is an extremely smart thing to do. I can see why he is considering an offer like this. Maybe at some point Quinn wouldn't have hesitated. but the words of what Mundus had said before had stuck in his head. The fact that if Quinn was in this situation, would Mundus help him? He said he wouldn't, and now the tables had turned where Mundus' life was in his hands. "I'll give you time to think," Reyes stated. "But please keep in mind that I have the ability to kill you both. So this is a very, very generous offer." It was true that fighting against Reyes wasn't a sure win for Quinn, but he didn't doubt himself. That wasn't what was worrying him regardless of how confident the Magus was. It was the fact of whether or not he would ever have an opportunity like this fall into his hands again. "Look, forget what I said before," Mundus said in a more panicked voice. Since Quinn was taking a long time to answer, it was worrying him. Because the ball wasn't just blocking out his celestial powers, it was stopping them completely. "If you free me, then we can take this person down together. There is no chance that the two of us will lose, especially with my power." For the first time, Mundus was happy to help Quinn against the Godslayer. But was this out of desperation or the fact that Mundus wasn't so cold-hearted? Originally, teaming up with Mundus meant that the Celestials would be off my back. He's right, in the celestial space there were thousands, no maybe hundreds of thousands of gods out there, and those were the only ones that I had seen. Mundus holds a high position in the Celestials, and taking him down would mean they would be after him, and there was the unknown power of the Ancient Ones. Maybe he would be safe, but what about his family? If Mundus wanted to, he had the chance to take them all out there and then, but he decided not to. Then, there's the armor as well. If I take out Mundus, then we can't go to the other Godslayers and create the armor needed to fight against Rey and the others. Am I strong enough? Do I have all the help I need to defeat Jack and Jim without the armor? It isn't like Reyes will help me in my battle just because I killed someone who was already trying to kill him. He has no debt to me. He could just kill Mundus himself. In Quinn's head, he was constantly flipping back and forth between the two options of which was better and which was worse. The armor, though, Mundus said that I would have to give it back. Going through all of this to create a powerful armor, only to be in the hands of the Celestials, will give them a powerful weapon, and if eventually the Celestials try to get rid of me, just like they have with all these other Godslayers, then it would only give them more strength to do that. A sinister smirk appeared on Quinn's face as he thought of this dilemma. Didn't it mean he could now take advantage of the situation as well? "Mundus, you said to me that Celestials stick true to their word, correct?" Quinn asked. "If you're talking about me helping you and not trying to kill you because you thought about killing me, then yes, I won't try to kill you after this and help you," Mundus replied. "That wasn't what I was talking about," Quinn said. "The armor that we are trying to create, you said that it would be lent out to me on a loan-like basis, but if I decide to help you and fight against the Godslayer, then I want to keep the armor." There was silence for a moment from Mundus. He also never imagined he would be in this situation in the first place. "I can make that promise, but whether the Ancient Ones will be happy about it or not will be another thing altogether. However, they are unaware of what is happening right now. Quinn is a family man. He isn't someone who would try to stir up trouble unless trouble comes to him. So this should be okay." "Fine, you have a deal. Now get me out of here and let's take him out," Mundus said. He hadn't fought in a while and normally didn't get angry at things that happened, at the Godslayers or troubles that would head his way. In a lot of ways he saw himself as a pacifist, but with his life put in danger, for the first time in more years than he could count, he was ready. Instead of touching the orb directly, Quinn had summoned his shadow from the back and created a large arm. He was controlling it, moving it over to where the orb was. He would try this first before trying anything else, just in case it affected him. It started to surround the floating orb, and the second it did, Quinn heard something. "Wait!" A voice resounded in his head. It almost echoed but was heard loud and clear. The shadow stopped for a second, as he wondered where the voice was coming from. "I've experienced something like this before. Is this telepathy? Is it coming from him?" Quinn thought. "It is, and sorry for intruding, but during that whole time, I was also listening in on your thoughts." Reyes said. "I know everything you were thinking. This is not our battle to fight, and I believe I can help you." With the shadow frozen around the orb, Mundus was wondering just what was going through Quinn's mind right now. Telepathy was something that was an ability on Earth. It was a power that belonged to one of the vampire families, and here it was being used by Reyes. It was clear that he was extremely powerful, but Quinn did wonder, what did he want to say to him? That he didn't wish for Mundus to hear? I know you are a good person. Reyes started the conversation, still talking in Quinn's mind. You care about the people here, even though you have no relation to them whatsoever. Before the fight was about to start, you asked the being next to you to transport us to a place where a battle wouldn't harm others. I have to admit to you, I am by no means a good person, and I am one that believes that one must be evil to vanquish evil. I even thought you might be like me, but I was wrong after reading your thoughts. You seem like a strong person who has been through a lot, and I don't think it's best that the two of us fight each other. What was Reyes trying to say, Quinn didn't quite understand, because surely from reading his thoughts, he would have known they didn't have a choice, and didn't he wish not to let Mundus go? I won't harm the person who is next to you. I can tell that getting rid of him is most likely to cause serious problems for you. So in return I ask you to just leave this place. This place, as much as I hate it, I do not wish for it to be destroyed, and if the two of us were to fight, I think that might be the outcome of this planet. This is where I belong, and you have a place where you belong, you should go back to it. Hearing these words all of a sudden had made Quinn lose the will to fight against him. He and Mundus would be able to leave, and in doing so they would do no harm to the people on the planet. The only downside was that they would lose a crystal, but Mundus knew plenty of places with other godslayers, so that wouldn't be too hard. How could he not accept this offer? I accept, and I'm sorry for coming to your planet. It was never my intention to destroy another planet, just to save my own. Quinn said. Quinn did truly mean that. There were times when he fought against others because it was the best option, and he thought it was the same now with him fighting against the Godslayers, but he could always convince himself there was a reason for fighting, that the outcome would be better this way. If there was a better option that would present itself, then he would take it, even if it would make his own life a little harder. That was just who Quinn was. It's a shame, Reyes said. Someone who is as strong as you is obeying these beings that wish to meddle in our lives. I could never do something like that. Our destiny is not set. This is our destiny. Let me tell you, nothing is set in stone. Every person has the power to make change. It was strange words of advice, but one that he would take with him. He never believed in things like destiny. It was why he chose to fight so hard in the first place. Oh, before I go, Reyes said, I will disappear from this place and release your friend. I want the two of you to be gone, to not interfere with a single person here. These are my people to mess around with. I don't care if you are gods, demons, or devils. If you don't listen to what I say, I will hunt every single person who is related to you down and kill them right in front of your eyes. Looking deep into Reyes' eyes, and sensing that there was no quiver in his voice, Quinn knew he meant those words. Reyes started to put his hands together, and yellow energy sparked between them. An item could then be seen in his hands. It was a crystal, and inside the crystal there was sparking energy, as if a lightning bolt had been captured in it. I have no use for this, Reyes said as he threw it up in the air, and Quinn managed to catch it. When holding on to the item, Quinn knew exactly what it was. It was a Godslayer crystal. It will have a better use for you than it will for me. I have a few of those. They are like trophies to me, so don't feel like you are indebted to me, and remember what I said. Reyes started to disappear. His body moved like mist and completely vanished. There was no trace of his power, just like he was never there, and Mundus fell to the ground as the orb disappeared as well. Did that man just give you a God-Slayer crystal? Mundus asked. Yeah, it's definitely a God-Slayer crystal, Quinn answered. The system had updated even though Quinn hadn't defeated the Godslayer, which was why he was sure of it. 3 out of 5 Godslayers have been defeated. I don't really know what happened there, but there are only 2 more to go. I need to focus on the task. Quinn thought. All right, let's get out of here, and why don't we talk about why it took you so long to make a decision? Mundus said, as the two of them were covered in a white light and disappeared from the planet. The battle with the Chained was originally when Quinn and Peter's return had been broadcasted. At the time no one was quite aware that it was them that had appeared, and they just assumed that it was a new group. They had assumed it perhaps was a guardian that worked for the Red Vampire's Laxmas. Originally, the battle had ended, and it had done so with the presumed death of Russ. There were many that thought he might have just gone missing, but according to Quinn himself, he stated that Russ was indeed dead. However, it was only later that Quinn himself would find out that Russ was alive, which was why seeing Russ now in front of them had come to a complete surprise to Shiro. Gio could feel the tension between the two in the room. They were trying to kill each other with their stares, which is why he decided to step in the middle of the two. "I assume you two aren't good friends then? Are these humans enemies of yours?" Gio asked. It was at that point that Layla had remembered as well, the fact that Russ had a deep hatred for the Blades, and it was the same the other way round. When the Chained were a large group, there were members of the Blades that had lost their lives due to the countless struggles. What are the Blades doing here in the first place? How are they so far out on this planet? Layla thought, and then it hit her. She remembered in the simulation they had watched, the one that Logan had shown them. Syl had transported the Blades far away, to a distant planet where Jack and the Dalki wouldn't be able to do them harm. It was the only explanation to why the Blades were currently here. "Shiro!" Layla called out. Hearing his name, he turned his head and looked at the others. Seeing Layla had allowed him to snap out of his rage-filled anger. "Layla, you're here as well? Why are you with Russ and where is Quinn?" Shiro asked. "These people know Quinn?" Gio raised an eyebrow trying to follow the conversation. "If they are companions of Quinn, then they can't be bad people. The big stone man knows Dad. Why does Dad know so many aliens?" Minnie asked. "That's Quinn's daughter." Gio scratched his head. Never did he dream he would meet the godlike being's family. Shiro started to walk towards Layla, planning to hear what had happened so far, ignoring his anger for a moment. Midway there, a person moved in his way though. "Do you think, now that you are in front of me, I would just let you go?" Russ said with a smile. His legs had transformed into the two thin limbs and they were purple in color. These were the legs of the Pensui. Dashing the short distance, Russ had moved too fast for Shiro to act and a fist was thrown out, landing cleanly on Shiro's cheek. He had no time to use his powers to block the attack, but his body did instinctively act with chi to protect him. Still, Shiro was lifted off the ground, into the air, and Nock had caught him. "You bastard!" one of the Blades shouted as they fired out a lighting strike, and all the other Blades and ability users started to use their powers as well to fire straight at Russ. "I have to thank you, Stark, for those nest crystals. Now I can use powers a bit more freely," Russ said, as he lifted his hands that were covered in the shadow power, and raised them from the floor. They were stopping the attacks. Seeing this, some of the Blades started to charge forward, and Shiro had readied himself a bit. "Do you want help taking this one on?" Nock asked. "No, this one is mine," Shiro shouted, as he ran forward, but in his mind he soon had changed to Vorden. "What is happening? Aren't these humans? Aren't they your friends?" Stark asked, a little panicked. "Those two have a complicated history," Layla replied. "We need to stop them." The problem was she was wondering what the best way was to stop them. She knew that Russ was unable to harm the Talon family. He needed to do everything to protect them, but it didn't state he couldn't attack the Blades, which was how Russ was able to act right now. At the front of the group, Vorden used the water ability and covered it in the second stage of Chi. Knowing Chi the best, he could sense that unlike the shadow Quinn used, this shadow had no properties of Chi. Meaning that if a Chi ability as such was used on it, it allowed his attack to go through, and that's exactly what he had done. The water had split open the shadow that was blocking the attacks in half like a wave. "You have no idea what I am capable of right now." Russ smiled, as behind the shadow, of all things Russ had summoned a Dalki, a 4-spiked Dalki. There were plenty of those in the room that had seen a Dalki before, so he could extract it from their mind and summon it. While at the same time, he had to pick the right level of spikes so it would allow him to summon an ally while also allowing him to still use powers and transform his own body. Immediately the Dalki went to swing its arm, throwing a punch at Vorden, and he ducked down, avoiding it as it hit nothing but air. "Ratton, it's your turn," Vorden said as the switch was done, and a facial expression had completely changed. Soon, flames could be seen on Ratton's hands, as he delivered his own punch right into the Dalki's stomach. It was a heavy blow since it was infused with chi as well, causing the Dalki to hunch over a little bit. They have gotten stronger to do that against a 4-spike Dalki and not switch abilities? Layla thought. However, it wasn't as if Russ was just going to stand there and do nothing. He also practically could attack all of the other blades and use them as a type of hostage. Russ, stop. Shiro, stop attacking. Layla shouted. The two don't seem to listen as Russ was getting ready to summon something even more powerful, while keeping the shadow power to protect himself, and the pensui legs for fast movement in and out of the way. Layla thought about jumping in, but she was hesitant. But if it was Quinn, he would have easily been able to stop the fight. Hey! Didn't you hear the lady? Gio was glowing with power, and was right by Russ's side, and his arm was already swinging toward Russ's body. She told you to stop. Russ tried to use his legs to run away while using his shadow power to block the attack, but this wasn't an ordinary slap, it was slap with celestial energy that hit the shadow, and the power went through it, throwing his body right through the wall of the library and into the hallway of the manor. You didn't listen either, Nock shouted, as he did the same with a glowing hand and hit Shiro's body, sending him through the wall again. All of the blades at that moment stopped using their ability and were no longer in a fighting stance. All right, if you two haven't cleared your heads, there are a lot more slaps from where those came from, Gio said. Russ was the first one to get up off the ground. These damn aliens are taking me for a fool. I see I shouldn't worry so much about hurting those around me, and just thought of getting rid of you all. Stop, Russ, Layla said. This will do nothing. What is the point of getting your revenge here of all places? What does it even achieve at this point, when there are those out there that are running the lives of others? If you continue to insist on fighting Shiro, then I will get involved. Minnie was also standing by her side ready to use her powers and her ring, and it looked like Cyril and Stark would join in as well. With all of them and that strange sword, along with the two strong giant rock aliens, Russ wasn't so sure he could win this battle, and there was no point wasting his energy. Fine, I give up, Russ said. But I don't give up on just taking out the blades. I'm just putting it on pause. When Shiro finally got up, he thanked Layla by moving his lips. That wasn't the reunion I was hoping for. So tell me, why are you here? Most of the blades were told to rest in the entertainment room or the dining room for the time being, while the rest of them gathered in one of the many large reception rooms that the manor had. This was to stop the tensions and disputes from happening between Russ and the rest of the blades. Shiro would simply relay the information to all of them afterwards. The ones that had gathered in the reception room sat on the hard surfaces that had been made. The couches they were sitting on weren't soft and cushioned. Instead, they were sharp-edged and had hard flat surfaces made of a type of shiny rock. A lot of the building was like this, made of sharp points, squares, and rectangles as it suited the Amra, especially since they had hard skin in the first place, but everyone else did find it a little uncomfortable. Regardless, now in the room together, the first thing Gio had done was apologize for hitting Russ. The main issue he had was the fact that they were fighting in his library. It was one of the additions he had made since becoming leader, wishing to broaden his knowledge about various subjects. Before, the Amra only had one goal, climbing the tower and growing stronger, but Gio wanted his people and himself to find interests and goals in other things, which was why he was expanding his reading. In his haste, he had panicked when the two were fighting, and decided to intervene, and in turn Nock followed. In the end, the two of them had done more damage to the books than anyone else, when knocking them through the walls. So, right now I feel like we are all quite confused. Shiro started the conversation. We know why we are here, but why are you guys here? Did you know we were here? It was the expected question, and Layla out of everyone decided to do the explaining, and when she did, she started right from the beginning. The day when Quinn was meant to get an award, the day he went missing. Layla explained a little bit about the Celestials and how they were keeping Quinn locked away, and then explained her own journey as well. Shiro had figured out that this must have happened while they were fighting with Jack, because they were unaware of the event, and at the time they were the only ones that didn't turn up for the award ceremony. But soon Shiro was in for more shocks. The fact that everyone had forgotten about them, the fact that everyone had forgotten about Quinn and Layla, that there was a power out there that allowed them to do that. She explained why Russ was with them as well. That's when they needed to explain how they met up with Cyril, and what they had seen and what Logan had shown them. After all of it, running away and traveling through the universe, they had picked up a few allies and continued to travel, eventually ending up on the Armor planet. A planet that Quinn had claimed to help out in the past, and was looking to ask for their help now. That's a lot to take in. Shiro replied. I can't believe it. I can't believe all of that happened while we were away, while we were stuck here on this planet and Sil. Shirio's fist was clenched and was bright red. He was squeezing it so hard. They're using him, using his power like he's some type of human battery. How could they do that? After calming down a bit, Shiro also had some more questions, and these were related to Quinn as to where he was now. They briefly explained the truth as they had no clue where he was, but were sure that he would return to the Mermerial planet safely and as quickly as he could. That's why we decided to get a head start. You said your name is Gio, correct? And Shiro, this goes to you as well. Layla said. The enemies that Quinn has been facing, Jack and Jim, are going through the universe, capturing planets and destroying race after race, enslaving them. They will soon be in this area as well. It's only a matter of time. Which is why Quinn, as well as the other races, are asking that we work together this time and fight against them. So I ask, do you wish to work with us? Gio and Shiro looked at each other at the same time. The answer was obvious, and they had already decided a while ago. Of course we will help, they both said. The Amra will have to fight the enemy attackers, and working together is better than working apart. It will be a pleasure to fight by the side of the Mermerials and the Pensui. Gio looked at both of them. And, no matter what, we need to get Sil back and solve all of this. We should come up with a strategy. They could come at any moment, and we need a plan to deal with them. Layla agreed, so the group decided to share their strengths there and then. After that, they also shared everything they knew about the enemy, and using all of the information they were forming the best plan they could think of at the time. Shiro had his finger on his chin, and his head was quite exhausted after learning everything. The enemy is quite versatile. They have the vampires and the originals on their side, which have strong abilities, and they have the Dalki blood powering them. They are stronger than they were before. Then, there are the Dalki. Their numbers seem to be quite large, and there is a mixture of those working by Jim's side as well as Jack's side, but according to the information we have, the ones that we should worry about are on Jack's side. Because with his power, he has managed to give the Dalki abilities. You have the humans and their abilities as well. The only good thing is that the Greylash family have decided to stay out of this, but Logan will be sending forces pretending to be on his side. Maybe we can use this at some point. Still, there are the big threats that aren't on our side to deal with. The person called Ray, who had the power to match up against Quinn. Then there is H, the Dalki who defeated Sil. Chris is extremely powerful, and Peter is by his side as well. Currently, we don't know the strength of Jack and Jim, but they have to have something to stay in power. Otherwise, everything would have fallen apart by now. The originals and the leaders have had their memories changed, like Mukka as well. Honestly, this is all a bit much, but that isn't even the biggest threat. They all knew what Shiro meant when he said this, because there was something that could turn the tides. It's Sil, Russ said. As long as they have that brat, then they can turn our allies against us. Although you are right, I don't think it will be that easy, Layla replied. For one, there are some of us that are unaffected by the memory change. There seems to be one mass factor when using the mass memory change as well. They can only change the memory of the person out with another. Because they are doing a mass change, they can't make it complicated as every person's memory is individualized. Think about it as well. Jim and Jack don't know that Quinn has saved the Mermerials, or are working with the Pensui and the Amra, and they don't need to know. They will come here, attacking thinking they are taking over just any other planet. During the fight, we just have to do our best to help out. During the fight as well, that is when their guard will be down the most. There will be fewer to protect Sil. We can send a small quick team that can get in there and break Sil out. Once Sil is free, he can use his powers to turn everything against Jack and Jim. Saving Sil is the key to winning this battle. The plan was being ironed out a bit more, and more allies were joining them. Meanwhile, Quinn had 2 more Godslayers he needed to beat to get what he believed he needed to win this war. At first, traveling using the celestial energy felt strange for Quinn. It wasn't like using the teleporters, it was almost as if his whole body was being dragged against his will. He remembered his time during a celestial, depending on his level, that he too would have been able to do something like this, but alas, although he did reach the higher levels, since he was trapped he never got to experience the full capabilities of what it was like to be a celestial. It does make me wonder though, is there a way to counter this ability? There has to be. The last Godslayer had come up with a way to counter the celestial energy completely, so there has to be a way. Otherwise, if I ever did get on the celestials' bad side, couldn't they just teleport me someplace far away? Just like Bliss did. Then I would just be transported again and again, and away from the people I want to protect. There was one thought that maybe his shadow ability could do something about it. After all, when being transported he didn't usually use any of his powers in case it did interfere. With the white light fading, the image of the planet they were on was starting to become clearer. He wondered what planet, what opponent he would go up against next, and whether or not he would have to use the tricks he still had up his sleeve. Even if he didn't, it was still something that he wanted to try out, as there wouldn't be more or better opportunities than this. The land? It's hard and dry. Quinn kicked the floor a few times. It's hot as well, but at least it's not as hot as the Phoenix planet we were on. When looking around more at the area around them, Quinn was starting to notice that it looked very similar to the Phoenix planet that they were on. Feels familiar? That's because we are on the Phoenix planet, Mundus stated as he could see the other person was confused. I thought I should take us to a planet where there are no others, no lives, no gods watching us, so we could have a nice little chat. In his thoughts, Quinn had almost forgotten that he had angered Mundus somewhat. To be honest, he did have the right to be annoyed, but Quinn still stood by what he had done, because he too had a right to be annoyed based on what had happened in the past. Do you want to fight me? Try to kill me? Quinn asked, summoning his shadow body. So Mundus was unable to use his powers. Calm down, Mundus said. I have no wish to fight. If I wanted to do anything I would have left you on that last planet and just left myself. We need to talk about the deal we made due to the sticky situation I was in. Quinn thought the deal was quite simple, so why would there be any need to talk about it? But he let Mundus go on, since he was happy that the two of them didn't have to fight. Quinn was still unsure about the celestial strength even if he did have a counter. I am happy to comply with the deal. I am a celestial of my word, and I have always stated that a celestial's word is important. Mundus said, we have to keep our promises, so that way the celestials have order amongst themselves. Otherwise no one can trust anything. However, that means I do have to make one thing clear, and that is the fact that the deal me and you made is between me and you. I will allow you to keep the armor, but I have to warn you that if the Ancient Ones found out about this, they would never accept such a thing. So when you have this armor of yours, it is best that you do everything in your power to hide it from other celestials. The Ancient Ones are aware that I wish to make you an agent, but they are unaware of what we are doing now, and we need to keep it that way. If somehow they do find out, then I will claim no part in this at all. The more Quinn hung out with Mundus, so to speak, the more rational he found him. The Celestial weren't always on his side, but he was one that did his duty, and seemed to be the most fair. Still, there had to be a reason Mundus was scared of the Ancient Ones finding out. They had to have a power that was beyond even his, and apparently Immortality also had power that made the Ancient Ones scared. I understand. This works well for both me and you, so then I have a request to make. Quinn wanted to take advantage of the tense situation a little bit more. You have to have your reasons for worrying about the Ancient Ones, and you seem confident that if they did find out about the armor, that they wouldn't trace it back to you. So I ask you for a favor, in these two upcoming battles, whatever power I show, you keep to yourself as well. I know you are the messenger and have to report to them everything, but there is something I noticed with the Godslayers that we fought against, especially the first one. The reason why he was on a hit list, it wasn't because he was evil and taking lives. I doubt that when it comes to the wider majority, but it's because the Ancient Ones were worried. If they find out about the armor, if they find out about my other powers, then it is very likely they will ask for the hit to be taken on me. If that does happen in the future, I will not blame you. I just wish that you aren't the one that is the cause of it. After all, I saved your life back there. Mundus wanted to stomp his feet on the ground, but he thought that it would be quite childish of himself to do so, so he restrained himself. Every time he thought back to what had just happened, he wanted to punish himself for getting caught. Never had he been in such a vulnerable position before. It was an embarrassment, and in some ways, he just wanted Quinn to never mention what happened again. Fine, I agree, and it seems you have caught on quickly. As I said before, I am one that always keeps my promises, but as for the ancient ones, they never make any promises, so if I have one word of advice, don't get their attention. Mundus said these words knowing full well Quinn had already somewhat got their attention. There were hundreds of thousands of Celestials and God-slayers, yet Quinn had stood out among them. All right, I'll take you to the real place now, Mundus said. This one is one that you will really need. While being transported, Quinn of course wondered what Mundus meant by really need. He could only guess he was talking about the armor. There were a few times where Mundus had stated that these God-slayers he had selected were due to him believing that they were the best choice. However, if Quinn was unable to get the God-slayer crystal, almost like they had done on the last planet, he believed Mundus could always just take them to another God-slayer. Did this mean it wasn't an option, that he needed to defeat this opponent no matter what? Well, at least we aren't on the Phoenix planet anymore, that's for sure, Quinn thought. He was only confused last time due to the drastic temperature change. Without the Phoenix, it was dropping in heat fast after it had died. In front of him, there was a dark atmosphere. Most of his fights had been during the day, but this planet was covered in darkness. It was hard to tell if it was due to it just being nighttime, or because the clouds above were so thick it almost looked like it let no light in. Apart from the lighting that would come out from the clouds from time to time, lighting up the area here and there. Looking at his feet, Quinn noticed that he was standing on what could only be described as a large pillar. They were high up in the air, and could see far and wide across the land. From what he could see, there looked to be large lakes of water, but they were filled with a dark sludge of sorts. The strangest thing were the random large pillars made from the ground. It was hard to tell if they were intentionally made and put there, as they weren't perfect in shape. Meanwhile, they were spread across the entire area, standing tall like skyscrapers. This doesn't look like a nice place, Quinn commented. Look at the beasts that are here. Can you tell that they are different? Mundus asked. Looking around, although there seemed to be no signs of intelligent life of the sort. At least not a civilization like the last planet. Unlike the Phoenix planet, there were plenty of beasts. They were giant in size, far bigger than the usual beasts Quinn would come across, who were already large. What he was looking at, nearly all of them were no smaller than the dragon the Dalki had been made from, and nearly all of them looked to be just ferocious. Take a look at them. There must be something I'm missing? It was a habit now. It had become second nature for Quinn to just use the inspect skill on everything he could see to gather as much information as possible. There was no need to even select the skill from the system anymore. He just thought about the skill and information would pop up there, and then, it can't be. This is crazy, Quinn thought as he looked at them all. Every single one of those beasts are really at the demon tier? He had been on planets before where there were a high amount of demon tier beasts, but this was nothing compared to those. Every beast that was roaming around was at the demon tier. If there were those that knew about this planet, he was sure that multiple races would be fighting over calming it. But with so many dangerous monsters, could they even take it? I guess that means, this time I will be going up against a God-slayer beast rather than a human type? Quinn asked, even though the answer was obvious. With every opponent you have faced, I have given you an amount of information that will assist you, but not help sway the fight in any way, and I shall do the same now, Mundus explained. Yes, the one you will be fighting is a beast that has thrived on this planet. A planet where there are strong enemies left and right, but even here, in a place like this, there is one that has managed to reside above all. I want you to imagine for a second what that would take. What type of beast would be able to do such a thing? And your answer is right here on this planet. We have given it the nickname King of Beasts. Hearing this, Quinn thought that maybe Ray, who claimed to be king of the dragons, which was a type of beast, would have to disagree with that. Although, whether or not dragons were beasts was another thing to think about altogether. From what he had heard, they seemed to be more so a separate existence. Not quite fitting in any category, at least that was true for Ray. Due to this, the official God-slayer has been called King Behemoth. Mundus continued. The beast is so large that when it moves, The whole planet shakes due to its weight and force. It towers over these pillars as if they were nothing. Quinn didn't know if Mundus was exaggerating or not. Was it even possible for a beast to be so heavy, or so dense in nature it would shake the planet? Wouldn't that mean it would have its own gravitational force as well? Now he wished he had paid a bit more attention in his classes at school, but it didn't change any of the facts of what he would have to face. The behemoth is a creature who seems to withstand anything. All of our attempted attacks had ended in failure, but not because they had perished, it was because they simply couldn't do any real harm to the beast. It was a matter that was put up on the ladder of importance, and either myself or maybe even an ancient one would have to deal with this, but in the end they classified this God-slayer as unimportant. For one, the God-slayer is unable to leave the planet. It has no skills to do so, and there is no life on the planet that can help it do so. So we simply decided that the best thing to do would be to wait it out. Wait until the beast dies of natural causes, but strong beasts can live up to 1,000 and 1,000 of years, with some getting even stronger. There are yet to be any signs of this beast slowing down. If I'm honest, I really see it hard for you to beat this one, even with all of your strength. You might need to even pass and give up, but I believe that if you do manage to kill it, and obtain its God-slayer crystal, it will be the strongest component to your armor set. There were a lot of words, one that made the God-slayer seem just as powerful as those before it. But where was the God-slayer? With that question in mind, Quinn could feel the whole ground beneath him move. The shaking was violent and felt unnatural. Usually, even if there was an earthquake of some kind on a planet, Quinn would be able to keep his footing still. Yet for some reason, the shaking of this not only shook the ground but was shaking his whole body as well. It was as if the air around him was violently shaking about, causing him to move. Is this the behemoth moving? Quinn thought. I'm not even fighting it. I can't even see it and it's shaking the entire place this much. How would I get a clean hit on the thing if I can't even stop myself from moving? Due to the way the shaking was working, even if he was to fly or jump, his whole body would still vibrate, and he wasn't the only one being affected, those below were as well. Eventually, though, the shaking had come to a stop. It had only lasted a few seconds. The pillars that they were standing on were still intact, and both of them were fine. What happened? Quinn asked. The behemoth must be sleeping. I imagined it just moved a bit to change its position. That's why the shaking has stopped. We have come at a good time, Mundus claimed. That was just from it moving. I wonder how big this beast really is? Quinn thought. Taking a minute, Quinn looked down below. He was reluctant to just drop down. He could head straight for the beast, but instead he was thinking about something else, about the words that Mundus had mentioned. There was a chance that he would fail to defeat this Godslayer, but it wasn't a problem if he did. However, that didn't mean he couldn't take advantage of the situation they were in now. Looking carefully, Quinn saw a large winged creature that looked somewhat like a giant moth, only it had long legs with multiple joints out of its side like a spider, and had 2 fangs at the front like one as well. It wasn't too far away. At that moment, he started to gather his blood aura, swirling it around in both arms. He was condensing the power, while on the pillar he had the time to gather and condense the energy. Finally, Quinn had made 2 pure red blood spears in his hand. Before Mundus could ask what he was planning to do, he had already leapt off the pillar a great distance, just far enough to jump over some of the demon-tier beasts below, and reached his target, the strange moth-like beast. While on his way down, he threw the blood spears as hard as he could. The tip of both of the spears started to spin. The blood spears had pierced right through the demon-tier beast, going through the bottom of its body and the middle segment, leaving the head and wings untouched. Screaming in pain, the beast tried to lift itself, attempting to fly away. But when it reached the end of the spear, it had hit the bottom part, which was larger than the middle section of the spear. It was like a square block. When creating the spears, Quinn had done this on purpose. The blood spears were never meant to kill the beast, but to stop it from flying away. As Quinn continued to fall, he gathered blood around his gauntlets, opened his hand like tiger claws, and the aura flowed around his fists, creating an image of a tiger. Quinn landed right on top of the beast's body, slamming both of his claws right into the center of the beast. Waves of red energy went flying and swirling about in the air. Quickly, Quinn then jumped off, The beast looked incredibly weakened. Quinn had come a fair way from what he was before. He never imagined that he would be able to kill a demon beast of all things, with just 3 blows, but his aim was never to kill it in the first place. Now in front of the beast, Quinn had pulled out his dual blood guns and started to fire away, firing at its wings, firing at its legs, and other parts of its body, but he made sure not to hit any of its vital spots. Finally, when the beast looked weak enough, that was when Quinn decided to use his shadow, and when it went out, it covered the beast for a couple of seconds, and when the shadow disappeared, the beast looked different compared to before. The spears that were in its body had disappeared, and its eyes were darker with a faint shadow like mist coming off its body. You have successfully infected a beast. I won't waste a trip to a planet like this. Right now, what's in front of me is a gold mine that I can use to help in the war. I already have a number of beasts and 3 demon tiers, including the ones at the settlement, but if I can capture even more demon tiers to help, then they can go up against the 5-spiked Dalki and above. Some beasts that were the same type could live next to each other, but demon tier beasts were unique, and it was the same here. Nearly every demon tier beast looked different. If the beasts were to get within each other's territory, then it would most likely start a fight immediately, which was why the demon tiers were spread quite a bit apart from each other. This was perfect for Quinn, as it wouldn't draw the aggro of the other demon tiers while he was fighting. So all he had to do was continue weakening them one by one. Mundus had eventually appeared by Quinn's side to have a look at what he was doing, and looked at the beast for a few moments and noticed it was no longer attacking, and the energy that was surrounding it. I'm guessing this is your doing? What are you doing? Shouldn't you be conserving your energy for fighting against the behemoth, and not wasting your time fighting the rest of these? Mundus asked. This is part of my plan to take the behemoth down, Quinn replied. Besides, I'm the one that's in a rush. So don't worry, I will be doing this as quick as I can. Quinn then used his shadow, and soon another beast was summoned. It was the 2-headed antler beast he had fought with at the settlement, and this beast had a special power, a power that could not only be used on itself but on others as well. The beast was ordered to go next to the large moth-like creature, and when they stood side by side, its whole body started to light up blue. The light started to transfer over to the moth-like creature, and the wounds that were on its body were starting to heal. Eventually, the moth demon tier beast was back in action and was able to fight as good as it did before, if not better. Alright, with these 2, let's go on to the next one. Quinn smiled as they searched for the closest demon tier beast. Mundus couldn't quite believe what he was seeing, and it was part of the reason why he was keeping quiet. Quinn was taking control of the demon tier beasts. He was creating an army right in front of his eyes. With each demon tier beast he took control of, the next one became easier, and eventually 3 demon tier beasts could take out one on its own while Quinn took out another, and as this number multiplied it would just start to spread and spread. Part of the reason why Immortality was feared was due to his power to create demons from his blood. He could create beings that were on the God Slayer level, and the power was able to spread to others. An example of that are the vampires themselves. That was what got the Ancient One so worried, that he could create his own army. Right now, I am witnessing something on the same level with Quinn's shadow power. Is this the secret he wished for me to keep? Did he know this is the type of thing that the Ancient Ones fear? Mundus continued to watch Quinn carefully with the thoughts in his head, and what he feared seemed to come true. Quinn continued to defeat the demon tier beasts. He was so much stronger than them that he was able to injure them just enough so they wouldn't die, and then use the shadow infect skill. If someone was to tell others what was happening right now, they wouldn't believe it. There were those that had trouble enough just defeating a demon tier beast, but to weaken it to the point where you just kept it alive could only be possible if there was a large difference between the 2. I guess something like this has to be a capability of the one that I am watching, Mundus thought. He has to at least be able to do this much, if he wishes to be a strong agent. The fear was still in the back of his mind though, because Quinn had now successfully captured 10 demon tier beasts, infecting them all, ones with all sorts of different abilities. Some of the demon tier beasts were in more difficult terrains to reach or had some powers that he needed to be cautious of, which slowed him down a bit but still gave him next to no trouble. That's 10 demon tier beasts, but I still have no idea how many 5-spiked plus Dalki they have on their side. Someone like One Horn would be able to defeat a demon tier beast, and they might have hundreds or thousands of One Horns. Quinn thought. Such a shame. Alex added. With this many demon tier beasts, you could maybe kill a few and upgrade the bullets of your guns. It would always be handy to maybe keep some of their powers for yourself. Remember, unique bullets that do different things can be kept in the guns as well. I know creating an army is more helpful in the current situation you are in, but you also have to think about improving yourself. Taking somewhat of a break while ordering the other beasts to go ahead and continue the spread of his shadow infect. Quinn was thinking about what Alex had said. The guns were good for long range and some of the bullets were useful. They also condensed his aura down, so it was better to use a blood bullet than it was for him to use a blood swipe. However, with the level of opponents he was facing, the once great Godslayer weapons had little effect. Quinn needed to combine all of his powers of chi, blood aura, blood control, and his physical strength and speed to stand a chance of injuring them. The guns were just a good distraction with the way they were. Ultimately, one of his strongest attacks, the Tiger Pulse, needed to be delivered hand to hand. The gauntlets I have are at the demon tier level, well, one of them is at least. Quinn thought. A lot of his better gauntlets had ended up being destroyed or absorbed, leaving him with the Draenmo demon tier gauntlet. It was hard for him to get a grip on the opponents he was fighting for more than a few seconds, so draining their chi energy was hardly something he could do. Before, he had used his celestial blood to create a pair of gauntlets over his body. It was stronger than any equipment he had, and even if he used equipment it would just end up disappearing anyway. Maybe, among all of these demon tier beasts, I can find some beasts that would suit turning into a pair of new gauntlets for me to use as well. No doubt, I will have to face Ray in a close quarter battle as well. Quinn thought. Truthfully, the best result would be to get a pair of Godslayer gauntlets. That would give me the most amount of power to go with the Amur, but I don't think I could get Mundus to agree on that, to send me to 2 more Godslayers. He seemed reluctant with the armor, and I have already asked him for so much already, and I don't even know if I would have the time to fight against 2 more Godslayers, and that's even if I can beat them. I've been away from the others longer than I would have liked. Quinn thought. Maybe you don't have to get any more crystals. Alex suggested. Hear me out, the Godslayer crystals are slightly different to anything I have worked on before, and I honestly think 5 crystals is already a bit overkill to create an entire set. I doubt that Mundus expected you to be able to get all 5. I believe he might have thought about saving you all along if you were ever to get in a lot of trouble. He just needs to appear tough on the surface. Quinn wasn't so sure about that, but he didn't doubt Alex's words when it came to creating equipment. Maybe Alex was right and 5 Godslayer crystals were too much. I can't guarantee it right now, but I can try and attempt to do one of 2 things, using the armor to create a complete set from head to toe. Based on these crystals, I reckon that each piece will have its own active skill, and then it will also have a set active skill just like the range set. Only this time, I want to create a weapon to be part of the set as well. If there isn't enough energy, then I think we can also repurpose the guns to create a stronger weapon by mixing it into the set, creating the gauntlets that you need. It sounded all good, but Quinn wasn't really following as Alex was the actual forger, and there was one major thing that was bothering him. What you are suggesting right now, repurposing the weapon, what will that mean for you? What will happen to you? Quinn asked. Quinn, do you think I understand what has happened to me right now? Because I really don't, so to be honest I have no clue. Maybe I will be lost forever, maybe I will become a part of the whole set, or I will just be in the weapon like I am now, who knows. But right now, you need to take risks, you have multiple planets to save, and I have lived an exciting life, more exciting than ever. If I was to disappear knowing I made the strongest creation, to make you the most bad-arse person in the universe, then I will be happy with that thought. Based on the emotional feelings Quinn was feeling having this conversation, he wanted to put it on hold for now, because he needed to focus on the task at hand. Quinn continued with the shadow infect, and in total he now had infected 25 demon tier beasts. He would have continued if it wasn't for the fact that the shaking had started again, and it lasted more than a few seconds this time. It looks like you have run out of time, you must fight now, Mundus said. Good luck. The vibrations from the ground had started again, and now that they were on the ground, rather than on one of the large pillars, Quinn could feel its effect a lot more. It was a strange feeling, just like the last time. It was hard for him to keep his footing stable. Not only was the ground moving, but it felt like the air was as well. There is one thing I can try, even though I don't think it's an ability, but it should still be able to block out what is happening around me. Quinn thought. The shadow body was used, and from head to toe, Quinn was covered in the shadow. As he had assumed, he could no longer feel the vibrations, and it was much easier to move. To think that I would have to use my powers just because a beast is moving. Just how strong is this God Slayer that you have me going up against this time? Mundus. Quinn raised his hand toward one of the pillars and opened up a shadow portal. In doing so, he stepped through another shadow portal in front of him, reaching the top of the pillar, giving him a clearer view of what was happening. The shaking hasn't stopped this time, so I can assume the beast really is moving this time, Quinn said. Looking down, he could also see the demon beasts running away. They no longer seemed to care about each other's territory as they just ran away side by side. It was crazy to think that these were demon-tier beasts that were acting like this, and it gave Quinn another clue as well. Beasts, just like animals, were more sensitive, just like as a vampire, Quinn's senses were also more sharp. But due to the vibrations everywhere and in the air, he was having a hard time locating just where the behemoth would be coming from. Turning around, that's when he could see it in plain sight, and there was no need to search for it. I guess there is no need for me to tell you, but that is the opponent you will be facing, Mundus said. As I said before, I wish you good luck. Mundus had disappeared from Quinn's side, observing the situation and the match from somewhere close by, no doubt. Meanwhile, Quinn had to take in just what he was seeing. From top to bottom, it was a sight that he couldn't even imagine seeing in his dreams. The beast had 2 large horns like that of a ram. They were black in color and incredibly thick in size. The thing was, the beast was so large that the horns of the behemoth were passing through the clouds. As it moved slowly, its horns seemed to split the clouds apart, and the lightning from the dark clouds was hitting the horns and having no effect. The lightning seemed to be attracted to the horns, as it never struck anywhere else while the behemoth moved. The behemoth had a regular face of a beast, something that looked quite similar to a bull. However, it had 2 large, overhanging tusks on its face that pointed downward towards its neck and curled slightly. The entire body looked somewhat like a human, as it stood on its hind legs, walking slowly one step at a time. The beast was black-skinned, but throughout its body there were swirling markings. It looked almost like veins on a human, but were illuminated in a golden glow. The illuminating power could be seen flickering on the skin all over. This is the first time when looking at something, I can understand why they call it a God Slayer, Quinn thought. If there was one thing Quinn thought he had against this opponent, it looked like it was time. The movements of the beast were incredibly slow. As for where it was trying to move to, who knew? Maybe Quinn had attracted its attention when he was hunting demon-tier beasts. There was also the worry, like with the phoenix, when he got within a certain range, maybe then it would try to attack. Should I try hitting it from far away with the bullets and see how it reacts like I usually would? Quinn thought. No, a better option while it's moving towards me is to try and condense my power into the strongest attack I can and try to kill it in one hit. Let's aim for the head. He already knew both of his soul weapons would have no effect on a beast like this. The beast was already slow, so slowing it down would do nothing. Even with shadow inside the beast, Quinn doubted he could force it to move to his will. The twin tail chain, although it is strong, wouldn't be able to do much other than scratch its body a few times, so there was no point of tiring himself out with attacks like that. Quinn raised both of his hands in the air, and a large orb of red aura started to gather. It was condensing while growing in size. The ball of aura was getting larger and larger until it was around the same size as a house. Alright, I've condensed as much blood aura as I can into one space. Now to add my chi in and make sure this ball doesn't explode. Just like when he combined the 2 powers in his body, Quinn needed to create a good balance. When creating an attack outside of his body, he needed to make sure the chi got to mixing with the blood at the right places. If I've timed this right, by the time it reaches me, I'll be close enough to hurl this thing. I'll push it forward with my blood control and the 3rd stage of chi right into its head. It was safe to say that what Quinn held in his hands was a pure ball of power. It had all of his strength. In a normal fight, he would never have the time to condense so much blood and so much chi into one attack. But here he was able to. Now! Quinn leapt up into the air, nice and high. He used his strong legs to push him up so he could reach the clouds. Looking in front of him, he could see the beast around 50 meters away. If the beast swung its arm, it was likely that it would still be able to reach him. Yet for some reason, there was no reaction from the behemoth at all, as if it didn't notice Quinn, which, in a way, annoyed him a little. He hurled the ball and pushed it forward. It moved fast through the air. It was not as fast as the blood bullets but too fast for the behemoth to react as the large ball covered its entire face and hit it dead on. The attack exploded on impact with red aura going off in all directions. The black clouds had turned red, and waves of blood aura were seen pulsing out in the sky, and back past Quinn, moving his hair. I have to be ready as that might not have been enough to kill it, but it should have done some major damage. If I give it a tiger pulse blow, or something similar, I can maybe finish it off. As the red aura started to settle, Quinn could see the behemoth taking a step, and its large face continuing to move closer. When it did, it looked like there wasn't a scratch on the behemoth. There was no blood, no sign of damage, and the beast continued to walk forward as if it was programmed to do that and nothing else. Not even a scratch. No, that has to be impossible. Is it a shield? Some strange energy? No, if it was, I would have sensed something. It is just its skin. Is that how tough this thing is? How am I going to kill this thing? Quinn thought as he started to worry. Shaking his head, Quinn couldn't let this setback shock him. There were plenty of times when fighting his enemy that his attacks didn't go through. If there was one thing Quinn was, it was the fact that he was versatile with his attacks. If one thing didn't work, then it just meant he would have to try something else. Let's keep trying ranged attacks first to see what the behemoth reacts to. I still can't believe that he didn't react to the last attack at all. But now I see, if something like that doesn't hurt it, then why does it need to worry about something like an ant? Like me. It was hard to believe that Quinn was calling himself an ant. But here he was, running on what width of the platform that the pillar had. He then jumped, aiming to land on another pillar off in the distance. While doing this, Quinn switched to the blood guns, and once again started to fire away every type of blood bullet he had. They hit the beast, but as somewhat expected, just like the last attack when it touched the skin, it did nothing apart from the blood forest bullet. Blood from the behemoth has been absorbed. The blood is poisonous to the user. The blood has not been absorbed. The blood forest bullet had a special effect where it could pierce through the skin and absorb the blood. This was how Quinn was able to upgrade his own blood powers when fighting against the demons. It also allowed him to heal in fights, and if he was fighting against the Dalki, it would give him a boost in power. Since this was a godslayer, Quinn thought maybe it would have a special effect, but it didn't. Just like beast blood, the blood of this behemoth was poisonous to him. Still, it means one thing: this behemoth can get hurt. Maybe it just can't react, or it's taking away a little health. Just like an ant, maybe over time it could whittle away a human, a bite at a time. Quinn continued to fire the bullets as he finally landed on the other pillar away from the behemoth, while having the image of an ant attacking a human, and he thought he was mad. What am I thinking? A human would just heal before a single ant could kill him. The human would die from old age before getting killed by an ant. Now, having landed on the pillar, Quinn continued his large-scale attacks. First, the 1,000 blood swords that he raised in the sky. He aimed them all towards different parts of the behemoth. He doubted it would be able to pierce the skin, but perhaps a weak spot could be found. When the swords hit, though, no weak spot was found. 2 large blood spears were then thrown out, spinning as fast as possible like a drill. The hope was it would break through the skin, but just like everything else so far, it was a failure as well. Soon after that, Quinn condensed the blood into whips. Now the behemoth was close again. He leapt up with the condensed blood whips powered with his chi, and swung them down, dragging it across the beast's body until he had reached the ground. But there was still nothing. Looking up, the beast's foot was about to land on him. Quinn quickly moved out of the way, letting it hit the ground. If long-range attacks won't work, then I'll just have to try close-range attacks instead. Running toward the leg before it lifted, Quinn had made the blood drill in both hands. He threw them with his great physical strength, hitting the side of the leg. The larger the beast was, the harder they would fall. The only thing was, this beast didn't fall as it was unaffected. He continued to try a number of attacks, the tiger blood pulse attack, just chi on its own. He even used his shadow and condensed it into a large arm to try and grab the ankle of the beast. But as if there was no resistance at all, the behemoth continued to lift its leg and continued to walk forward, completely ignoring Quinn. I've tried to find a weak spot, but I can't find anywhere where the beast will get hurt. It doesn't seem to have a shield, nor is it getting its power from somewhere. Is this why they decided that the best thing to do was leave this Godslayer be, to just leave it until it died of old age? Quinn thought. Not wanting to give up, he had activated his current armor skill. Nitro Accelerate activated. With more speed I can generate more power, and I have the time to power up my attack. Quinn stood his ground as he gathered blood around his fingertips. They were starting to glow bright red. The behemoth had continued to walk and had gotten a little away from him, but it wasn't far enough. Running at a speed, red pulses of energy were breaking off from Quinn almost every second like a heartbeat. He continued to run forward and swung his fist to hit the leg. This time, instead of an image of a tiger that would be created from his blood pulse, there was a large floating dragon coming out from his fist made from the blood aura. He punched with all his might the side of the behemoth, and his nails for the first time had managed to pierce through the skin. The behemoth could bleed. However, it lifted its leg up just fine. Quinn's fingertips came out the behemoth and it continued to move. That had everything, my armor, my condensed powers combined into one along with my martial arts. But it still can't defeat it. Mundus was watching everything, and he had seen the same sight before, the same despair that Quinn was going through right now. It was the same with the other Celestials that had attempted to take the behemoth down. It was why they had decided to do what they did. I wonder how long it will take before he decides to give up? It doesn't look like he will be able to make any progress. The look in Quinn's eyes still showed he had hope, because he still had things he wanted to try. If large attacks don't work, then maybe large amounts of attacks could work. 1,000s of ants could probably take out a human. Quinn thought, going a bit mad. Using the shadow, the demon tier beasts were summoned along with a number of other beasts. As long as they were careful about not being trampled on, the behemoth would ignore them. All right, mass attack time now, Quinn ordered. All of the beasts with their powers and such started to attack the beast. Quinn went back to pummeling the beast with his fists and blood aura, while controlling the swords behind him to strike and do the same. He threw out blood tornadoes, he threw out blood spears, punches, kicks, everything he could think of while the beasts continued to attack. This went on for around an hour with absolutely no sign of progress, and it was then that he had decided to put the beasts back away in his shadow space. The behemoth was still unscathed after an hour of non-stop attacks. "Have you given up?" Alex asked. "No, I just need to rest a little while I decide what to do," Quinn responded. Alex could guess what Quinn was contemplating, and he decided it was best to give him the little push he needed. "Usually I stay out of these things and let you think about these things on your own. But I have to say something. Quinn, don't hold back, no matter what, I think we need to get this crystal. Think about it, with how hard it has been to even injure this thing, just think what type of crystal, no, what type of armor could be made from this. This is something we need." This comment made Quinn smile, and just like Alex guessed, it had made Quinn make his decision. He leapt up from the ground onto a pillar once more, and looked at the behemoth. "Since you aren't attacking me no matter what, I guess it won't matter too much if I will have to use one of the tricks I have up my sleeve. Let's see how strong you are. Demon form has been selected. Your body is transforming." The demon form was something Quinn was unable to use against the previous Godslayers because, in all honesty, he had no idea what the power was or what it did. It was possible it would be a bad matchup against his opponent, or like the previous bloodsucker form that the demon from had taken over, it could have downsides. The bloodsucker form doubled all of Quinn's stats, but he was unable to use his powers and his HP was at great risk. Due to the many powers he had gained, including that of Chi, his current form mixed with the powers were stronger than his bloodsucker form, which was why he had stopped using it. However, this was different. "I need to fight it. I need to stay conscious," Quinn thought. "Even though there is low risk due to the opponent, there is still a risk, and I need to know what this form does. I was able to find a way to keep my mind with the bloodsucker form, so I should be able to do the same here. Staying in his own mind, Quinn could feel changes to his body, and they weren't only internal changes, they were physical. One of the large changes to his body was something he had experienced before, as it felt like something wanted to rip out from his back, and they did. 2 large wings sprouted out, ripping through his skin. They looked like pieces of flesh at first, as they were covered in blood and had a light pink color to them. As they grew out and fanned out more, the sheer size of them looked far too big for the body of Quinn, almost like a butterfly, but were still sharp and jagged, more like a bat's. It wasn't the end of pain for Quinn, as he could still feel great pain from his back, and right underneath his shoulder blades where the wings had sprouted from. Something else could be felt ripping right through his skin. To his shock, it was another pair of wings, these ones quite a bit smaller compared to the large ones, reaching the same length as his arms could. After the wings, the extra growing parts didn't stop there. Quinn could feel his whole body stretching out, getting larger, but not in a muscular way like it did when he transformed into a bloodsucker. H's natural body was growing in size all over. While he was still conscious, he made the quick decision to put the armor in the shadow space. He was still able to use his powers, but the transformation wasn't over yet. From the top of his backside, a long black tail sprouted out. It had a thick base that would gradually get smaller, but towards the end there was a special point that was glowing red. The tail wasn't the last part that spouted out from his body, that came from the top of his head. Just like the tail, 2 black horns had come out. They were quite thick at the base and narrowed out to a sharp point, and just like the tail, the tips of the horns were glowing red. This demon form is such a difference compared to the bloodsucker form. They're not the same at all. And why is my mind being filled with? It was confusing for Quinn. He couldn't even think what it was being filled with. Emotions were coming over him, and he could only think about trying to suppress these thoughts so he didn't lose his mind, so he didn't lose consciousness. He was hanging on by a thread. Finally, the last changes were occurring to Quinn's body. When looking at his hands, he thought his skin was going paler, but that wasn't the case at all. It changed completely. It felt rough to the touch. His skin felt incredibly thick, and it was turning completely white like snow. The white skin was covering his entire body. Most of his clothes had already ripped off due to the size change he had, leaving only little around his private area. The white skin had spread over everything, including his wings. There were only a few parts that didn't turn white. Around his arms, similar to how Quinn's gauntlets would look, it was black-skinned from the elbow to his fingertips. It was clear that it was part of his skin, and the black part of his body almost looked as if it was a different material. The same pattern of black skin occurred on his feet as well, covering it up till his knee, fading into his white skin. Then there was his glowing eyes, glowing completely red to the point where nothing else could be seen. The transformation looked like it was complete, and Quinn couldn't take it anymore. Placing both hands on top of his head, he held onto the horns. Pulling on them, it almost looked like he was going to rip them off. "I am in charge of this body," Quinn screamed. "I am in control." Was he fighting against inner demons? Did this from bring on another personality? Or was he borrowing a power from someone? It was none of these things. This was all Quinn. This was his own power, his vampire power in its purest form, and it was doing its best to try and get Quinn to follow its will. Mundus was watching everything from the side, wondering what this was. It was clear to him now that the secret that Quinn wanted him to keep was this. This was what he wanted to hide from the Ancient Ones, and he knew why. The power I am feeling from him, it's similar to Immortality. It almost feels like there is a second one in front of me, but rather than a celestial we have a god slayer on our hands. This could even be more dangerous than Immortality. Mundus had done a bit of research into the vampires after learning of Quinn and the humans. In the first place, the vampires were a creation from Immortality's power, and Immortality's condition was simple. The more lives lost due to him, then he would be fulfilling his condition. He was a god of death, which was why it was only natural for the vampires to feel the urge to kill, the urge to fight. Right now, Quinn didn't even seem like a vampire and was closer to Immortality himself, which was why his mind urged him to kill. Whether Quinn was wasting his time or not, trying to fight off this urge, it was hard to say. But looking at him now, it looked like he had lost. Quinn lowered his hands away from his horns slowly. He stood up straight and tall, as all 4 of his wings stretched out. "Arg!" Quinn screamed at the top of his lungs. His voice was being projected so loud that no matter where one was on the planet, they would have been able to hear the noise. At the same time, waves of red energy were flowing out from all parts of Quinn's body. The ground beneath him, the area around him, all of it was being destroyed, disintegrating by the second. His body was sinking into the ground as he stood there, as the floor was withering away by the second. With this power, he might actually be able to do it. He could truly be the first to beat the behemoth. Mundus was shaking with excitement while lifting his own hands. He was trying to block the waves from hurting him, but it was impossible, and in the end he had to use his power. Even though I have stopped time in front of me, it still feels like I can feel this power through the time stop. Is it still active? What tarnation is going on? Looking at Quinn closer, it wasn't just vampire aura coming out from his entire body. Mixed in with the red waves were those of black and white. They were sparking off in all directions, like thousands of volts of lighting emitting from his body. It was then that the behemoth for the first time had stopped walking, and turned around to look at Quinn. The sense of time had always been strange for Quinn. He had lived most of his young life as a human, but after that he had experienced many things that changed everything. Perhaps it first started when he lived through Vincent's life. During that time, he wasn't just shown memories of his ancestor Vincent, but went through it as if he was actually there himself. Still, since he wasn't in control of what was happening, it never felt like he was the one making decisions. After that, Quinn needed to grow up quickly, as he was put through test after test, war after war, and enemy after enemy, all for it to fall on him as he went into a deep slumber, one that managed to last 1,000 years. Even after waking up, Quinn had gone into the celestial space, a space where time moved far slower, to the point where it was almost non-existent on Earth for a while, and also had created his own space where time slowed down so he could train on his multiple powers. Usually for humans, time was in perspective. A 5-year-old felt like a month of his life was a long time, and this was because that human had only lived for 5 years, so a 1-month chunk was a large portion of the 5 years he had lived. Whereas, for a vampire who would live close to 1,000 years, a month wasn't a long time at all. Right now Quinn himself was going through a strange situation. His mind felt as if it was conscious and he could speak, but he had no clue how much time was passing. It wasn't making any sense in his head. His thoughts were unclear, until he finally was able to see a light up ahead. Slowly, Quinn was being put back into the normal world, where time felt like it was moving again, and slowly he was starting to open his eyes. What was that? It felt like I was trapped in some kind of spell? Quinn thought, blinking a few times. Wait, what was I doing before? What happened to me? Why am I looking at space? Right in front of him, he could see black, the stars flowing around, and a moon off in the distance looking partially destroyed with rocks floating next to it. Now it was becoming clear. Once again Quinn was lying down on his back. He was on a hard surface, but he was unable to move his body. He attempted to move his fingers, to even tilt his head to the side. But the only thing that was responding were his eyelids, and even they felt quite heavy. Don't bother trying to move, a voice said to his left, since Quinn was unable to tilt his head. He couldn't see who it was, but he recognized the voice as Mundus. I have been healing your body for a while now, sorry. I should say I have been speeding up the natural healing process of your body. Mundus corrected himself. And so far we are at 3 months worth of time, and the only thing you can do is open your eyelids. 3 months hadn't actually passed. Mundus had just sped up Quinn's body to be where it would be 3 months in the future. It was what he did just before, following every fight, but before he would only speed it up by a week so Quinn was refreshed. Is that why I was having those strange thoughts? Because of Mundus' power? He thought. Is this the side effect of the demon form? But why? The last time I used it I wasn't affected this badly. I don't even feel any pain around my body. But then again, I'm not sure I can feel my body at all at the moment. Finally, after some time had passed, Quinn could feel his body again. He could use it like normal and was starting to move. There was a point where his recovery went from close to 0 to 100% fairly quickly. Getting up off the ground, Quinn could finally see the scene around him, and it was nothing like he had expected. Large craters were all over the planet. On one part of it a large foot of what could have only been part of the behemoth could be seen. Searching for the behemoth, it seemed that parts of its body were spread about all over the place. The strangest thing was that not only was it the behemoth's body, but there were also other dead demon tier beasts everywhere. Half of their bodies were missing, their heads crushed and more. Then one of the most shocking things was the planet itself. A large chunk of it, perhaps 1/10 of the planet that was far bigger than Earth, had been destroyed. Small rocks were floating around the planet, orbiting it like a moon now. All of this. Was it me? Was I the one that did all of this? Quinn said to himself in disbelief. It didn't feel real because there was no recollection in his mind at all of what had happened. 4 out of 5 Godslayers have been defeated. The quest has been completed. That means that the behemoth was definitely defeated. It had to be the demon form. It couldn't have been anything else. But wait, if the beast was defeated, where's its crystal? Are you looking for this? Mundus said, as he held the crystal in his hand. It looked slightly different to the ones before it. This was a solid color. There was nothing inside the crystal itself, and it was around 2 times bigger than the others as well. No doubt it was a Godslayer crystal though. Mundus threw it over for Quinn to catch, who quickly put it away in his shadow space. For a while he was unable to use his body. He couldn't use his blood powers, nor his shadow powers either. But now, just like with his body, everything was working fine, which was a big relief. What happened here? How did it get like this? Quinn asked. That question had confirmed for Mundus that Quinn had no control over what happened. But based on what he had seen, he already knew that himself. Don't you have an idea? It's simple. With that form, you went on a rampage. I took the crystal because you would have destroyed that as well, so really you should be thanking me. Mundus explained. There was no reason for Mundus to lie. He could have kept the crystal but still gave it to Quinn. But now there were a lot of questions he wanted to ask. What was his power? What was he able to do? Just how strong was his from to be able to beat a beast that he was unable to harm? I can tell what you're thinking. It seems this was some sort of trump card you had, Mundus stated. Either way, I think it's best if you don't use this power, at least not without me around. It took 6 months worth of healing to get your body back to the way it is. If there was another beast left on this planet, and I wasn't here, then you would have been killed unless you had someone that could protect you for 6 months. In Quinn's head he was thinking 6 months was better than 1,000 years when he went into slumber last time, but Mundus was right. It did mean it needed to be something he could only use as a last resort. As a true last resort. The reason for my recovery time has to be due to how long I was in the demon form for. The reason why I recovered quicker last time was due to it just being a little burst. The problem is, if I'm not conscious of my actions, it's not something I can turn on or off either way. How will I even learn to control this? This power, if you are planning to use it to save your friends and family, it's best you don't. From what I saw, you should never use that from around anyone, unless you're sure you want to kill everyone on that planet. Mundus said, as he got ready to decide where to go for the final Godslayer. The plan for the Universal Alliance among different races had been set out. With communication set up through Stark and Cyril, they had informed the other planets to be ready for whatever it was that would come their way. Fleets were ready to move out, and in the meantime each planet was scouting areas out of their usual fly zone in space. An attack would come at some point, but it was impossible to utilize all 3 armies that lived apart from each other fairly quickly. At least not unless they had teleporters, which none of the current planets had, and out of all of them there, none of them had the knowledge to build one either. So for now they had to rely on scout ships and then attempt to move as quickly as possible. The group had decided to stay on the Amr planet for now. They had no news from Wince that Quinn had returned. On top of that, the Amr planet had the strongest level of gravity. For all of them, including Stark, they thought it was best if they stayed on the planet as a type of natural training. If they had to fight on the Amr planet, it would give them an advantage, and Stark felt like he would be able to run even faster than before. Walking around the place with Minnie and Galen, Layla had come across the Blades training. Geo had placed all of the humans in the same area, and had somewhat made a little village for the Blades. They had been living here for a while, so it made sense, and surprisingly Layla could see that they weren't struggling with the gravity at all. In fact, they were doing some early morning training, and it was more physical than anything. There were these strange large rocks that looked like giant footballs, and they were throwing them from one another, catching them and sweating. It looks a bit caveman-esque, Russ stated as he appeared by their side. How, with your upbringing, did you grow up to be such a snob? Have you ever done any type of physical work in your life? Layla asked, looking him up and down. Although Russ had a relatively small frame and just relied on his powers most of the time when fighting, what did surprise her was the fact that he was dealing with the higher gravity better than most. Galen and Minnie, who were both watching, thought it was quite fun, and they soon ran out ahead picking up one of the heavy rocks. They chucked it to each other as each one of them caught it and threw it back with relative ease. The blades that were sweating and tired couldn't believe their eyes as they watched two kids doing the task so easily. "Remember, they are not like us," Shiro shouted. "It would be best that you don't compare yourselves to them. I bet they would even give most vampires a run for their money." Approaching Shiro as he was taking a break, Layla wanted to ask him a few questions, as she had noticed a few things while they were training. "All of you have gotten physically much stronger, and the chi in your body, I can feel it. There is a larger amount of it compared to before. How did you improve it so fast?" Layla asked. Layla herself had a large amount of chi. There was her own powers and that she had absorbed from her mother, one of the high rankers and founders of Pure. She couldn't be compared to the likes of Chris, Zero, or Quinn, but was quite high up there when it came to using her chi. After all, thanks to her soul weapon, she could even absorb or give chi to others, as long as her or the other person's body was able to handle it, and it was why she was so sensitive to the power and could see the large improvement. "This, right now, is just a warm-up for us, before we enter the tower," Shiro replied. "The tower? It's what made us grow in strength so fast. Every day we try to reach the next floor, climb higher than we did before and experience a bigger breakthrough. Some of the floor's gravity is even stronger than what is here," Shiro explained. The tower certainly had piqued Layla's interest. She was once the leader of the red vampires and the power of the sword did her well. Yet, still there would be those that could harm her children even with her being there. She knew there was more power to the sword. It was her body that was unable to take the full power of the weapon. That's why she had been so hurt last time, but if she could improve her body, to allow her to take more of the sword's power for a longer amount of time, then maybe she could be more useful in the upcoming fights. "Let's see this tower. Maybe I can come along." After a nice rest, everyone started to head to the tower. Stark, Cyril, and Russ had heard quite a few people talking about it, and had done their own research. In turn, they all had their own reasons for wanting to climb it. Some wishing to improve themselves to be more useful, and some wishing to obtain what was on the top floor. "It looks like there's more of you," Gio said, standing at the front with a big smile. "I will try my best to protect you in the tower, but please be careful. The more there are of you, the harder it will be." In particular, Gio was looking at the two children, but Layla didn't want them to be away from her, and knew that they were both strong. "Very well," Gio said as they all went to enter the tower, wishing to come out as new people. A few hours after the others had entered a tower, one of the Amra scout ships had caught the attention of a ship attempting to land. "Please state who you are and the reason for you coming here," the Amra asked. "We are humans, and we are here on behalf of Logan Green." There was silence for a moment as the Amra were deciding what to do. They didn't know of this Logan Green, and the only humans they could contact to see if they knew these two were in the tower. In the end, Dober had to make a decision, and ask them a few questions before determining that they were here for valid reasons. Eventually, Dober along with the two humans that arrived were taken to the tower. "Those that you wish to deliver your message to are in the tower. It is a dangerous place though, and who knows what floor they are on. It would be best if you just waited out here for them," Dober explained. "I think it's okay. I think we can head inside. You don't have to worry about us. We're strong," the young man said as he walked in with the female by his side. "We should be able to catch up with them fairly quickly." As usual, Quinn was being transported using Mundus powers via the strange white light of energy, and he had no idea what to expect. The only thing he did know was that it would be his last and final opponent. After this, he would finally have the crystals that were needed so he could create the armor that would hopefully put him at a level where if he went up against anyone he would have no problem at all, and that included Ray as well as future opponents as well. "After each enemy I've faced, it seems like the next one has been harder," Quinn thought. "No, that's not quite right. They have all had their fair share of difficulties to deal with. The monkey man was tricky and held a powerful weapon. In the end, I was only able to beat him perhaps because I had more tricks up my own sleeve than he did and that he didn't know about. My versatility won out in the end on that one, having to use my sole weapon. With the Phoenix, for the first time, my body reacted to my natural weakness, being that of a vampire. If I didn't figure out how it was healing itself, then that would have been a close call as well. Then there was that, what did he call himself, the Dark Magus. Looking back, I'm happy that the situation ended up ending the way it did. Things could have taken a turn for the worse, and even though I didn't fight him, based on what he was able to do Mundus, it might have been a fight I completely lost. Lastly, there was the Behemoth, a beast so large and grand in power that none of my attacks did anything, and in the end I had to use the demon form, which I'm still none the wiser in terms of how it works. Based on all of his past opponents, the Godslayers had been a mix of races and beasts. Which one was easier or harder it was hard to tell, but when fighting a beast he had less of a conscience due to not being able to speak to them. The teleportation was over, and usually based on the planet they were on, Quinn would have an idea of what opponent they would go against and see what he had to work with when fighting. Whether he had to be careful or not of hurting others like he did when going against the Monkey Man. Yet here had to be the strangest place he had been brought to by far. "Are you sure we are in the right place?" Quinn asked. "Do you really think I would make a mistake?" Mundus replied. Right now, Quinn didn't even feel like he was in the universe or in somewhere that was space, because the place looked entirely different. The area around them wasn't black but instead was a mystic mix of colors. The only time he had seen a place somewhat like this was when he had gone to the familiar world, but based on the energy he could tell it wasn't the familiar world, and there were quite a few other giveaways that he noticed that told him that as well. Currently both him and Mundus were on what looked like a large piece of land. It wasn't circular like a planet, but was just slowly floating in the colorful air. It had pieces of grass growing on it, but there was nothing else. When looking around in the new space around him, there were several pieces of floating bits of land in the air, all of them with different things. Some had some water on them, others had trees growing, and there was even the odd one with a few bugs on it here and there. Yet, from what he could see while looking around, there were no planets next to them. No large circular lands off in the distance, nor was there a sun or heat source, yet it wasn't cold. Instead there were just multiple large pieces of land floating, with different things on each one of them. Through the opponents you have faced, you have learned a bit of history about the Celestials. About what had happened to us before our time. Mundus explained. Of course, there is always a reason why we leave Godslayers alone, so there is always a history behind the Godslayers. With this one, it is the same but is perhaps the most complicated out of all of them so far. Because there was once a time where the Celestials were heavily involved in the lives that he looked over. We didn't always attempt to do things behind the scenes and take a back seat, but it is perhaps because of this incident that we now do things the way we do them. Once, there was a race known as the Azuras. There were deviations of the race, but to make it more simple I will explain that they were one race. Beings that had such great power, that were so strong, one could almost call them a race of Godslayers, because nearly every one of them had the power to match up to us. However, their great strength as well as strong personalities is what caused a divide between them in the end. Among the Azuras there were those that thought they needed to do everything they could to serve the Celestials that helped them, while others felt like they were prisoners and wished to break free. In the end, this started a war among the Celestials and the Azuras, with some of the Azuras joining our side. Listening to the story, Quinn was reminded a bit of the vampires because it was the same with them as well. At the same time, it reminded him of the current situation. With the Dalki returning and a large amount of time passing, there were those that would get more spikes as time went on. Maybe Mundus was asking Quinn to deal with the situation not just because there were many Godslayers, but because they had already seen what had happened before, and didn't wish for another repeat of it to happen. This area that you are in now, this part of the universe that you can see, it used to be filled with planets just like your planet. It looked normal, however this is all that is left now. This is the result of the Great War that had happened back then. Several planets destroyed, space itself broken down and in a healing stage. The Godslayer is a survivor of the war. He is an Azura, one who felt like they were prisoners, but when they realized that due to their actions they had lost everything, they had decided to stay here. To stay in the middle of the destruction that they had caused. For us, the Celestials, there were no more lives for us to look after anymore, and since the Azura has stayed here. This being, in a true sense of the word, is where the word Godslayer was created. In the battle, he had eliminated many Godslayers, and in his strength he had destroyed many of the planets here. Although before there were many, now there is only one, which is why we gave him the name, Azura, the first Godslayer. A being that had been here from the beginning, one that had a past that sounded similar to Quinn's. In fact, many of the Godslayers seemed to have a tale similar to Quinn's, but through the story, no matter what, it seemed like the Celestials always won. In the end, this Godslayer's power, everything he had done was in vain, and they had ended up like this. As the floating pieces of land moved, off in the distance Quinn could see a human shape sitting down. He was red-skinned, sitting cross-legged, with 2 arms and looked to be in a meditating position. This is my last opponent. Quinn continued to look at his final opponent. They weren't on the same piece of landmass. It was only because one piece of landmass had moved away that Quinn was able to even spot him in the first place. The 2 of them were quite a distance away, but with his eyesight he could see him quite clearly, just sitting there not moving an inch. Is he meditating or something? Quinn thought. It seems a bit wrong to just go out there and try to fight against him. Mundus told me a little about Azura's past, but didn't talk about this individual. Why was he the only one that had survived? Was it due to his strength, his beliefs, or something else? And what could he be thinking right now? Based on what he had learned, Quinn jumped through the strange space and off one piece of land, landing on another which was a little closer, but still quite far away. If things went well, then maybe there could be another situation like Ray's, where he had received a god crystal without having to fight. Why are you here? The God Slayer's voice spoke. It was a low, deep voice that vibrated through the air. It allowed for it to travel with ease, and although the God Slayer, or Azura as Mundus had called him, wasn't shouting, Quinn could hear everything clearly as if he was next to him. After all this time, no one has come out to attempt to meet me. So I will ask again, why are you here? Azura asked. Not going straight into fighting worked out last time, so maybe it will work this time as well. Quinn thought, but how would he approach it? The only reason why talking had worked the last time was because the Magus had an unexpected God Slayer crystal already with him. It was unlikely it would be the case this time, but maybe, based on the story, Quinn could convince the Azura to do something else, and felt it was best to state the truth. My people, my friends and family are in danger, and I fear that I am the only one that is able to do something about it, Quinn stated. However, in order for me to face my enemy, I need to gather certain crystals. It is unfortunate, but there is a crystal inside your body that I need. There was silence for a moment or so, and the Azura finally stood up from his meditation. He was around the same size of Quinn but was particularly muscular as he had a wide back. What he also noticed was what was covering both of his hands. 2 large golden gauntlets that almost doubled the size of his arms. If Quinn was to guess, this person used their fists to fight, and just like Quinn, their main weapon of choice was gauntlets. Ha ha ha, Azura laughed. I feel like I had once had the same thoughts, yet look at what has happened. Everything is gone. There is not even a building left standing showing what was here before. Not even a single memory that is proof that we exist, that my family existed apart from what is stored in my head. I tried. I really did try to meditate to calm myself, to forget everything that happened. After all, there is no longer a reason for me to fight, and when I chose to fight things just ended up getting worse. Quinn did feel bad for the God Slayer, but the conversation was being stirred into a direction he wanted. You have been through this before, so you must understand what I am going through now as well. Although you failed before, you have the chance to allow me to succeed, for not the same thing to happen again, Quinn said. Azura started to laugh deeply again. Your intention is a bit too obvious. You seem a bit young, Azura said. So you wish me to take my own life, or to allow you to take mine so you can use part of my power? And who is the one that told you even with my power that you would succeed? Is it the gods? The others had believed in the gods' words, and look at where that got them. We didn't believe in the gods' words, and look at where that got us, Azura said. Then what do you plan on doing? Quinn asked. To stay here for another 1,000 years, moping around, and not acting on anything at all. Just because everything has been lost for you, doesn't mean it has been for everyone else. Time continues to pass even now. For the first time since their conversation started, Azura turned around, and Quinn was able to see the person's face for the first time. The face was scrunched up, filled with anger. Even now, just standing, their full set of teeth were on display, bearing towards Quinn like a vicious dog. On Azura's face itself, under his eyes, it looked like blood had dripped down, running down his cheek to his chin. But it was permanent. The blood looked to have been ingrained with his skin. His eyes were glowing white. Nothing else could be seen but the glow. Yet one could still sense an extreme amount of anger coming out from them. Finally, to match the glowing eyes, the man's hair was completely white with a faint white glow on the outside, standing up and flowing with power. From one look, anyone could tell that this person is filled with anger. Yet they were somehow able to talk to me just fine. Quinn thought. The reason I stayed in the same spot this whole time was because I was attempting to quell my anger. I have felt nothing but this one emotion for the longest of times, that I can't even remember the past. I can't remember a time of happiness when I had with my family, with my friends. All I feel is anger. I sat and waited for it to go away, but it has never gone away. And as you just said, what do? Do I continue to wait? No, with you coming here, that means that I can't even wait. Then it means I can do only one thing. I have to accept this anger as part of me, and give in to my bodily desires, give in to what it wants to do. The pieces of landmass that were next to Azura started to move. It didn't look like energy was emitting from his body, and yet somehow the large pieces of land that could be compared to islands had moved out of the way. What have you decided? Quinn asked, getting ready for battle, but he was sure he already knew the answer. I have decided that if I have to feel this way, if the universe has done these things in order to make me feel this way, then I will make everyone feel this way. The anger on Azura's face was genuine as he stood there. At that moment in time, he felt like he had made a mistake. No, not just him, but he and Mundus. If the two of them had never arrived here, if they had never tried to obtain this crystal, then this monster of anger perhaps would have stayed here until the end of time, and now they had created an enemy of the universe. Just by Quinn turning up, the one who had been given the title of the first Godslayer had been given a goal, and the only person that was standing in his way right now was Quinn. Arg! Azura shouted into the great space, both hands by his waist. An overflowing energy surrounded his whole body, and the two large gauntlets lit up. Many of the floating pieces of land that were above him had moved, being chucked away from the simple sound of his voice. The pieces of land crashed into others and formed smaller pieces as they were pushed away. You will be the first on the receiving end to feel my anger. Azura jumped from his position, and his body was covered in flames while he went through the space. It looked like a meteorite was approaching Quinn to finish him off. The distance between the two of them was miles apart, and he was covering it in seconds. My shadow won't be quick enough. I need to strike back. Quinn stomped both of his feet on the ground with a wide stance. As he did this, the chi rose from his body, and the blood formed around his arms. They started to spiral, creating the blood drills. Blood hammer drill. Quinn threw them forward, and at the same time, Azura's fists clashed with his. Quinn was wearing his gauntlets. The knuckles of Azura could be seen pushing forward, and when it hit the blood drill, it was pushed back, broken down and destroyed into nothing but red particles. His power? What is it? It completely destroyed my evolved blood. It didn't stop there. The knuckles had slammed right into Quinn's, and he could feel the wave of energy enter his body immediately. The sheer power that was going through him was burning his insides. It felt similar to chi, yet different at the same time, a power he had never felt like this before. The closest person's power he could imagine to this was Ray's. Both of Quinn's gauntlets had started to shatter. They broke into 1,000 pieces, falling to the floor as Quinn and his whole body was chucked back, hitting a large mound of the island they were on. The force of the hit caused the large island of landmass to start to tilt to the point where it was vertical, but the space they were in was strange. giving each piece of landmass a certain type of gravity that allowed them to stick their feet down on the ground still. Azura looked at the ground and could see the pieces of the broken gauntlet. "Your equipment is rubbish," Azura stated. Quinn broke out of the rubble, flinging rocks out of the air, and was back on the ground. The burning sensation that he could feel had left his body, and it was only something he could feel when the two of them were making contact with each other. "This person is strong and powerful. Is it someone I can beat without using the demon form?" Quinn thought. There were a lot of problems if Quinn was to fight against his opponent. He needed him to stay in one place if he wanted to use the effect of his soul weapon, the Shadow Mist, but with an area like this and with the distance his opponent had just covered, it would be hard to do. "Quinn, you have to fuck this guy up. Did you hear what he said about the gauntlets I made you? He said they were rubbish. Tell him it was the best I could do with the crystal you gave me. I bet I could make something better if I had some strange alien material as well." Alex was clearly annoyed. The gauntlets, the Dramo Demon tier gauntlet he had, was destroyed, and anything else he used would be of a lower tier and would break again anyway. Thankfully, they weren't part of the Fong set. "Let's see something first," Quinn said as he summoned the 1,000 blood swords above his head and swung them all toward the God Slayer. For Azura, dealing with this was simple. He swung out his fist in the air, and a wave of energy went out, destroying all the blood swords just like that. "I thought this was the case. The blood aura, I can only use it to enhance my physical attacks. When using it on its own, this person is too powerful. His raw energy, whatever it is strong against my blood aura, even when covered in chi. It's simple, this person has more powerful energy than me, and if that's the case, then this fight will have to turn into a physical one." From Quinn's observation, Azura didn't seem to have any special powers. He was a brawler, a fighter like the Dalki. The shadow started to cover both of Quinn's hands where the gauntlets once were. The shadow was focused at one point and condensed to the point where they were on both of Quinn's hands. They were glowing slightly purple when they were like this. In the past, Quinn only had enough shadow to condense it into one hand, but now he could do both. With this, I don't have to worry about the shadow's speed because it's on my hands. I can block all of his attacks as long as I can move fast enough. And I'll be able to move a lot faster than him. Nitro Accelerate activated. Running from his position now, the one that was charging forward was Quinn. He darted right up to Azura, but before he reached him, he stopped for a split second. Shadow Mist activated. Out from Quinn's body, the shadow mist poured in all directions, and quickly moving again. He moved in a zigzag-like pattern from the side. Quinn hit Azura right on the ribs with all his strength and chi. It was a solid, strong hit. The impact could be heard as two bangs went off, but Azura hadn't moved. "Arg!" Azura screamed, swinging his arm, trying to throw a hook and knock Quinn's head right off. Lifting one of his arms, the fist hit Quinn's shadow arm, stopping it. "My shadow, it works. There is a reason why it's a God Slayer ability. It can match up to what these guys can do as well." Quinn, with his other hand, threw 3 punches straight to Azura's head, one after the other, flinging it back slightly. Azura went to punch Quinn back with both arms, but Quinn was able to block and hit them away and punched Azura in the stomach 5 times before Azura was able to deliver back punches of his own. But they were thwarted once again. "You are pissing me off," Azura shouted as he charged up both of his hands, and they moved slightly faster than before. Now Quinn was finding fewer opportunities to throw in punches of his own. Instead, he was constantly blocking with his own shadow hands, moving them into place. Am I imagining things? Or is he getting faster? Quinn thought, trying to change tactics to still damage his opponent. Quinn grabbed both of Azura's large gauntlets. He extended the shadow from his hands a little bit to create larger hands for himself and stopped it in its tracks. All of his power, everything so far, has been in his fists. If I stop them, then maybe I can do a bit more damage with my blood aura. Quinn thought as he started to gather the blood aura in his mouth. It was a move he didn't use often, but his hands were busy holding onto Azura's. The blood breath, a move from Laxmus's book, was ready to fire into Azura's head until a fist from below hit Quinn right on the chin, lifting him in the air. Then another fist hit Quinn once again, sending him flying. This time when he hit a dirt mound, his body had broken right through it and slammed onto another floating piece of land. Blood bank has been used. Shit, I need to recover. What happened? How did he hit me? I didn't let go of his hand. Quinn thought. When he stood up and looked at Azura, he could see now Azura had 6 arms, all of them covered in the same gauntlet-like material. All of his power, that energy was in his 2 hands, and now he has 6 of them. I can't hold back. But I can't just use or rely on the demon form. If this were a fight against Rey in the middle of the war, using the demon form would kill them all. Quinn thought. I have to try. There is one more trick that I haven't tried. I have to try it. Dealing with 2 arms from Azura was hard enough, but now he had 6 of them all connected to his body. Rather than his energy and strength being split between these arms, instead Quinn could feel that all of these arms had the same amount of energy. It felt like his opponent had just gotten 3 times stronger. The shadow mist was still around where Azura was, but it would need some time for the shadow particles to be inhaled by Azura to take effect, and before he knew it, Azura had leapt from his position, flying through the air right at Quinn again. I thought with the nitro accelerate, I would at least be able to keep him in the mist for a while to slow him down. This was what I was afraid of. Now the shadow mist is practically useless. Quinn thought, but there were still other things he could do. Moments before Azura landed with his fists, Quinn ran to the side. Azura had crashed into the ground and rocks were sent flying everywhere, making it hard for both of them to see. In the middle of the debris falling, Azura felt something wrap around both of his arms. They grinded against his skin and went past his gauntlets, digging in his biceps. Looking at them, they looked like sharp razor chains, and on the other end he could see Quinn. I am not weak, Quinn shouted, pulling with all his might, and Azura was lifted in the air and slammed into the ground from the use of the twin-tail chains, the other sole weapon in Quinn's arsenal. At the same time, Quinn had prepared something else, because right above where Azura had landed was a giant blood sword. It fell down, aiming to split the Godslayer in half. In order to distract him, Quinn started to swing his chain blades at Azura, aiming for his body and his legs. They were making small scratches on his skin, but with his other arms Azura was able to block most of the attacks. Then with his 2 main arms, he lifted them, grabbing onto the large blood sword. His knees bent as the sheer force of the large blood sword was more than he expected. Gritting his teeth, Azura let out a loud yell as he pushed with all his might and with both arms chucking the blood sword back up. The sheer strength of Azura was more powerful than Quinn's blood control. While it was hovering in the air, Azura started to punch the air with both of his arms. The energy blasts that would come off from them, just like before, hit the sword, and each time it did, it broke and diminished the blood aura. The large blood sword was being destroyed until it was eventually nothing. Now Azura had his full focus on Quinn, and before Quinn was able to go back or try something else, he had grabbed onto the chains with 4 of his arms, then yanked Quinn forward. Now he was the one in the air. The twin-tail chains were attached inside of Quinn's body, so there was no way he could act quickly. At the last moment, Azura let go of the twin tail and spun his whole body, swinging out all of his arms. The first 3 arms hit Quinn's body, and then the next 3 did, hitting Quinn off into the distance again. While in the air, regaining his position, Quinn made sure to land on his feet, or at least he tried to, as he skidded across the floor on one knee. His face was bruised and blood was spilling from his mouth. Is he going to die here? Mundus thought, watching things from really far off this time. In fact, he was actually in the celestial space watching this match, rather than on the ground like during the fights before. He didn't want to be caught in the middle of this fight. After what I said, he's being stubborn about using the form he had against the behemoth. I understand why, but it might cost you your life. Nitro Accelerate was still active, and Quinn didn't want to waste the time he had, otherwise it would start to eat into his health. He dashed forward and started to swing his arms, aiming for all the right places. Not only was Quinn punching, but he would also kick as well, as he used all the training and skills he had over the years. Red aura was leaving his legs and fists as he threw out each blow. However, with his 6 hands, equally Azura was matching them head-on, as he threw his fists out as well. Knuckle was hitting knuckle. With each hit it sounded as if explosions were going off. Not a single one of them were taking a breather as they continued to throw out hit after hit, and the land they were on was being affected. It was almost disappearing. In that moment Quinn saw an opening. He bent down with his knees and sprung up like a spring. Lifting his knee, it exploded right into Azura's chin. His head tilted back for a second, before he used all the muscles in his neck to push down against Quinn's knee. Instead of Quinn hitting Azura up in the air, using his powerful chin, he pushed Quinn's knee and leg back into the ground and threw out a fist, hitting Quinn right in the face, sending him skidding backwards. Azura wasn't letting up as he chased after Quinn. Seeing this, Quinn had to do something and started to form a mass amount of blood aura in his hand. Condensing it down, he had made a smaller version of the blood sword. It was still large in size, almost like a greatsword. Swinging it down, Quinn tried to slice Azura in half one more time. Focus. Concentrate the chi in my body to give me strength. I'm using the second stage of chi to make the sword even sharper and all my blood energy to break through. With all 6 hands, Azura caught the blood blade. He was holding on tight, trying to push the sword back, but was unable to. The blood aura continued and Quinn was powering it with his strong chi. The only thing Azura could do was push the sword to the side, so it wouldn't hit him. And when the blood sword hit the ground, a large wall rose up. On the other side of the wall, the landmass had split off, breaking and floating off in the distance. Not tiring for a second, Azura came right toward Quinn once more. Nitro accelerate has ended. I need more time. I'll be back, Quinn said, as he disappeared into a shadow portal and Azura's fist hit nothing but the air. Where did he go? Did he run away? Azura shouted and banged the floor with all of his arms in anger. Quinn had escaped to his shadow space and was breathing relatively heavily. He had used a lot of all of his powers. It felt the same as when he was fighting against the Phoenix. The only difference was he had used so much energy in a short time compared to when fighting against the Phoenix. I've tried to hurt him as much as I could, and I'm not sure I was even able to put a large dent in him. I got a few big hits in, but other than my physical punches, none of my blood attacks got through, Quinn thought. During the fight though, he did notice that with the large blood sword, both of the blood attacks Azura had stopped them rather than take them head on, which meant Quinn was able to hurt him if he could get a hit on him. Alright, while I'm in here, let's do this properly, Quinn said to himself as he sat down and meditated. Back on the ground, Azura was still looking everywhere for Quinn. He continued to shout and scream, letting out heaps of energy. It was as if it was endless for him. But finally he heard footsteps on the ground and turned his head. There you are, Azura shouted, but noticed that there was something different. Shadow had covered Quinn's hands in a condensed form just like before, but it wasn't just on his hands, as it trailed behind his body like a flame. Then there was the color of the shadow itself, which was completely different. Rather than the normal purple color the shadow would take on, it looked to be like a dark red, and all of the shadow that was glowing off Quinn's body was glowing red. Rather than protect, it's time for this shadow to attack. The shadow power had always been a great defensive measure, and while Quinn continued to grow, so did his shadow powers. They only got better in terms of defense and the things it could do. There was the shadow infect skill, but that still wasn't really an offensive skill either. In order to try to make the shadow more versatile in battle, Quinn had attempted to fuse it with his chi. This had worked, giving it a solid form. The only thing was, this only allowed it to still be used in a defensive way, and to grab onto or hold things better. It could be used to attack in this form, but it was weak, and it was better for Quinn to use his chi in a physical way or with his vampire aura if that was the case. So what about his blood aura, mixing it with the shadow? For the longest time, Quinn thought that this might be impossible because of the trait of the shadow itself. It was meant to block everything out and slow things down from the original way they worked. However, Quinn believed that it was possible. It had to be if he mixed them in from the root of his body and inside, rather than trying to mix the two powers while they were already out of his body. Took a lot of attempts, but with extreme concentration he could do it. Heading inside his own shadow space wasn't only to get away from Azura, it was also to allow him to mix his two powers, and he was successful in creating the blood shadow. The only problem was, the effects of the newfound power was not what he had expected at all. For a while he thought it was ineffective and useless. Up till now in all of his fights, it was something that wouldn't have helped him much until now. Azura is physically stronger than me. He is naturally faster than me if I wasn't using the nitro accelerate, and he has more energy than me. In a way, he is almost exactly like Ray, but I will still win this match because I have so many people counting on me. Nitro accelerate activated. Blood supply will be used. Quinn dashed forward with the glowing red shadow covering his hands. As he ran, a trail of the red shadow could be seen coming off from his back as well. At the same time, the red glow around both of his hands were getting brighter and brighter in color as more blood aura was being put into the attack. I trained in that celestial space for years, honing my fighting style. I continued to grow stronger no matter who was in front of me, and it will be the same here. Quinn's hand turned into a claw shape. He ran with both of his arms by his side, and an image of a black dragon was formed out of the lingering shadow behind him. Azura braced himself as he screamed into the air, and his whole body was covered in energy. He stomped both of his feet into the ground, and threw all 6 of his fists forward, all of them aiming for both of Quinn's hands. The blood dragon had hit Azura right on his large gauntlets, and a pulse of energy was emitting from the 2 clashes of energy hitting each other. Quinn was gritting his teeth, pushing forward. "Haha! I thought you had something special when you came with that attack, but now I see it's nothing to worry about," Azura boasted. With the power of the attack fading away, Azura was able to leave just 2 arms to hold onto Quinn's fists, and with his other 4 arms pulled them back, charging them up. He threw them forward right towards Quinn's head, ready to finish him off. "Now!" Quinn said. As soon as Quinn said those words, a force of power had hit back all 6 of Azura's fists. The 4 that were mid-air were swung back slightly, and the 2 holding onto Quinn's hands had been pushed back as well. It was clear by Azura's face he didn't understand what was happening. Quinn hadn't moved. He couldn't move because he was holding on to him, and it felt like almost an invisible force had hit him. He didn't have time to worry about why though, because his body and face was now wide open. Quickly, using all the speed and strength Quinn had, he punched the body of Azura multiple times, the blood shadow still covering all of his hands. With the nitro accelerate, Quinn was good enough to get a few hits in, and he didn't just go for the body, he went for the arms as well. While Azura got use in his hands again, Quinn jumped back, just enough so he was out of range from Azura. "You little brat, what are you doing?" Azura shouted. Once again, just as Azura was about to attack again, he could feel pain all over his stomach. It was hurting all over as if he was getting punched just like before, but Quinn was away, and it looked like he was charging up for another blood dragon attack. When the pain stopped in Azura's stomach, suddenly he felt the pain in his arms, and a force pushed them away and open again. He was defenseless, and Quinn hopped in at that moment, jumping in the air, just above where his head was. Dragon blood palm. Quinn thrust both of his fists right in Azura's face. His legs were lifted from the ground, and then his whole body slammed right into the ground. Quinn jumped away before Azura could retaliate, but just as he was about to get up, a large force just as strong as the palm strike hit him in the head again, pushing him further and deeper into the ground. "It's working. The power of the blood shadow is working." Quinn was ecstatic. Against someone like Azura, this was the perfect person to use the skill against. The blood shadow didn't increase Quinn's strength in any way, but it did allow for his blood aura, his chi and natural physical capabilities to completely pass through the attack. The shadow wasn't getting in the way, allowing him to fight like normal. However, when testing the attack, there was something strange about it. If Quinn was to punch a wall, then naturally a large crater would appear in it. If he was to do this with the blood shadow, the same size crater would be created, but a moment later, and the same attack would hit the wall again at the exact same spot and with the same amount of power. Quinn didn't quite understand the phenomena behind it. At a guess, he thought it had to have something to do with the shadow properties. It was designed to slow things down. When Quinn blocked with the shadow, he wasn't blocking but slowing things down. If he was to stay in the same place with the shadow long enough, the attack would eventually come through. And in this case, this is what he thought was happening now. Due to the mix, his attack wasn't being stopped and was going through, but maybe the shadow was also storing the attack, slowing it down, and later pushing through the attack on the target again. Either way, the hardest part of using the power was getting the timing down to be used in a fight. It took a lot of skill to work the timing where it could be useful, which was why Quinn was a bit nervous since it would be the first time he would be using it in a real fight. Yet it was working perfectly. Now Quinn could block with the Shadow Blood and he could deal twice the amount of attacks and also disrupted his opponent's rhythm. With this power, I will win, without having to use the demon form, Quinn exclaimed, as he could feel a rumbling right beneath his feet. The delayed effect of the Blood Dragon Palm Strike had caused Azura to be hit deeper into the ground. It was one of Quinn's strongest attacks, the perfect use of chi, blood control, and his physical abilities. The only problem was it would take him a moment or two to store the energy that was needed to produce the attack. With his normal attacks creating an opening, he was able to do this, and now with Azura suspected to be hurt rather badly, Quinn was able to also prepare for another strong attack. Using his blood aura once more, he had created the giant greatsword out of blood. One of the moves the previous king had perfected. When gaining the absolute blood control from the book, he had learned all of the previous king's uses of the power as well. Although this didn't matter as Quinn was good at imitating anyway, which was why he was also able to create the blood whips and the 1000 blood sword attack and the blood drill. Regardless, in terms of sheer blood power, this was one of the strongest attacks, and it was aimed to slice its enemy in half. Swinging his arms down, Quinn was attempting to finish this fight off, and like a guillotine it moved swiftly down toward Azura. Before it reached him, Azura was seen jumping out from the hole he was in. If the gods themselves were unable to bring me down, do you think hits like that would work against me? Azura screamed. The point was ready to touch him. But in turn Azura threw out all of his fists as fast as he could. It hit the tip of the giant blood blade and stopped it in its place. The fists didn't stop hitting the blood sword, and it was beginning to crack until it eventually broke and fell into multiple small particles. This is the only problem with the blood shadow. The effect only works for physical attacks, otherwise it doesn't have the delayed second attack. But Azura is strong and getting close to him could be the end of me. Quinn was keeping an eye on his health. He was still using the Nitro Accelerate, but he also had another blood bank left to heal him. Mundus continued to watch the fight, as it looked like whoever was up in the fight was switching from one side to the other. This fight is quite similar to the first. One is fighting for revenge while the other is fighting to protect. Quinn, you have always stated your feeling for protecting is strong. So you will have to prove it in this fight. Mundus thought. Quinn was ready to charge in again. But before he could, Azura punched the air, and in doing so several energy blasts came right towards Quinn. The energy blasts were nothing to laugh at, as he needed to block them with his hands, moving them in place. The energy blasts didn't stop as Azura was able to move his fists in fast succession while also running forward. It was as if bullets of energy were coming towards Quinn. Usually Quinn could use his power to match up to this, but Azura's energy was stronger than his, and the only thing that could block the attack was his shadow. The shadow is condensed on my hands at the moment. It's the only thing fast enough to move and stop the attacks. Quinn thought, but out of desperation he had raised a shadow wall in front of him, trying to block the shots. Before he knew it though, Azura was already behind him. Got you, Azura said as he punched Quinn right in the back toward the air with 3 of his arms. Right after, he followed Quinn, jumping up himself. His powerful legs allowed him to move faster, and now he was right above him with all 6 of his hands raised. This is going to hurt. I won't be able to use the shadow space quick enough, Quinn thought, as he braced himself, getting his hands in an X position and trying to move his shadow to cushion the attack beneath him. Blood bank used. Health restoring. All 6 of the hands went crashing down onto Quinn's body. He was flying right into the ground just like Azura was, but this strike was far more powerful than that of the Blood Dragon Palm Strike. Quinn continued to be pushed through the land, until he had broken out of the other side of it. A large crack could be seen from above him and the island was splitting apart. Quinn's body continued to be hurled downward, and he felt his back slam into another piece of land, breaking it on impact. He was a meteorite crashing into pieces of land, breaking them into little pieces, until eventually he had hit the 4th piece of land, now laying on the surface. As soon as Quinn took a breath, Blood spilled from his mouth and he had to move his head to stop himself from choking. I managed to get my normal shadow in front of the armor in time, but his power was enough to break through it. Quinn was thankful. The Fong set didn't take damage because of it, but I was still hurt by the sheer force of the attack, as it sent me crashing into these pieces of land. 100 HP. Quinn was seriously hurt, down to less than a quarter of his life. Using the nitro accelerate at this point would be incredibly dangerous, but then how would he keep up with Azura's speed? It wasn't just his fists that were fast, it was everything about him. Can I do this? Can I really do this? I shouldn't be risking my life right now. It's more important that I win this fight. Quinn thought. The images of his family were starting to appear in his head, images of the new allies he had made, and the scene of the beasts along with the behemoth. Suddenly, the images of the dead beast had turned into his family members, and his allies he had made along the way. No, I can't use the demon form. I have to figure out a way to win this. Even if I get the armor, who knows if that will be enough to defeat Ray. He even has his own armor he uses as well. There has to be a way. A way I can use the blood shadow. Better to help win this. Quinn reassured himself as he stood up, and when he did, he could see Azura pushed off from another piece of land. His legs were so powerful that the piece of land was sent flying back through space, and he was heading right toward Quinn. Can't you give me a break? And let me have some time to think? Quinn thought, but there was a place where he could be and give himself time to think. Opening up the shadow, Quinn's body disappeared once more, and Azura crashed onto the piece of land, with his opponent gone once again. Arg! Azura shouted, as he banged on his chest with all 6 of his fists. Thanks to Azura's grand attack, the distance between Quinn and him had increased. This meant that during his next attack, Quinn had enough time to enter his shadow space away from the fight, and that was where he was currently sitting down as he racked his head on what to do next. The one thing the shadow space did give him was time. He had time to think of a solution, or perhaps try a few things. However, his shadow space also affected him as well. Even if he spent a long time in here, the energy he had lost during the fight wouldn't recover. Meaning his chi, his stamina, or anything else wouldn't recover, nor would his health. That was unless he had a couple of humans in the shadow space. He would always be able to feast on them to gain health back. But that wasn't something Quinn was willing to do. Keeping someone in his space just for the sake of food, and how long would they even have to be in here? It was always a problem for him, since items were unable to be stored in the shadow space, such as weapons, flasks, and so on. It was the reason why those that were in the shadow space didn't just randomly stumble upon the items left in there. At the same time, in his inventory where his weapons and items were stored, living things were unable to be put in there, and that included blood. Either way, him being in the shadow space just meant he was delaying the inevitable, because as soon as he left the area, he would be in the same state as he entered. The other thing was, he would return to the same spot as well. Of course, he could use the shadow link to head back to Minnie, but that would defeat the purpose of him coming here in the first place. I have to think of a way to beat him with everything I have right now. Is there something with the blood shadow I could use? I also have to think about the way Azura fights as well. He has 6 arms, where all of his energy stems from, including the energy blasts, so how do I counter this? With all of this in mind, Quinn had to think about his health as well. As low as it was, he would still have to use the nitro accelerate, making sure he could win this fight without getting hit one more time, otherwise this whole fight would be over. His mind was flip-flopping still because of this, and whether or not to just use the demon form because it was too big of a risk. That was until he had come up with a solution. Playing with the blood shadow, he had an idea, one that he was sure would work. Standing up, Quinn started to use his powers, to summon them in a way he needed them, and when he was ready, it was time for him to return. Azura was searching the piece of land he was on frantically, believing that Quinn might have hidden himself. He didn't move to other pieces of land because he had a feeling that he would be here, and he was right as the shadow portal appeared, where he had last seen him, and once again he had slightly changed his appearance compared to before. Actually, that was incorrect. Quinn's appearance was the same, but now around him there was something different. Around Quinn's body, there were shadow circles that were floating. In total, there were 6 of them behind his back, lining up in the shape of a circle. They had the same color as the shadow blood that encased his hands, being dark red in color with a red glow. "So you have 6 circles now? Is that meant to be a big deal?" Azura shouted as he moved his hands forward. And when he reached Quinn, he went to hit him once more with a flurry of punches. Nitro Accelerate activated. Quinn used some of his hands to block the attack, but he knew with 2 limbs against 6 he would eventually lose out. When Azura could see an opening, he went to punch Quinn right on his rib. That was until his fist was stopped. Where Quinn's side was open, there was now one of the floating red circles that completely stopped his attacks. Azura tried his best to ignore this and continued to punch in other areas, but more of the circles started to move, as they blocked each and every one of his strikes. While doing so, the circles were moving in place just as fast as Azura was as well. There weren't just 6 circles for no reason, Quinn said, as he used his 2 hands to strike Azura hard in the stomach. He moved back a bit, but planted his foot firmly as he moved forward, continuing to punch. The circle still moved in the way, doing whatever it could to protect Quinn, and the second hit had hit Azura again, causing him to flinch for a second and allowing another opening for Quinn, as he slammed a fist this time on top of his head. "This fight, it's over," Quinn thought. The idea he had come up with was possible by pushing his powers to its limit. Condensing his shadow and mixing it with blood. Quinn had used most of what was available of his shadow. Although he had unlimited MC cells, he still had a limit on his output and most of it was being used. However, Quinn did keep some of the shadow so he could block other attacks and use his other skills such as the shadow clone skill if he needed it, but none of these things would help him in the fight. That's when he created something that could help him, the blood circles. These circles were condensed shadow and blood just like what was covering his hands, and they could block hits just as well. There was another problem with the shadow, and that was the speed to use it. That's why Quinn covered his hands with the shadow in the first place. But there was a big difference compared to the shadow powers and the blood shadow. It was the fact that it had blood in it. Because of this, it meant that Quinn was also able to influence it with his absolute blood control. In doing so, he could move it fast like a blood bullet and fast enough to block Azura's hits. The shadow circles continued to block Azura's punches. But with just that alone, it wouldn't be enough for him to win the fight. And time was against him with his Nitro Accelerate running out. But Quinn wasn't worried, because there was one more thing. Using both of his hands, Quinn had pulled one of the arms to the side with all his strength, then lifted his other hand in the air. While in the air, the shape of the condensed blood shadow around his hand started to change, into that of a sharp blade. Swinging it down, Quinn had hit right into the shoulder joint of Azura. The strike was large as blood aura flowed down and into the wound. Quinn was moving the attack back and forth like chainsaw ready to cut the arm off, but it was stubborn. His attack had only gotten through half of Azura's arm as he screamed into the air. That was until the effect of the blood shadow took place, and the second attack force went through, allowing for the blade to completely cut off Azura's arm. It fell to the floor, and now what was once 6 was 5. Never before had Azura had his precious arms torn off from his body. It was a first for him, and he realized something. Azura didn't want to admit it, but he too could tell that it was the end. The turning point in the battle had come with Quinn's use of the blood shadow, creating minuscule shields that could be moved at a great speed. It was enough for him to turn the tide. Mundus knew it was the end, Azura knew it was the end, and so did Quinn. Yet even then, Azura didn't stop trying. He continued to throw out his fists, each one of them deadly. With the way Quinn's health was now, a single hit meant it was the end of the fight. Maybe Azura was unaware of this. If he had known, perhaps it would have made a difference. But either way, Quinn wasn't letting up. He continued to block all of Azura's hits, now having more of the floating circles, and his own 2 arms compared to Azura, and had done the same again. Holding out Azura's arm, Quinn then slashed it down, transforming one of his fists into a blade. At the same time, Quinn also used the spare blood circle as a form of attack as well. Spinning it on its side, it was like a saw, and going in from below, it was cutting another one of Azura's arms as well. An attack from below and from above, the second arm of Azura's had fallen a lot easier compared to the first. For Quinn now, it was a rinse and repeat act. He was doing the same motions again and again, cutting off one arm at a time, until eventually there were only 2 left. "This is how you're going to beat me," Azura shouted. "By tearing me limb from limb." I would have given you a far better death. Quinn felt that maybe Azura was taunting him in a way, and although he wouldn't allow that to happen, he did feel quite bad. The way Quinn was winning, it felt a little cheap to him. At the end of the day, Quinn just needed to win no matter what happened. Who cared about honor or doing the right thing when they were dead? Would those things bring back one's family and friends? No. But winning and not losing them in the first place would stop them from dying. Despite knowing all of this, Quinn did feel like it was only right for him to give him a farewell. Jumping back, Quinn gathered all of the floating blood shadow discs. They continued to stop and block Azura. Some were stopping his punches while others were attempting to attack him. The blood shadow discs were unable to do serious damage, but that didn't matter. All Quinn wanted to do was keep him in one place. At that moment, Quinn was gathering his red aura. The dark red shadow was starting to glow brighter. Around Quinn's arms, the red glow, the lingering aura was swirling and moving up his arm. I'll give you what you want. Quinn ran forward, and his nitro accelerate was still active. As he ran, the after image left by his shadow and blood aura looked like a blood dragon pulse. The move was similar to the tiger pulse, only it used far more energy to build up, which was why he had to get Azura to stay absolutely still. However, as Quinn got closer, the blood aura started to spin and the after image of the dragon started to swirl around as well. Throwing both of his fists forward, right toward Azura's chest at the last moment, Quinn twisted both of his hands, giving it a little bit of extra power. Spiraling blood dragon pulse attack. After the connection was made, a large pulse of red aura went out, moving all of the ground around them. It looked like a ring of power, and when it hit the nearby islands and rocks, it pushed them away, even damaging some of them. The attack had gone right through Azura, as the two dragons made of blood aura could be seen for a few seconds before disappearing completely. Azura had stopped moving. Blood was dripping from his mouth. He tilted his head down to look at Quinn, and there was an unexpected expression on his face. Thank you. Azura smiled. Now, I no longer have to live with this anger. Whatever you do, don't trust the gods. A large wave of energy returned as the effect of the blood shadow took place. A large hit right in the center of Azura, and just like the last time, it had happened again, and this time he fell to his feet, his whole body disappearing on the spot, leaving behind nothing but a crystal. The crystal was filled with red energy inside it. It didn't look like flames, nor did it flow like vampire aura that glowed and was wind-like. Instead, the energy inside the crystal was a much darker red that was unable to stop shaking. It looked almost as if the crystal itself was shaking because of it. Has your anger even transferred to the crystal? Quinn couldn't help but smile. Even though the two hadn't spoken, they had only said a few words while fighting. Quinn didn't know why, but he felt through that fight he knew him quite well, knew his emotions, and especially with those last words. Azura was a being that just wanted his anger to go away. He had stayed in the same spot waiting for it to disappear, but it never did. In the end, the answer he had come up with was to release his anger on the whole universe, destroying everything. Would that have worked? Would he still have been just as angry as he was after accomplishing what he wanted? Regardless, there was one fact, and that was that his anger was now gone, which Azura realized himself in his final moments. Quinn was happy he could at least give him that. Picking up the crystal off the ground, Quinn looked at it in his hand. It looked like you wanted to say more at the end. Quinn spoke. He thought that maybe if he hadn't used the blood shadow at the end, he could have heard what he had to say, what he wanted to fully tell Quinn in his last moments. Azura was already on his last breath, but the second attack of the blood shadow had taken him out. Still, Quinn felt like he knew what Azura wanted to say, based on the story he had heard from Mundus. In fact, it wasn't just Azura. All of the humanoid godslayers that Quinn had managed to meet, all of them wanted to tell him the same thing. Don't worry. I got your message loud and clear, Quinn said to himself as he wrapped the crystal in shadow. I never trusted the gods to begin with. 5 out of 5 godslayers have been defeated. You have successfully completed the quest awarded to you by Mundus the Messenger. Please meet Mundus to claim your reward. The fight had come to an end with Azura, and yet, even with him gone, the area they were in, this part of the universe, was still the same. Quinn could imagine that this place used to be filled with planets, different moons, and perhaps looked similar to the solar system around Earth. Now, though, it was nothing. He could see no sun. The dark space had turned into a mystic shape-shifting rainbow-like color that produced just enough heat for one to live, and there were the countless number of large pieces of land that were just floating about in the space. It was just left here, now with no one here, to stay the same way as it was. In a way, it was sad to see that when someone left the world and left the universe, it still carried on the same. Maybe one being's journey had ended, but it hadn't reset everything back to the way it should be. Seeing all of this just gave Quinn even more determination to carry on forward, to stop what Jim and Jack were doing before this result would occur. Looking around, Quinn was searching for Mundus. He needed him to take him away from here, wherever here was. "Mundus!" Quinn shouted, not worried if anyone else heard him. "I have completed the task you gave me. Where are you?" For a quick second Quinn looked at his health. 8/100 HP. A lot of these fights I had were extremely dangerous and close to the wire. If Mundus decides to betray me, I won't have much fight left in me. But there is one thing I can still do. Quinn thought. The crystals were in his possession so he could shadow travel to where Minnie was. But he didn't want to do that without talking to Mundus first, because things needed to be made clear. "I can hear a sense of fear in your voice," Mundus said, appearing from behind. "For someone who had just defeated 5 of the greatest beings in the universe, I wouldn't expect it to come from you." "Ah, sorry, it was for beings. How could I forget about him?" Quinn was quite obviously keeping the distance between the two of them, and the regular shadow powers were lingering over his back. The words that were said by Azura in his last moments had stuck in his head more so than he thought. "What do we do now, L, with the crystals?" Quinn asked. "And is the deal the same as before, including the fact that I get to keep the armor?" "Ah, now I see why you are worried," Mundus said. "But believe me, if I wanted to kill you, I would have had plenty of chances. At any point in time I could have swooped in at the end and finished your life. I even allowed you to keep hold of the crystals, so there is no need for you to worry about that. Promise is a promise. Due to you achieving the mission that was set out to you, you will now become an agent of the Celestials. We will not get involved with business to do with those from Earth, and from time to time you will need to complete tasks for us. That is, of course, providing you complete the first task that you will be given, which is to stop the humans from spreading outside their current reach. Whether that's by eliminating them all, or having them work tightly under your thumb, either is fine, just stop them." Mundus gestured for Quinn to come over. They needed to be relatively close for the transport to work, and Quinn did take a few steps until he stopped. "Mundus, even though I trust you, you even said it yourself, a promise with you is not a promise with all the gods," Quinn said. "So what will happen if they choose to break this deal and go after me? I already have enough on my plate to deal with. What will you do?" For Mundus, he could understand why Quinn was acting this way. The God-slayers that he had made Quinn go up against, with the exception of Raze Cromwell, he knew about them all because he was somewhat involved with them all. The gods are not one to say they have never made a mistake. When you live as long as us, we are bound to make mistakes as well. There are, at times, where we think we have seen it all, and yet new things surprise us all the time. It's what makes living in this world still interesting in a way. But fear not. We have learned from our mistakes what happened to the Azuras. We wish for something like that to never happen again. That is the best thing I can say to try and reassure you. At this point, Quinn only had Mundus' trust, the trust he had given him so far. Not harming his family, not taking the crystals, and actually trying to explain his reasoning, but there was also the fact that Mundus had trapped him. Walking forward, Quinn accepted what would happen and stood next to Mundus. "How do we create the armor?" Quinn asked. "We will need a forgery and massive amounts of power and physical strength. To top it off, not just any metal can be used to be mixed with the God-Slayer crystals, at least if we want to create something that is the very best. I have a place in mind, a place you have been to before. The place of the Amra." Quinn was quite surprised to hear something he knew about. They certainly did have rocks that seemed indestructible and great strength as well. With Alex along with him, he was sure that they could create armor that was unmatched, or at least on the same level as what Ray was wearing. He wished to meet the Amra anyway to ask for their help in the fight, so it was the perfect place for him to go to, and then he could head back to the Mermerial planet. Before that, there is something I must do. Mundus placed his finger on Quinn's head. A faint glowing circle appeared on Quinn's forehead and quickly disappeared. You are now an agent of the Celestials. The Celestials are able to locate where you are through this marking. They are also able to communicate with you. The marking may be forcefully removed, but the Celestials will be aware. A tracker, I guess they trust me as much as I trust them. At least it can be removed. But that would be telling them that I was planning something. The journey for me and you ends here, Quinn Talon. Mundus said. I will transport you to where you need to be. If you don't hear from me, then it means you have done a good job and can continue to live your life. I sincerely hope we never have to meet again. A bright white light surrounded Quinn, and a few seconds later he was transported with everything he needed to end this. Inside the Grand Tower on one of the Amra planets, for a long time the Blades had struggled to get past the 50th floor. It was a central point in the tower and many struggled to do so as well. This was because the floor was more of a testing floor. One would have to beat a special evolved type of Amra to pass. They didn't need to kill them, but just be strong enough to allow them to reach the next stage. This stage could also be done with as many people as one wished. They had to go against 5 Amra at the same time. Due to the nature of the test as well, only one group, however small or large, could take the 50th floor at the same time. The 49th floor had a large living area that would allow one to rest and buy supplies and more before they went to the 50th floor. On top of that, whatever floor one went up to, they could use the teleporters located at each floor to quickly transport between them. So for the Blades, they would teleport to the 49th floor, and then attempt the 50th floor whenever they could. While doing this, Layla and her family were taking the test on their own, going up from floor 1. At the same time, Cyril and Stark were taking the test as well. Then finally, there was Russ, who had also decided to climb the tower, but on his own. Geo stuck with the Blades, giving them help and support when it was needed, while Nock, another one of the leaders of the Amra, stayed with the Talon family. There was also a high-ranking Amra put with Russ just to help if need be, and to keep an eye on him. While Nock and Geo were in the tower, the final leader of the Amra, Dober, who worked more on the technological side of things, was taking the reins on the outside. We failed again. Shiro walked through the village on the 49th floor, while his broken arm was being healed by another Blade. Behind him were all of the other members of the Blade group, around 50 in total, all of them looking defeated and tired. You are rushing more than you usually would, which causes you to make more mistakes compared to before, Geo said. Take my word for it, you have gotten stronger, but you shouldn't try and force yourself to beat your opponent. Take your time and think it through. We are rushing, but it's because he is now climbing the tower as well. An image appeared in not just Shiro's head but the rest of the Blades of Russ. The last thing that they all wanted was to be overtaken by him. In a way, it would be like admitting that he was stronger than them. Were the Blades nothing without Syl? No, they had still proven themselves to be some of the strongest out there without him. They were able to go against the Chained without Syl, and they were going to do the same here. After a few hours, the group had recovered, and they were ready to go again. They started to go through the village, getting a few snacks, and touching up on refreshments before having another go. The village had a nice row of market stalls side to side leading up to the large door that would take one to the 50th floor. While looking at these rows of shops, Shiro noticed a few people, and his eyes had widened. How did they manage to get up here so fast? Shiro said. Oh, the look on your face. Russ said. I have to admit, a lot of the tests in the tower would be incredibly difficult for some, but for me, one that can adapt to any situation, it was fairly easy. Russ has made it to the 49th tower far quicker than he had ever imagined. But he wasn't the only one here. Layla, Minnie and Galen were together, and they could even see the 2 new aliens they had recently met, Cyril and Stark. The Talon family were able to get through the floors due to their brute strength and overwhelming power. There was no struggle on the way up, and they were actually the first ones to arrive, but after reaching the 49th floor they decided to take a rest in the village. Not too far behind them was Russ, who had used his partner that traveled with him to unlock ways to go past the floors. Then there was Cyril and Stark. The two of them were quite lucky that the tests required certain things from them. At first they struggled with the gravity, but with their unique powers were able to pass through the floors relatively easily. But the 50th floor was always where it got really challenging for the group. "Everyone," Shiro said, gritting his teeth. "Let's go to the next floor." Shiro was already moving ahead, and the rest of them followed. Since it was the first time the others were on the 50th floor, they were unaware of the one-group rule, and this was why Shiro was getting a head start, because he and the Blades would go past the 50th floor before the others. Talking to the Amra at the large giant door, Shiro and his team were teleported away as they went to the 50th floor. "It looks like we will all need to wait a while until we can take the next test," Nox stated. "Only one group at a time can take the test." Russ didn't seem to be annoyed at this as he started to stretch a little. As he did though, there was another voice from behind. "Ah, we have been looking for you guys. This place was a bit more dangerous than we thought." A young voice said that sounded human. The Amra spoke deeper and rougher when they spoke. Turning around, it didn't take long for Russ to recognize the two of them, and for them to recognize him as well. On the 50th floor, a fire had been lit under the Blade family. They were working well together, pushing themselves as they fought against the stronger gravity, summoning more chi in their bodies. They timed their attacks perfectly, and more importantly, something they had never worked on before, they were working better as a unit. Usually, the Blades were strong individuals that could just use their abilities as they wished. Here though, it wasn't enough, and they were learning how to support each other more and more. In the end, the 5 Amra had been defeated, unable to get up. "It looks like you guys finally passed," Gio said. "You are amazing warriors who would be welcomed into any army." Finally passing the 50th floor, they could go to the 51st. However, what was a common thing to do was to head back to the 49th floor to rest before trying to climb back up the tower. Shiro and the group decided to do this, and at the same time they wanted to see how the others would fare, taking on the 50th floor. Surely they wouldn't pass it the first time, or at least be impressed that the Blades were able to pass it a first time. Heading back to the 49th floor, Shiro had only walked a short distance with the others until they all stopped. They could see Russ, Layla, and the others talking to 2 people. "Vicky, Jake," Shiro said as he ran over. "Both of you, what are you doing here?" It was none other than Jake Green and Vicky Blade. Shiro would know both of them as they were a part of the Blade family, yet at the same time not, but judging by how the two were looking at Shiro, they couldn't remember him at all. "I guess our memories of you have been removed as well," Vicky said. "Fear not, Logan has updated us on the situation, so we are not so surprised, and Layla has updated us on everything else that has happened so far. As for us, we are here because we have a message to deliver. Jack and Jim are on the move, and they are coming here." The Blades had come out of the 50th floor with a high. They were feeling great after finally passing the 50th floor. As they fought side by side, they could tell that they had improved by leaps and bounds. Something that would have taken them years to complete had been done in a matter of days. They were progressing fast, and a lot of them were already wondering how much better they would be if they continued to climb the tower. Surely, there would be a type of rebirth among those who would have managed to complete the tower. But all of these thoughts had come crashing down as they met with Jake and Vicky, who were the bearer of bad news. The fact that Jack and Jim were on their way meant that there was no more time for them to continue to improve. They were to face the enemy now, and to go against them at the strength they were at. "If the news you say is true, then we will need to talk about it together, in a more serious manner. I think it's best if we leave the tower," Gio claimed. Doing as Gio said, all of them left the tower, and with quick decision-making, Gio determined that no more Amra were allowed to enter the tower. Those that were in the tower were also to leave as soon as they could. It was a first for the Amra since Gio had taken control. Since those in higher positions had been made aware of what was possibly coming, the whole city, the whole planet, was feeling a little tense. They had decided to enter the large reception room that had hard rock-like furniture in Gio's manor from before. Here, Cyril and Stark had decided to contact their respective leaders, the king and queen of the Pensui and Wince, and they were being projected into the room as well. This was so they could all talk about their next step, and get the information that Jake and Vicky had come to deliver. The first question I would like to ask is, how did Logan manage to find us? Layla asked. Does that mean that Jim and the others already know where we are as well? This was an important question since the current plan they had, and one of the big advantages they had, was that the attacker didn't know where or who they were teaming up with. We actually didn't know, Jake replied, as he placed a device on the center table for all of them to see. Logan wished to send data to the next planet that was under attack. Jack and Jim have already been doing research on you, Amra, in order to face you. So far, every planet that they have taken over, they have fought against the alien race with no trouble at all. The device in the middle started to show scenes of the battle. The vampires, the humans with abilities, androids that had been created by Logan, and the Dalki that now had abilities, each one of them defeating all of their opennets with ease. A lot of these planets, they didn't know they were going to be attacked. Usually it is easier to defend than to be the attacker in a war, but all this time they have overwhelmed their opponents and in most cases can conquer an entire race in a couple of days. The leaders of the other races were shocked to hear this. Most wars would take months if not years. For something to be done in days really showed the level of power they were going up against. We were sent here to inform the next race on their list in hopes to give them more of a fighting chance. When we arrived though, we noticed that there were human traces and the Amra recognized us as humans all the way out here. Logan had frequently sent us to other planets to search for the blades. Vicky explained. We weren't so closely watched so it was easy for us, but we never found a trace of the blades that my husband asked us to find. So when we heard there were humans here, we thought it was best to meet them first, and it was a good thing we did. We never expected to also meet the Talon family, another group that Logan asked us to look for. Yes, Layla said. It's quite lucky. Maybe for once things are going in our favor instead of against us. Both Vicky and Jake looked around the room, as if they were trying to look for someone. Where is the person named Quinn though? Logan said. He was the most important person we should look for, Jake stated. There was an awkward silence in the room for a few moments before Layla spoke up. Quinn is off doing something that will help in the war. He should be returning to the Mermerial planet, the planet where Cyril and Wince are from, and will be here as soon as possible. I hope so, Vicky answered, because, at the moment you have 2 days before they arrive. Which means we have to prepare for the worst and make a plan as if he wasn't here. Russ added. We were already preparing for that anyway. The conversation went on, as the three races discussed the plan with how to deal with the upcoming attack, and a few things had been decided. The Pensui and Mermerials were already sending their forces to the Amra planet as they spoke. According to the direction of where Jim and Jack were coming from, they would reach 3 Amra planets before reaching the one they were currently on where the capital was located. It was decided that those planets would be cleared of locals, all positions taken back to the main planet, and they would take the fight to them on these 3 planets. Still, it might not be enough to protect everyone, and Jack and Vicky made that clear. They said that in each fight, when there are multiple planets, one group is the main attacker. They would take it in turns as to which group this would be. In this case, it was Jim. They would try to go to the location of where the leaders were to end the war as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the second group would deal with the other areas. Jack is most likely the one to have Syl. Our plan still remains the same, that we need to save Syl to give us the best chance of ending this war, Layla stated, and she looked towards Geo as she was a bit concerned. Do not worry about us, Geo said. This is our planet to protect. You are already doing enough to help us. We are not weak, and will do our best. You do not need to stay by our side. Although Geo was strong and he said that no one needed to stay and help, leaving the Amra to deal with Jim meant dealing with the vampire leaders, the originals, Jim, Chris, Peter, and Ray. With them trying to all save Syl, would they be able to survive before they managed to return? And that was only if they were successful saving Syl from Jack H. and the Dalki. We will be there to help as well, Jake stated. Logan will be coming on this attack, and so will the 2 of us. If your aim is to save Syl, then we will keep the element of surprise until the last moment. We will be able to give you a clear passage to save Syl. Great, Stark said. I see a lot of worried looks on the faces around us. But to me this is not a losing battle. We have 3 races that have come together, we have people on the inside of the enemy, and we have a plan. This is for the sake of saving all our races. including those on Earth. Don't forget, Minnie interrupted. We have Daddy as well, and he always saves us. They all smiled at Minnie. Although that was the case, they didn't have Quinn right now, but no one wanted to say anything to her. Don't worry, Dad will come. I know he will, Minnie said. When she finished her sentence, a large flash of white light could be seen right outside the window. It appeared as if it was coming from the sky. It looked like Minnie's prediction was true. The bright flash of white light could be seen from all over the city, and a few of them had seen this before. They remembered the last time they had seen such a thing, and in the back of their mind for a second they wondered, was it him? Yes, how could it be? Quinn didn't know they were here, and he hadn't gone back to the Mermerial planet yet. Besides, wouldn't he have arrived in a spaceship or something? In the end, Quinn didn't tell the others much of the details of what he was doing. Who Mundus was, what he had asked, and what he was capable of. As soon as he appeared in the city, he looked around and could see the Amra everywhere. There were a few that were quite startled, but they started to make faces as they were beginning to recognize him. Why do I recognize that human's face? And how did he come from the sky? One of them asked. Running Thorug the city, Quinn was heading to the most likely location where Geo would be. Since he was no longer a celestial, he was unable to clearly sense the energy inside him. Only when he was using it would he be able to somewhat pinpoint it. Let's not waste time, I need to try to find Geo as quickly as possible. He's their leader now, so he should be in the biggest or most central building, or he might be in the tower at the very back as well. Scanning, Quinn moved his head from side to side, and that's when he suddenly stopped for a few seconds as he looked at what was in front of him. Placing his hand on his forehead, he started to shake. Why? Why everywhere I go? Do they seem to like to build statues of me? Quinn said. At first, I have to admit I found it a bit flattering. But seeing it here, even among aliens, it's a bit embarrassing. And why does it feel like it's honoring someone that is already dead? I'm very much alive. Trying to ignore the statue, at least Quinn knew he was in the right place, and was on the right planet. Going around quickly, he could eventually see the large manor, and thought that it was the best destination. Using his strong legs, Quinn leapt up, and jumped toward one of the windows. Seconds before he was about to crash into the window, his body turned into shadow, and using the shadow travel, he went right through the wall and landed in the center of the room. When he stood up from his bent position from landing, he could see multiple eyes on him. That was quite the unexpected entrance, Russ said with his arms folded, looking unimpressed while the others found it hard to keep their mouths closed. Quinn was like the boogeyman. One would say his name and then he suddenly appeared right in front of them. Daddy! Minnie called out as she ran forward, and surprisingly, Galen had jumped out of Layla's hands as well, rushing toward his father. The two of them jumped up and Quinn caught them as they rubbed their cheeks against his chest. We missed you so much. Where did you suddenly go? Why do you keep leaving us? Minnie asked through sobbed tears as usual. Quinn wanted to answer, but honestly he was left more confused as to what situation he had just ran into. He was turning his head looking at everyone in the room. For one, he was only expecting to see Geo, but everyone was here. What? Shiro as well, you were on the Amra planet, now my head is really starting to hurt. Why is everyone on the Amra planet? What happened? Did the Mermerials get attacked? Quinn asked. It looked like now was the time for the others to explain to him what had happened. They went through the details of the choices they had decided to make in order to help Quinn, and how it was a coincidence that the Blades were here. He let them do the talking as to what happened since the Blades were here. Now it was all starting to make a bit more sense, but there was still one more piece of the puzzle that Quinn was confused about, and that was Jake and Vicky. From the way they looked at him, it seemed as if their memories had been wiped as well, and there had to be a reason for that, which they explained, making Quinn's heart beat slightly faster. I see. So it's finally happening. It looks like they're coming and we don't have a lot of time. Thank you for coming all of this way. I'm sure you two have to head back as soon as possible in order to not cause any suspicion. The last thing I want to do is upset you guys and Logan after everything you have already done for me, Quinn stated. It was true, and looking at each other they decided to set off, reminding them that they would help with the Syl situation. I'm sorry everyone for going away again. but I promise that this time it was for a good reason. Quinn stated. I think the plan you have made will mostly work. The problem is the ones fighting against Jim. I want to be by your side, I want to help you when you rescue Syl, but I can't just leave the Amra, and I think there is a bigger threat that I'll need to hold back. I will have to put my trust in you guys in order to free Syl. While here, on this planet, I will try to cause a big distraction for them. So when the time is right, who knows, maybe Jack and the others will send all of their forces to me. But what if they change our memories and make you seem like you are one of our enemies? Geo asked. I think it's best if I don't come in at the start of the war anyway. Most likely Jim won't use a strong force, or his trump card unless he's in trouble. In this war, I will make it appear as if I'm appearing as an outsider to help you out. Even if they do change your memories, I will be fighting against the enemy, so I doubt it will change much, and besides, I think there could be another problem. Quinn didn't say it out loud, but 2 days it wasn't enough time. At first he was happy that he had arrived just before the war had started. But Alex had given him a reminder. The armor Quinn, even if we can gather all the materials on this planet, and can use their forgery here, we are dealing with 5 Godslayer crystals. We will be lucky if the armor is done by the end of the war. Alex stated. There was a large issue at hand, but Quinn didn't want to share his worries with everyone. At least not yet, until he knew there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. They already had a lot to worry about. The problem at hand was how long it would take to create the armor. The celestial weapons that Alex had created, the blood guns, had taken a long time and even trapped his soul into the weapon. After that, Quinn had also created the Godslayer tear ring for his daughter, and he was in the forgery for around 2 weeks back then. This was completely different. They weren't creating a small accessory but were creating a whole armor set and possibly gauntlets as well. With 5 crystals, Quinn felt like maybe it would take a whole month. If only Mundus had come with me, he could have sped up the process, but he might think he has gotten involved enough already, and after letting me keep the armor behind the Ancient One's back. I doubt he would want to be involved in the creating process as well. Everyone prepare as you have been doing, and make sure you all get plenty of rest. Quinn said. I know a lot of you are restless and maybe want to train more last second before the enemy arrives, but we have the element of surprise in this battle. We know they are coming, so we can be well rested. I need to speak to Geo for a bit about something. I will have him call for you all when you are needed. It was the first time they had seen Quinn talk formally to all of them. He wasn't speaking as a friend or as an ally, but it was clear he was giving orders. The look in his eyes as well, they were more fierce and aged compared to before. It made the others wonder, just what had he been through, what was he doing during this time? Still, he was the person they could trust most, and they would continue to do so. After everyone had left, Quinn cut straight to the chase, asking Geo about helping him with his requirements. Both of those things I can supply to you. One of the best forgeries there is, and the strongest material that we can get our hands on. Even if you were to not use any crystals at all, I guarantee the quality would be better than a lot of beast gear out there. Geo said, as he paused for a second, making Quinn think there was a but in there somewhere. What's the problem? Quinn asked. It's not so much of a problem, maybe more of a concern. I can tell why you were a bit worried back there, if you wish to create an armor. You said that you would be overseeing this project yourself, yes. It was the only option they had. Quinn was the only one that could use the blood guns since they were attached to him. It wasn't like other weapons, and that meant Alex was attached to him as well. So the two of them would have to be the one to make the weapons. Yes, which means I might be away at the start of this war. But this armor, I'll be honest, I believe that without it, we might not have a chance to win this battle. These words were not ones he wanted to say in front of many, and that included Geo, but he thought it was only fair for him since he was risking his life. I understand, Dober, who you met the last time you came here. He is one of our best forgers and has a great mind. He and his team can help you with everything you need. They will be able to speed up the process for you, at least on the material side. If this armor is as important as you say it is, then it's better that they are helping you, rather than being out on the battlefield. But there is one issue. The best for Gray and the materials needed are in the tower. This didn't come as a huge shock based on what Quinn had seen before, but he wondered why did Geo think it was so much of an issue. The tower, the way it works, each floor is more like a portal to another planet. another world. You should know that from the last time. You will have to stay in the tower while making the armor, but if the tower is destroyed then it won't be easy to come back. Now Quinn could see the issue. He had his shadow link so he could always come back to Minnie or Galen, but they were meant to go with Layla to help free Syl. Layla would never agree to split them apart or be without them, but if they were all to stay here, then it might not be enough to break out Syl. We will just have to deal with the situation. They won't know the importance of the tower, and I'm sure you will protect it well. If worse comes to worse, I will travel as quickly as I can. A plan had been set, and before he was to inform everyone, he went ahead with Dober to look at the forgery and equipment in the tower. The Amra were already at work transferring the large rocks that were sparkling with green color. They were bringing them down from a floor to where the forgery was based on around floor 30. So what do you think? Dober asked. This is excellent, Quinn, Alex said with excitement. They have equipment that works much faster than that at the vampire settlement. And plus these guys, it was as if this alien race were made to be forgers with their four hands. Maybe we can make it a lot quicker than I originally thought. Will it be quick enough to be made before they arrive? Alex's silence was a clear no, but being made quicker was certainly better. This is great. Thank you for staying by my side and working so hard, Quinn said. The others had been called to the front of the tower, as he needed to speak to them all. I don't like keeping you in the dark, which is why I have called you all to tell you something important, Quinn said. Most likely, when the war starts, I won't be there to help you. I have to enter the tower to create something that will give us a big advantage in this war. I will be as quick as I can be. I know the enemy is strong, but all of you are strong as well, and I believe in you. Stark, please step forward. Stark did as was told and moved forward. Quinn then waved his hand, and a shadow appeared on the ground with it. The celestial Fong set appeared on the ground. Everyone who had known Quinn for the longest time knew what the armor was and how precious and powerful it was. You are the fastest being I know, and with this armor there will not be a single person that will be able to match up to your speed. Use this to save my friend Syl. This is a loan, for me to help you, and I expect the armor back in one piece. Stark didn't know what to do. He had heard Quinn talk about this armor a few times. It was what allowed him to beat him in the grand event. Never did he think he could get such a thing. So he just went on his knees and started to thank Quinn dearly. I know you have a lot you must want to say to me, especially you, Layla, and my family, but I think it's best we leave it here because I want to make it clear. This is not goodbye. I give every single one of you an order that you cannot fail no matter what. Do not die, Quinn said, turning around and heading into the tower. Quinn had entered the tower, and when he did so, he didn't look back at those that he had left behind. In his own words, this wasn't a goodbye. He was going to see them all again when he got out of the tower. This was his strong belief, his resolve that he needed if he was to go in the tower and get what was needed to be done. Arriving at the floor where the large forgery would be at, Quinn quickly ran through the fields. On this floor, the world they were on was a land like that of Earth but almost set in a distant past. But it had the best forgery that they needed to create what they wanted. The large black rock building was built around a special area on the land, one where there were 5 inactive volcanoes. Apparently from the center, they were able to draw natural heat from the land that could be used in the weapon-making process. At the same time, there was a special quality to the natural heat that would rise up from the ground when making their weapons that would allow them to be that much stronger. Remember, Quinn, when we start this process, we can't stop no matter what. Alex explained in his head. If we want to get done here as soon as possible and help out everyone, then we need to focus on the task. There was more to it than just this. When making weapons, the timing of everything was very important, and at times there weren't things like machinery that could tell one when the best time was to do the next part. Often it was intuition. Through making so many weapons, Alex could eyeball the next step. They entered the forgery again, and 10 large strong Amra were at Quinn's disposal, as well as Dober. The equipment was all set up, and the special green rock-type material was placed in the corner of the room. Me and you, we've both worked together making a weapon before, Alex said. So this time we will be better than before. We can work faster. You have a special body, Quinn. A body I always wished I could have. And you have me, the best forger, and as well as the best workers here, we are going to create equipment this world has never seen. Although Alex kept talking, he was worried, because his partner in all of this was silent. He hadn't responded to anything he said, and there was this uneasy feeling around him. Just tell me what to do, Quinn eventually said, and I will follow it. Hearing Quinn speak, Alex realized that he was just incredibly focused at the moment. In his mind, the war might as well have started already. The first order from Alex was to see what material they were dealing with. Quinn walked up to the strange rock. It was mostly gray in color with sparkles of green crystal running through it. This is known as a cedron stone, Dober explained. We brought over all of the material that we have in the tower. With this much cedron stone, you would be able to create 3 lots of armor. The best thing about cedron is that no other material needs to be mixed in with it other than the beast crystals. It's perfect in every way, as if it was a material that was meant to be made into beast weapons. However, since it's your first time working with the material, we expect mistakes, and this will allow room for error. As I said though, this is the only cedron we have. I don't want to put pressure on you, but it's okay, Quinn said. Had there ever been a time when Alex had made a mistake? Perhaps not, and it would be the worst case for him when the tension was this high. In order to do all of this as quickly as possible, no mistakes were needed. Grabbing the special rock with his bare hand, Quinn tried to clench his fingers as hard as could. At first he used his natural strength and there was nothing, then after that he used his chi as well to increase the strength of his grip even more, but a piece of the rock wouldn't break off. The material itself is so strong that it can't be cut. The Amra have to dig out around it and pull it out. The only way is to place it in the furnace, and only this furnace, in order to melt it down to usable material. The Amra had more experience dealing with the cedron stone, so he would leave it to them. They would focus on this process while Quinn would need to focus on something else. We need to give Dober the designs that we want. He can then start to make the moldings for the weapons, but before that we also need to decide something else as well. Just what crystal are we going to use for what part of the armor? Quinn brought each of the God Slayer crystals that he had earned and laid them on the table. The battles that he went through to obtain them flashed in his head for a second. Quinn, you were the one that fought them all head to head. You know what powers each of them possess, so I want you to pick, as I am going to trust your instincts on this one. Alex explained. Usually, a crystal had to be inspected to decide what the crystal was best suited for, but there had to be a reason why Alex was doing things this way. The cloudy crystal. Quinn picked up. It belonged to the monkey man. He was agile, light on his feet. Even when he was walking it was hard to hear what direction he came from, and he was quite the master of trickery. I think it would be best to create a pair of boots out of these. I think that's a good choice. The crystal has plenty of energy, more so than regular crystals. I think boots which also have greaves going up to your knee will be good. Looking at what else needed to be made, Quinn had picked up 2 crystals this time, one being the Phoenix crystal and the other the Behemoth. I'm struggling with this. Ray has great strength, so for the chest plate, the strongest beast I thought against, the Behemoth would be the perfect choice. Yet surely, the Phoenix that had a wide range effect and could withstand large amounts of heat would also do well. Again, I think both of them are good choices, Alex stated. Perhaps I can create a chest piece that works with both of the crystals and stretches out so it covers your shoulders. It will be 2 pieces of equipment, both of them having the same properties as each other. Quinn then surprisingly picked up Azura's crystal. I think this choice has to be the obvious one. My opponent uses gauntlets where all his strength came from his hands. If it's powerful enough, then there is no need for you to attempt what you said you would do before. Alex didn't comment on this because he didn't want to tell Quinn, but he still wished to remodify the blood guns to become part of the gauntlets even if there was another God Slayer crystal. Guns never did suit Quinn's fighting style, but it was the power that they brought that had helped him. If that power can be transformed into something more hands-on, in order for Quinn to do what he needed to do, then he would do it in a heartbeat. Then that would leave the last crystal to be used as a helmet, Quinn said, picking up what was given by the great mage, a mystery crystal. Quinn, just because it goes on your face doesn't mean it has to be a helmet. A helmet has never suited you. Alex laughed in his head. I think a mask has always suited you best. The creation was underway, and so was everything else. It was quite clear that the Pensui and Mermerials were taking this matter quite seriously, as they had sent a little over 50% of their forces to aid the armor race. This was most likely the effect of the video that had been shown by Jake and Vicky. Each race had their own research teams, and they could cross-reference that it was true, the fact that a race from Earth was going from planet to planet, taking over civilizations and other races. Of course, they were unable to send their whole armies as they still needed some for self-protection, but it was also clear that they were riding on this alliance. If the three races didn't succeed in stopping Earth's forces, then there wasn't much hope for them stopping it on their own. The evacuation of civilians and their treasured belongings was complete, as they moved from their planets to the one where Geo and the tower resided. Their belongings could all be put on one of the floors, making it safe. If the main city was to suffer from the battle, then at least they wouldn't have to worry about their belongings. The plan was for Geo to also let those that didn't wish to fight to reside in the tower. After all, if it was destroyed, they wouldn't die but instead would be someplace safe. However, none of the proud Amra wished to not take part in the war, so only the children were placed inside. Because of this, the planned number of forces had changed slightly. The 3 planets surrounding the central planet had a slight curve. These planets would have a mixture of forces, Amra, Mermerial and Pensui. No doubt they would be surprised to see 3 races rather than 1 alien race, and it was most likely that these planets would be attacked first. Because there were a larger number of Amra participating in the war, only they would protect their main city. However, it would have their strongest protecting the place. They would have to rely on their allies to do the job of stopping the majority of the forces of the first wave. Currently, Layla and the rescue force were on the center planet of the 3 planets. This would allow them to travel to the other 2 quicker if there was a need to, but that wasn't their goal. Layla, Minnie, Galen, Shiro, Cyril, Russ, Stark and Shiro were part of the operation to rescue Syl. They were all walking through the city as they watched everyone prepare. Large interracial groups were discussing formations and volunteering on what to do. Entering one of the buildings, led by Wince, they were to discuss their own plans as well. It was quite a surprise for them to see Wince. She was the leader of the Mermerials, but she felt like she needed to be here. All of her people were fighting for them, and she needed to be there to make sure as many of them came back alive as possible. "How many people will there be fighting?" Shiro asked. "The Pensui have sent over 30,000 allies, the Amra are around 50,000 strong, and then we Mermerials are the larger force with 60,000. Do remember that all of those forces will be split between 4 different planets, so it might not seem like as many." Wince answered. One of the unique factors of Earth was just how many people there were. With all the planets they lived on, the number reached billions. With the humans, Dalki, and vampires taking part in battle, the enemy forces number would be large. The giant cruise ships could fit around 100,000 people on it, so it was possible with 2 large cruise ships that they would be going against 200,000. "I have prepared something for you all," Wince said, and soon several Mermerials came over, with their dark blue armor all different shapes and sizes. "We have mentioned that one of the most important parts of this war is that the enemy doesn't know your true goal, or that you are here, so you are to disguise yourself as Mermerials the best you can." There wasn't any armor for Stark, as he was a Pensui in the first place, and he also would be wearing the Fong set as well. The armor was for everyone else. Wince had done well, and it was a perfect fit for all, with specially designed helmets that would cover the face. It was hard to tell who was behind the armor, but their powers would reveal all. Russ was able to imitate powers, so he wouldn't have so much of a problem. It was the same for Shiro, he could just use a water ability and he would fit right in with the Mermerials. This was the same for the rest of the Blade family. They would only use the full scope of their powers, when they were told they could. For the others, they would have to rely on their physical strength until later on. All of them looked at each other, in their armor. They were disguised well, and Minnie couldn't help but try to punch her little brother while he was in the armor. It wasn't a big hit, and the small boy took it well, remaining standing. Lifting his fist up, it looked like Galen was about to do the same, until his mother picked him up off the floor. "You too. This isn't the time for messing around," Layla said. "You know, I think you are both too young to get involved in all of this, but because of us being unable to stop this before it got this way, you are already involved, and I would rather have you by my side than not. Minnie, Galen. If things get dangerous, I want both of you to hide in your shadow space. Just stay there for a few days. The others looked at the children. They truly did feel bad that they had to be dragged into it. But they weren't ordinary children. Both of them were Talons. Dober from the Amra have provided us with a ship made from cedron rock. It is underneath the building we are in now, covered. You have to destroy the floor to access it. Most likely Syl will be on the giant cruise ship that will stay out of battle, so you will have to go to them. You guys know when to initiate this, and you know your own plan better than I do. I wish you all luck. Time went on with everyone making the small adjustments that they needed. Positioning themselves, planning routes where they could carry the injured and where they could launch attacks and more. Now all they needed to do was wait, and they didn't need to wait long. On a day where there were almost no clouds in sight, one could see the dark space clearly. With it, they could see the two giant cruise ships that looked planet-sized drifting through space heading towards them. Layla looked up, tensing her fist. The war has started. Setting off from the vampire settlement and Earth, the two large Marpo cruise ships made their way to the next destination. The teams had been briefed on who they were going against and what the current plan was. In the Marpo cruise office, Jim was staring at a large tank of water. He had it built with all types of aquatic life inside, and it went from the floor all the way to the tall ceiling of his room. Everything has been prepared just like you asked, Vincent said, who was also standing inside the room. Logan will also be traveling with Jack and has supplied him with countless androids. But I assure you that he is in full support of you, and will update us on any suspicious movements that Jack makes. Carefully following with his eyes, Jim looked at the water-like beast in the tank. He then pressed his hand against it and a small scratch was made, from the crystal that was embedded into his hand. Vicnant, you have always been honest with me, even from before. Jim stopped as he started to think back to old memories. Memories of before he had been banished from the vampire settlement and essentially made an outcast. I want you to tell me the truth. At the moment, who do you think has more power out of the two of us? Jim asked. Vincent placed his hand on his chin as he thought about the answer, but as always did indeed tell the truth. Before, the answer would have been quite clear. I would have said Jack. However, you have gained a lot of strength. You have woken up past leaders as well as the original vampires. Jack has the support of the people on his side, the humans, because they can relate to him a lot more. Even if you are the hero, it is hard for those to get behind ones that are different compared to them. Yet the human strength has seemed to weaken greatly, and you have of course Chris on your side, one of the strongest humans there is out there. Jim finally turned around and went over to his seat as he placed both feet up on his desk. I feel like there is a but coming? Jim raised his eyebrow. You have made the vampires the strongest they have ever been, and although I have no doubt about your strength against the humans, he has the Dalki on his side. Yes, we have come up with a solution to increase the vampire's strength. The Dalki blood, even creating the X-tier solution for yourself, even with all of this progress, improving the vampires to the point they have never been before, the Dalki are something that even I can't predict. From what we have seen, the Dalki are able to evolve at an incredibly fast rate, and it's almost as if they are even competing against each other in terms of evolution. Before, no one thought there could be anything beyond a fifth spike. When a fifth spike is spotted, more and more four spikes are seen. This pattern seems to continue now that we have higher spikes. The rest of the Dalki are evolving with those at the top, at a pace that outmatches what we vampires can achieve. From the look on Jim's face, it was clear he wasn't happy with the answer Vincent gave him. But taking a deep breath, he smiled. I would expect no less from the creation that I created. Jim started to laugh. Which is why the current situation annoys me so much. Nearly all of Jack's current strength comes from the Dalki, something that I made, and are only alive and present because of me. So why do they follow him? Thinking that this was a legitimate question, Vincent went on to answer. The Dalki have always favored strength. They follow those who are strong, but just like nearly all races, that only counts for those that are within their own race. There are two by Jack's side that hold the most loyalty over the Dalki. There is H and Pine. Since these two are loyal to Jack, most of them are loyal to him. It was a tricky situation. It wasn't as if no Dalki followed Jim though. He also had a relatively small army that followed him as well. Those that were more thoughtful and thanked him for prolonging their original lifespan. The problem was, they weren't full-blooded warriors. It was almost because they could think more rationally with their thought and be thankful to a person, rather than blindly following the one that was strong. They were slightly weaker. And that is something I still don't understand. Jim mumbled. Why in the heavens would those two choose to follow him? Anyone can tell that the two of them are beyond anything that Jack has, or Jack himself. Which means there has to be something, some way he has a hold over the two of them. I don't buy the fact that just because he was the one that gave them powers, they will stand by his side. That doesn't make any sense. Viknant actually agreed with this matter. He didn't say it out loud though. This was one of the tasks that had been given to him by Jim, but there had been no progress in the matter. I understand what you are trying to say. At the moment the two of us are relatively even, but eventually the Dalki will grow too strong for us, giving Jack the edge. That is fine. Time is on my side with that one as well, as if we leave things too long they will perish. Jack is too scared to attack in the first place because I still have him by my side. As long as Ray is with me, then I believe he can still beat them all. The only problem is he is a bit of a loose cannon. I also have to make sure Malik is near him in case anything happens. Either way, there is not a single person that can beat him. While Jim was smirking to himself, Vincent decided to ask a question that had been on his mind. Jim, what are you looking for? It seems your search through the universe you are looking for something, Vincent asked. He was worried that maybe this question was too personal and would perhaps blow his cover. But Jim was so confident in Malky's abilities he answered quite easily. I wish to change the past. Jim answered. I want my body back, my powers back, everything that happened to me to be returned, and for me to bring everyone down there. There is a large amount of power in this universe, I know it, and it has to be out there. The sound went off in the room, meaning it was time for everyone to get to their battle stations. The attack was to begin. On the 3 armor planets, all of them could witness the 2 large Marpo cruise ships. They could be seen drifting towards them, and they soon stopped, floating in place. Everyone knew, everyone was aware that the enemy was here. However, they all needed to play an act. Hands were pointed at the sky, with worried faces as they looked at each other, waiting for what was to happen next. Layla tightly placed her hand on the sheath of her sword, while also looking at Galen and Minnie. Bring it, Layla strongly said under her teeth. Moments later, and out from one of the large Marpo cruise ships, black pods were seen shooting out and falling through space. They were going at a fast speed and aiming straight towards the 3 planets. You Earthlings are quite confident in yourselves, Wince nervously said, holding onto her trident. I thought they might give us a little test run, attacking one of the planets first, but it looks like they are going after all 3 at the same time. There was one thing that was apparent though, and it was the fact that all the black pods were coming just from one of the ships. The last time when Quinn was still in the vampire settlement, they were the first to attack. However, if the information given by Vicky and Jake were true, this attack would be led by Jack, which meant they knew what was in those pods. The black pods crashed into the cities, tearing through the buildings with no trouble at all. There were hundreds of them for each city, all of them stuck upright, creating a small crater where they had landed. The door of the black pods opened, and immediately a large black hand could be seen climbing out of the pod, its scale-like face and the spikes on its back. This was the starting attack from the Dalki. As soon as it stood up right on its feet, the Dalki was ready to attack, seeing what enemy it was up against. That's when it witnessed large arms swinging down right on top of its head. They bashed down, causing the Dalki to fall to the ground. Who gave you permission to land on our planet? The Amra shouted. The Amra went to pick up the Dalki, but as he was about to, the Dalki whacked the large hands away. The strength was real. When the Dalki went to throw out its fist, before it hit the Amra, a whirlpool of water appeared in front of the hit, pushing the arm away. At the same time, suddenly from the right side, a small purple-like creature had jumped through the air and swung its arm, hitting it in the side of the head and breaking through its scales. The attack wasn't deep and the Pensui had to quickly move out of the way as it got out of striking distance. What are these things, these little bugs? the Dalki yelled, before another large fist from another Amra hit him right on the head, sending him to the ground. Quickly the two Amra swung their arms down wildly. 8 heavy arms hit the Dalki again and again until it was no longer moving. It took a few of them to work together and finish it off, but rather than the attackers having the element of surprise, this time it was the aliens that were ready for a battle. On the roof of houses, many of the Mermerials had blasters that could condense their water power into small sharp shots, and as soon as the Dalki stepped out of their pods they were met with pain. On the ground, the Pensui were moving fast, and were also using some inventions that had been given to them by the Amra. They were able to run in and throw a grenade made of beast energy that would stick onto the Dalki's body. They would then run out and the explosion would go off, startling the enemy. The ones that had the hardest job though were the Amra that had to go toe-to-toe with them, and not all of them were successful in overpowering the Dalki. One of the Dalki's bodies had hardened into a metal-like material, making it so the water powers had no effect on them, and it was the same with the bombs. One unfortunate Pensui had been caught and grabbed by the head by a Dalki. The higher spikes were faster than they could imagine, and they had strength to back it up. With a clench of the fist, the Pensui's head exploded and it was no more. An Amra came charging towards the Dalki, who knocked 2 of the hands away while grabbing onto the other 2. As it held on, it kicked the Amra's body away and ripped the arms completely off. This situation was repeating itself. The higher spikes had abilities like fire, earth, super speed, regeneration, taking more people to take them out. One of the Dalki, who had the power of regeneration and was a 4 spike, had already killed a lot of the race and caused destruction all over. He stood there smugly until a trident came out, spiraling with water all around it. On the end of the trident was a female who pushed with all her strength, stabbing them right through the heart. The Dalki attempted to respond by swinging their arm, but the Mermerial gathered water and swung it out, hitting the arm away. But then the trident had been pulled out and swung, cutting the throat and chopping off the head of the Dalki. Wince stood there taking in a deep breath. I want to help everyone, but it will be more beneficial for me to take out the ones that are causing the most trouble. But it makes me worry about how the other planets are doing. Wince had, of course, made the comment because all the powerhouses were on the center planet. They would love to go support the others, but that wasn't their main goal. Still, while they were here, waiting for the right moment, they would help out as best as they could. The Dalki from before that was able to harden its body was proving to be a real problem for the others. And seeing this, a figure stood in Mermerial armor, with a black sword in her hand, stood in front of him. We should have made sure that we got rid of every single one of you. Layla rushed forward, running far faster than the Dalki had expected. But it was confident in its body and knew that the attacks from those wearing this armor could do nothing. The water strikes didn't hurt him. Lifting the sword up, she swung it with great strength diagonally across the Dalki's body, and it went through the hardening as if it wasn't even there. This was all because of the effect of the sword, of course. The Dalki had been split in half and had fallen to the floor. Seeing this, it was giving the others confidence. In multiple places, there were those that were helping out Shiro, Russ, Cyril, and Stark, getting rid of the more troublesome Dalki. In the ship, they were observing the situation. Sir, the Dalki are struggling a lot more than we originally thought, one of the men said. Jack was standing in the command center and could see the videos. Yes, it seems for some reason there are more than just our 4 armed friends. Their allies have completely different powers and seem to be drastically different to the Rock people. Is it an alliance? We guessed that this would eventually happen as we continued to go through the universe, but not so soon. I didn't realize that there would be 3 different groups of aliens on friendly terms. What would you like us to do? One of the men asked. We can't lose so many Dalki in the first wave. Since they have unexpected help, we will just have to move in quicker. Send the supporting Earth team. The Dalki and humans will have to work together. This wasn't just a battle but a large-scale war that was going on. The other members that didn't have Wince and the others to help out were struggling a bit. The hardest thing they had to get used to was the fact that the Dalki would get stronger the more injured they were. However, they were already aware of this information, and they were fighting with their heads as best as they could. One of the Dalki was chasing after a Pensui. Its green blood was covering from its head to its body, making it incredibly powerful and fast. The Pensui turned down an alleyway street, and right after, the Dalki jumped with its powerful legs reaching out. A few beeps were heard, and several explosions went off one after the other. After that, out from the crushed buildings on one side were a few Amra, and the others there were from the mermerial race with water blades in their hands. They all attacked aggressively, aiming to finish off the Dalki, and that's what they did. If there was one thing that was helping them immensely, it was the fact that they had prepared on their side. Still, the Dalki were strong, and there were those with unexpected abilities. Powers that they never had experienced battling against before, that they had to deal with on the go. Which meant there were many casualties on their side, and it was hard for Wince to stomach. Don't be afraid to fall back. Rest if you need it, and regroup with those around you, Wince shouted, lifting up her trident and shooting out a large hydro pump of water out. She had yet to rest herself, but they needed to use the advantage of numbers on their side. I thought I would never see something like this again, at least not so soon, Wince thought. Our people already dealt with infighting before, we were just starting to recover from the war. But I can't blame Quinn. It's clear that we would have never been able to deal with this on our own, and that this isn't the extent of the enemy's powers. Wince was looking up at the two ships, waiting for them to make their next move. The thing was, Wince didn't know how soon the Marpo cruise would make its next move. Coming out from the large cruise ship, once again several black pods came out. This time, there looked to be around 3 times the amount that there was before. Those that weren't fighting and were recovering from their injuries were looking up, and just the sight of the black pods heading their way was frightening to them. There are more black pods, and 3 times the amount. Are all of them filled with these dragon-like monsters? One of the Mermerials said. They crash-landed onto the ground, disrupting some of the fights. A lot of those fighting had to move back. They were keeping the fighting to a certain area. It was part of Wince's plan, that way they could use the second half of the city to move around easier and get help to those that needed it. Yet with this sheer number, they were wondering what they would do next. The Dalki that were fighting went next to the black pods, almost protecting them. Steam came out from the front and out of the pods. Instead of a black scaled hand, there was soft flesh that was covered in beast armor. Layla, who was in another area seeing this, gritted her teeth. They sent out humans. The humans were larger in number, and there were 3 per pod that was sent out. Immediately they went into battle supporting the Dalki, supporting what was once their enemy, and they were now standing side by side. With their chi, mixed abilities and beast weapons, they were far more versatile than the Dalki, and worse was the fact that they were playing a more supportive role. Stopping the Amra from getting close and physical with them, attacking those that were ranged from far away. One of the humans came and jumped up in the air, wielding a giant beast axe. He had the ability of great strength. Layla was ready to chop him down, until a smaller person leapt up and punched the man in the side of the face, sending him flying across the room and crashing into another building. What are we meant to do? Against the humans? Minnie asked, landing on her 2 feet. It wasn't as if they didn't know this was going to happen. They were going up against those from Earth, and they believed they were fighting for a good cause, so of course they would have to fight humans and vampires as well. Injure them to the point until they can no longer take part in the fight. Layla answered. But I don't want you to do it at the risk of hurting yourself, and don't get in the way of what the others have to do. They could never ask the aliens to not harm humans. That would be a ridiculous ask, not when they were dying right here in front of them. Neither side was at fault for this war, apart from the 2 that were behind it all. Minnie did as she was told and ran through the field. She would use this to avoid the strikes, and use her physical capabilities to knock out the humans in one strike. At times more was needed, and she had to break a few bones which she had become accustomed to. Rather than focus on the Dalki, this was something she was more suited to, and helped out the others greatly. It's safer for Minnie to go up against the humans for now, especially at the moment when she can't use her powers. At the moment, Galen is being sensible and listening to me as well, staying in Minnie's shadow. I know there's something special about him, but he can't get injured in this fight. Layla then looked up at the Marpo cruises. Both of them were still next to each other in the sky. The other one, it hasn't moved yet. Is it because they are struggling more than they thought? This isn't good, we need the two cruise ships to split up. Then, we can infiltrate the other and save Syl. We need to wait until Geo and the others are engaged in combat with Jim, and that's when we can act. What's happening? Jack shouted. Why haven't the androids been sent yet? Out of all the battles that have gone on so far, this one is progressing the worst. I'm sorry, but a large error has occurred with the android's mainframe. They aren't listening or communicating together. I am trying to fix this as soon as possible. Logan answered. With nothing else Jack could do, he shut down the communication with Logan. We need an update on the situation on all planets on the ground to find out which one is struggling the most. There's a good chance that there is a leader of some sort. We need to find them. Logan had ended the call on his end, and of course there was nothing wrong with the androids at all. They needed to have another use at the right time. This is the best I can do for you guys at this moment in time. I hope everything goes well. Because right now I don't know when or who is going to make the first major move. When the first wave of Dalki came crashing down on the planets, the battle was intense. The Dalki were confident in their fighting power, and having survived a number of battles, they showed next to no fear going into this one. After all, the Dalkis were resilient, they were hard to kill, and only got stronger the more injured they were. It was almost like a drug to them, the power they would feel when they got injured, and after every battle, they felt as if their own bodies were evolving, as if their spikes on their back was growing. This did seem to be the case, but the Dalki were unaware of just how hard this battle would be, against a group of organized aliens all with their own unique powers. With the human support, the battle continued to be intense, but eventually after a few hours of fighting things started to cool off. The humans and the Dalki grouped up together rather than fighting separately. In doing so they were occupying certain areas and districts of different areas. They had healers in their group that would heal the injured, and they would only go out to try and attack on the order of a commander. The fighting had settled into only certain areas with territories on both sides. The Dalki and humans have managed to cover around a 5 kilometers radius of the center of the city. They have humans with sensor abilities making it hard for us to approach without alerting them. One of the Mermurials reported to Wince. Get the Pensui to surround them in all directions but not get too close to alarm them. We will let them be the ones to make the move, they are the ones that are attacking and we should keep it that way. With their speed, they should be able to alert us soon as possible and not get hurt. Wince ordered. The current situation, waiting and being patient, only attacking certain areas and the stray Dalki and humans was more ideal for their group who had the larger force, at least still had the larger force for now. They're being more patient than they were in their last attacks. Maybe that just goes to show how much of a tough situation we have managed to put them in. Wince thought. For now this works out for us. The longer this war drags on, the more chance we have of Quinn coming out of that tower and sorting out everything. Stark for now was helping out the Pensui, while they were all waiting for something. Each of the main rescue group of Syl were doing their own thing to help their people. Since the Pensui were ordered to try and find the range of the group, Stark was the one that volunteered. He had a device in his hand, a radar that showed where he was on the Armor planet. I'm the fastest, so I won't get hurt, Stark thought. If I can find out just where their powers work and don't work, then the Pensui can safely monitor the group. He walked forward bit by bit, going through the alleyways and destroyed buildings, stopping a few times waiting. Walking a bit more, he stayed still again. He was in a mostly broken building and was standing behind a wall trying to creep by the side. I can sense him, one of the humans said. 2 o'clock, hiding behind that wall. As soon as Stark heard footsteps, there was a Dalki fist breaking right through the wall. The Dalki smashed it and looked around, expecting to see a dead alien on the ground, but instead there was nothing. I'm over here, your slow fists will never be able to hit me. Stark taunted and winked at the Dalki. Out of extreme anger the Dalki leapt from its position to where Stark was, and he was immediately running. As he ran, they were chasing him down. It wasn't just a Dalki, but it looked like there was a human with super speed that was on his tail as well. This armor is amazing. I'm not even using the special power that Quinn said it had. Yet I feel faster and stronger by just wearing it. If I was to run now, these guys would never be able to catch up with me. This makes me excited to use the skill in the armor, but I have to savor it. Stark took a turn down an alleyway. There were 2 buildings that were still standing and the area was dark. In front of him there was another Dalki blocking his way. "Brother, stop him!" the Dalki shouted. Stark continued to run, and as he did, he slid across the ground and stood right behind the Dalki, with a smile on his face. The human and Dalki were a bit confused why the other Dalki didn't do anything. They continued to run forward, and as they got closer they realized something, but it was too late. The Dalki that was in the alleyway reached out and grabbed the Dalki right by its head. "I am not one of your brothers." The Dalki that was in the alleyway had a strange human-like face. Something they had seen before, but there was something off about this one. That was because the Dalki in question was Russ. Making a fist, Russ punched it in its stomach, holding onto its head, and made a hole right through its chest. The human was stunned, ready to move, but before it could get away, Russ threw the Dalki's body right at the human, hitting it in the back. Russ quickly ran to where the human was and kicked the heavy Dalki body off it. Then soon after lifted his foot, stomping the human right on the head. "I thought you might have had a bit of hesitancy when it came to killing your own kind, but now I see I had nothing to worry about," Stark said. "These people would try to kill me even if I was human anyway, and it's not my first time," Russ answered as his body was reverting back to normal. "People seem to forget since I'm hanging out with that goody-goody Quinn, but I am not a good person." Stark could certainly see that Russ's words were true by being around him. Regardless, he thought the 2 of them made quite the good team. "Jack, do you think you have everything under control?" Jim asked through the intercom. "Or do you think you need a bit of support? As you know, it's most likely that their capital will be even harder to take, so we can do this one together." When Jim was asking this question, the tone of his voice, one could tell he wasn't sincere. It was almost as if Jim was happy that Jack was struggling with all of this. "Please. It has only been a few hours since this whole operation has started," Jack answered. "Why would I send a whole army to crush a single ant? You just go do what you need to do, and then we will come and clean up what you can't clean up." Jim didn't need to be asked twice, as the second large Marpo cruise started to move away, and was heading for the Amra capital, the planet where Quinn and the tower resided. Up in the air, everyone could see it. They could see that the large Marpo cruise was moving away. "Not yet," Layla thought in her head. "We need to wait until they have engaged with Geo and the others. Once we get the word, then it's time for us to move on to the second part of our plan." With the current stalemate continuing between the 2, around 3 hours later, they had finally gotten the word that the other Marpo cruise was now attacking. After that, Layla quickly arrived at one of the camps that had been made by the Dalki and humans. She stood on top of one of the buildings, and lifting her hand, rubble from all over the ground was lifted in the air. "Everyone, you have permission to use your powers, and it's time to clear all of the Dalki off this planet," Layla ordered, and the message was heard loud and clear by the others. The Amra didn't seem to have a wide use of technology like that of Earth, or even the other alien races, but that wasn't because they never had the technology in the first place. This was mainly due to the setup that the previous leader, the Celestial, had done. The Celestial had made sure to stop advancements, to slow down the enjoyment that technological devices could bring and the ease of life it would bring to the Amra. At least, slowing it down to the point where these things wouldn't be available outside of the tower. This way, the Amra would only have few dreams, and the main dream of accomplishing what they wanted was by entering the tower. It was all to help with the condition of Athos, the Celestial. Now that he was no longer, the spread of technology had been reaching the people thanks to Dober mainly. Small long-range communication devices could be fitted on the Amra. There wasn't time for them to create many of these devices, but there wasn't a need to, so they were handed over to the important figures and Quinn's allies. Just now, Geo had gotten news that the Marpo cruise was heading his way. The strongest Amra were left in the capital. The bulk of the forces were standing on the house rooftops, while a dedicated team including Nock was standing by the tower as well. They didn't want to draw too much attention to the tower in case the enemy would attempt to eliminate it. "The enemy is coming, and we will show them how to fight our way, the way an Amra fights," Geo screamed at the top of his lungs. The large ship was approaching and it could be seen through the sky. Seeing how it was only one planet that they needed to deal with, the ship was able to come a lot closer. Moments later, thousands of black pods started to shoot out from the ship heading straight for the city. "Let's do the usual and send in the cannon fodder," Jim said, "and test the waters to see how strong these 4 armed men are." By cannon fodder, they were sending out the weakest of the vampires, but they had been given tier 5 Dalki blood to give them all a boost, hopefully making them somewhat powerful, but the Amra were more than ready. "Fire!" Geo shouted as he threw 4 rocks from his hands. They were dense, hard and black in color, and with his mighty strength the rocks thrown from his hand moved faster than any others. The rocks had perfectly hit one of the black pods, crushing the outside, exploding it and killing the vampire or vampires that were inside. 3 of Geo's rocks had hit perfectly. Geo was using the celestial power that had been given to him by Quinn. He was ready to make an impact to tell these attackers that they had made the wrong choice attacking the Amra. All 4 of his hands seemed to be covered in a golden light, and as soon as he finished throwing the 4 rocks, he had picked more up, aiming for the pods coming out of the sky. He wasn't the only one though. On the rooftops, all of the Amra had these large special rocks by their side. They were piled up high. They were readier than Jim could ever imagine. Not all the rocks could destroy the well-made pods though. They were designed to survive energy blasts. Some would take a few hits from the rocks before exploding. Others would be hit but not hard enough to destroy the outer shell. It was only Geo's throws that were strong enough to always destroy the pods if they landed perfectly. Through the barrage of rocks, they had managed to destroy a good 15% of those before they landed. However, now that some of the pods had landed, and the vampires started to break out of the pods, they could no longer focus on throwing the rocks and needed to focus on those below. Geo leapt down from the building he was on, and landed in the middle of the street. In front of him were 5 pods, and coming out of them all were vampires in Thier beast armor, holding weapons and already drinking these strange flasks that were in their hands. "These guys are big and slow. We can get them with our speed," one of the vampires shouted, holding a dagger in his hand. He quickly ran to the side, and then charged in to attack Geo from the side. With his golden hand, he swung it, hitting the vampire clean in the body and sending him flying into the building, breaking through more than just a couple of walls. It would be a surprise if the vampire was still breathing after a hit like that. "If your strategy was to beat us with speed, then you are very, very wrong," Geo said. He and the others had been made aware that they were going up against vampires, and the one that they all called a hero was a vampire as well, one that was far stronger than any of these. Inside the Marpo cruise, similar to how Jack was stressing out just moments ago, it was now Jim's turn to feel annoyed at the situation. So much so that there was a large vein sticking out the side of his head. "These damn barbarians," Jim shouted. "They are literally throwing rocks at us, as a way to attack us." Well, it seemed to work better than the energy blasters, and I'm guessing if you threw a rock like that, it wouldn't be so effective, would it? Ray said as he was lying down, snacking on some food and watching a program of sorts in Jim's office of all things. "Those useless vampires are struggling. If we lose a high number of them, then their families in the settlement won't be happy. They won't be able to continue to fight, and if that happens you won't get what you want either. So are you going to get off your backside and join this fight?" Jim asked. Ray continued to not react as he continued to shove food into his mouth. "Please, those weak people are involved? I highly doubt that. When there is someone strong enough that arrives and I'm needed, then I will help. I would rather not waste my energy," Ray replied. "In the meantime, if you are really struggling, send in your vampire leaders. Or you can send in your 2 other guards, the Wolf Boy and Zombie." Jim took a deep breath. It was true. Just because this wasn't going like the past battles, he was a little startled. It was the first problem they had since the Namrics, but there were a number of ways he could deal with the problem even without the help. Bang! For a second, the ship shook, as it was hit by something from the outside. Immediately a report came in and a screen came up. "What happened?" Jim asked. "Sir, one of the aliens, they threw a rock at us. A rock. And it hit us all the way out here." On the screen, they had zoomed in on the attacker and could see Geo with his glowing arms. "You better hurry in sending that help." Ray smiled. "He looks like a strong one. Layla had sent out a message to all of those in the SIL rescue team, as well as Wince, who wasn't part of the rescue team but part of the operations, because what was going to happen next, she had a big part to play in it as well. They were now able to freely use their powers. She herself had entered one of the camps that had been set up by the humans and Dalki. There were 6 Dalki, nearly all of them 3 spikes, while being surrounded by 20 humans with abilities for support. A lot of the rubble in the area was lifted into the air, and before the others could react, it was all sent flying right towards the group. The Dalki were able to punch the rocks away. Meanwhile, the humans were using their powers, but some were hit in the chest or knocked in the head pretty badly. Who has such power to lift so many things? Do the aliens have powers as well? This is the ability of someone who's at least level 8. Another shouted, as he threw an object of his own at the rock that sped towards him and destroyed it into tiny small pieces. Over the years, Layla hadn't just been developing her powers of unity with the Black Sword, or controlling her Hanya forms. She had also been developing 2 other things: the power of her chi and her telekinesis power. When she was human, her telekinesis power was limited to that of a level 2, but turning into a vampire, that had all changed and she was able to improve her powers greatly. The only thing was, lately there were far more situations where she had to use the power of the Black Sword, which in turn meant she was unable to use her own power. Only a few of the human attackers had been taken out by the flying rubble, and practically none of the Dalki, but that was never Layla's intention in the first place. Coming from the right side of one of the humans, he saw a glimpse of something moving. It was an arrow, and it pierced right through the beast armor on his leg, striking him right in the thigh and causing him to fall on the floor. At the same time, others had been hit as well and taken out of the battle. The Dalki, seeing its humans' allies screaming in pain, was looking for the target, and could see Layla standing on a rooftop with a bow and arrow. "She's over there." The 3 Dalki started to run over at a fast speed. Calmly, with no change in her expression, she placed an arrow in her bow, firing it out. It hit the Dalki in the forearm, which was covering its head. Another arrow was fired out, again and again, hitting it in different parts of its body. But the Dalki didn't slow down, instead it sped up. Even a 3-spike Dalki, is this resilient? Layla seemed annoyed, and instead of placing an arrow in her bow, instead she started to manipulate the red vampire aura in her body. Her horns started to glow bright red, and a consend blood aura arrow had been made. Not only that, but powering it with her chi, she was now taking a trick out of Quinn's book. Letting go, the arrow was let off and started to spin. The Dalki lifted its forearms as it did before. The arrow flew forward and ripped through the skin. It broke through it with no trouble and caused a big explosion as it went right through the Dalki. There was no head, there were no forearms, and the Dalki was dead, falling to the floor. So much concentration had been put on one of the Dalki, that the other 2 had now reached her, both of them throwing out their fists. Putting her bow away, she switched to the Black Sword. A fast step running forward, she lifted the Black Sword, slicing diagonally from the bottom. The Dalki's body was split in half, with both halves falling on the rooftop. The other Dalki never expected the sword to strike his ally in one hit, leading his fist to hit nothing but the air. Immediately though, the last Dalki reacted, as it spun around aiming to throw its fist and kill the female in one hit. A loud bang was heard as the punch connected, but he was unable to move his hand further. "Did you expect me to go flying?" Layla said, as she held the hand in place with an open palm of her own. "A 3-spike like you is not strong enough to overpower me." Opening her mouth, Layla let out flames right in front of the Dalki's eyes. It was startled for a second, and Layla was already above the Dalki. In her hand she had condensed another arrow of blood aura and chi, and threw it down right on top of its head. The attack went right through, hitting the ground and destroying the floor beneath them. Layla levitated herself so only the dead Dalki body fell, while placing herself safely on the side of the rooftop. "I need to stop relying on the sword's power so I can improve as well. No, just like Quinn, I can make use of the sword's power when needed, and become more versatile in my attacks. That way, all around I improve." All over the city, camps that had been set up by the Dalki and humans were being wiped out. Russ had infiltrated one, disguising himself as a Dalki working with Stark. Cyril was able to use her great blood control and water powers to slice up the Dalki and overpower the humans. Minnie had transformed into her celestial form, ripping through the Dalki's bodies with her sharp claws and speed, and making sure the humans were no longer able to fight. The ones that were most surprising, though, were the group of blades. They were using all of the powers they had, and going up against humans, they could even take useful ones to use for themselves. With their improved teamwork, speed and chi, they were having no trouble getting rid of any opponents that got in their way. The Alliance was doing better than they thought, and the Dalki were doing worse than they predicted. Which was why Wince was a little worried. Looking up at the sky, she could see it. The Marpo cruise ship was making its move. Shooting out from the ship, there were 6 pods. They looked different to the ones before. They were slightly larger and shot out at a faster speed. They swirled around each other, and crystals seemed to be used to create a barrier around them. Wince could only guess the reason for the enemy to do this was because no matter what, they wanted these pods to land. They had crashed into the ground standing tall, just like the others, and it had landed in the area the Dalki had taken control of. Coming out of the pods, strong and tall, were Dalki, but they were different compared to the others. 5 of them that had come out, they had 5 spikes on their backs. So far in the fight, it was the highest number of spikes that they had gone against. However, the worst of it was the last pod that opened. This person had a single L spike sticking out from the top of its head, and then 7 spikes running down its back. This one was called Pine. The first Dalki that Jack had given powers to. Everyone. Wince started to speak Thorug the communicator. She was unable to see Pine and the other Dalki yet, only the pods before they had crashed. I think it's time for you all to go and save Syl. This was the plan. After forcing the 2 Marpo cruise ships to split, they would show great strength and back Jack into a corner, eventually sending some of his strongest down to the war below. In turn, they would then head to break out Syl with now less powerful forces on board. Everyone, you heard what Wince said. We need to be fast, Layla ordered. It was true, because if the new forces sent were truly strong, then this wouldn't be something that Wince could handle. The rescue team looked up into the sky, and they had all seen the different pods crash onto the planet. Based on the information they could gather, the special pods had only been sent to one of the planets and not the other 2. This gave them a good idea that their plan was working, and they were focusing on eliminating those from the center planet first. Since it was the planet that Jack was having most difficulty with, he thought it was quite obvious that the leaders were present on this planet, and it would be in his best interest to get rid of them first. Still, the order had been made, and the rescue team members were each heading to the building that Wince had prepared for them all. The building where the special ship had been made. Layla was one of the first to arrive, and not too far behind her was Minnie. Wince said that the ship was hidden underneath all this rubble. Layla said, looking at the state of the building. The side of the walls had been destroyed by a few stray attacks, and some rocks were on the floor. Using her powers, she lifted them and chucked them off to the side, clearing the floor. After that, Minnie was ready for her work. She transformed her hand into the red claw and ran around in a large circle across the floor of the room. Eventually the line on the ground she had made connected, and it started to fall, but not before Layla caught it with her powers and started to lift the ground away. That's when they could see it, the ship that they needed. That thing is a bit bigger than I thought. Are we really going to be able to sneak on board with such a thing? Russ said. Turning to their right, they had seen that Russ had arrived. Wasn't Stark with you? Layla asked. He was, but he was called away to do some type of scouting job. I'm sure he got your message, and remember he's a fast one, so he will be here soon. Russ replied. They still needed to wait for the others. But it wasn't long until Shiro and Cyril had arrived. They had met up on the way and decided to come together. Sorry. There was something we had to deal with on the way here, Shiro said, as he looked at the ship and had the same concerns as Russ. That thing, it's as big as a house. It's big enough to fit us all in. But it will be hard to go under their radar, won't it? Shiro asked. But soon after he had thought of an idea that could work. Give me a moment. I'll be back soon. But I promise that it will help us all, Shiro explained. Heading off, the group was left awkwardly waiting. But Layla couldn't help but look at Cyril. She could see a smog over her head. The smog of worry. Are you worried that we won't be able to save Syl? If you think this mission won't succeed, and are already thinking that way, then it will affect your ability. It's not that, Cyril replied. I know we are strong. I think our mission will be successful. It's the Mermurials and my sister that I'm worried about. Finally, Stark had arrived at the location and immediately started to apologize. I'm sorry I am late. I wanted to give the others the best information they could get about the enemy that had just landed. I did my best to see the numbers and their powers. What are they up against? Cyril immediately asked. She had seen the footage along with the others, the footage of H and how strong he was. Even if all three races were to go up against someone like him, they would end up failing. It was hard for her to leave her sister knowing that. But even if she stayed, she felt like just her on her own wouldn't be much help either. Are you sure you wish to know? Stark asked, knowing what effect it might have. Yes. The Mermurial race is also my responsibility. Seal answered. There were 6 special pods in total. Out of those, the enemy known as the Dalki appeared. As Layla informed us, their strength is dictated by the number of spikes on their back. 5 of the Dalki had 5 spikes, and 1 of the Dalki had 7 spikes. The Dalki that you described before, the one that you called H, I did not spot anyone that matched his description. There was silence on Layla's end as she heard the facts. In their heads, the main figure they had to worry about was H. However, it looked like the enemy's strength was more than they imagined. In the past, the 5-spike Dalki were what caused great fear when fighting against them. Although all of them had special traits that made them unique, perhaps these Dalki didn't have the special traits the ones before had, but they more than likely had abilities, making them possibly just as dangerous. Then, there was also the mention of the 7-spike Dalki. Graham was at this level before, but he was even more special and spectacular due to the unique trait he had. It was what looked like a werewolf. Because of this, it was hard to say how much of his strength came from this form, compared to that of just a 7-spike Dalki, but it is safe to say that it wouldn't be easy. We need to save Syl, Shiro said, returning back from wherever he had come from. If H wasn't seen, then that means he's on that ship, but either way, if we get back Syl, H 7-spike, 10-spike, who cares how many spikes, Syl will be able to deal with them all and no matter what, and we won't get in the way so he doesn't have to hold back. With those words said, everyone got on board the ship, and it set off quickly, breaking through the roof of the building and shooting through the air. Some of the humans tried to attack it with their abilities, but as it hit the hard exterior it did next to nothing and the ship continued to go forward into space. At least we know it's sturdy, Cyril said. Yeah. Let's hope it can survive a few energy blasts as well, Russ stated. Flying through the air as they got closer to the Marpo crews, what Russ feared was starting to come true. There were multiple exterior weapons on the outside of the ship that used beast energy to blast anything that got close, and they were all being directed at the small ship. Where do you want me to go? Cyril shouted, as she was the one flying the ship. Maybe we should have discussed this before leaving, Russ shouted back. The ship managed to avoid most of the lasers but was getting hit a couple of times, shaking the whole thing. It was holding out, but who knew for how long it would be able to. How are we going to get onto the ship? Stark asked. I thought this was meant to be a sneak mission with a full-out attack if we got caught. You stupid alien. Don't you think we have already been caught? Russ shouted back. The ship was hit a few more times, and it was hitting it away from the large ship. Cyril, let me take over, Shiro stated as he pushed her to the side. I thought this might happen. I have a plan. Shiro took over and started to head right for the ship. He was heading for the bottom side of the ship. The lasers were missing them all by a small margin, and he kept pushing forward until the others started to worry. Hey, we're going to crash, Minnie screamed. Stop the crazy uncle. The others realized this was Shiro's great plan, and at that moment he let go of the steering controls and stood up. Everyone grab onto me, and hold on to each other, Shiro ordered. They didn't have time to think and did as they were told. The ship crashed right into the side, breaking the side of the ship and exploding into pieces. The Marpo crews was in a panic as they quickly went to repair the damage and seal off the area affected. Meanwhile, there was no sight of the others as they were assumed dead with the ship. Inside the Marpo cruise somewhere, among a load of metal contraptions, everyone was checking if their heart was still beating. There you go, 2 birds with 1 stone. Now they think we're dead and we are on the ship. Shiro said with a smile, happy that he had managed to get the teleportation ability. Now let's get Syl. Inside the tower, the entire team that was working on Quinn's armor had yet to rest. Not even for a breath of fresh air. They had no idea what was going on outside. In the tower they were unable to hear the cries of battle, or whether it had even started yet. Regardless, in their minds they imagined that it had already started. They imagined how many more lives would be saved if they just finished the armor a fraction of a second earlier. Then there was the possibility that they could save more lives. Hoorah! One of the Amra shouted in the air, and soon even more had shouted after. Quinn quickly went over to what the Amra were cheering about. For him, he had been busy setting up the crystals, getting ready to melt them down. According to Alex, it would be best to use the special furnace that the Amra were using, but at the moment it was being used to melt down the special rock. Sir, we have done it, we have melted down all the material we need. Now it's up to you, one of the Amra said. I have also completed the molds as well, Dober explained, as he appeared by Quinn's side. Quinn, this is amazing, the Amra are certainly talented forgers. They have already stored the liquid in a special large container so it will keep its viscosity. They're saving us several steps. This is the fastest I have ever seen work being done before. Alex complimented. Now Quinn knew that it was up to the 2 of them. The problem was that although it was fast, not one item of armor had been made yet, and each piece would need to be done, one at a time. I'm ready, Quinn said, as he grabbed the cloud-filled crystal and jumped down to the specially heated furnace area. It was hot on Quinn's feet. Using the shadow, he was able to stop it from reaching him while he stayed here. For the armor forgers, their feet had already changed due to working here so much, and some of them looked as if they were scorched black, which they weren't before. It most likely would be a permanent scar left from the work they had been doing. That was how hard they had worked. I won't stop, Quinn declared. I won't stop hammering or rest until all of this is made, Quinn said, as he placed the crystal into the special furnace and the process began on the first item. Outside, the war had been taking place for a while now, and the sun looked as if it was starting to set. The Marpo crews had only attacked the planet Geo was on, after several hours of battle on the other planets. Geo was tied up by 4 vampire string ability users. They tried to pull at the same time, stopping him from using his arms, but instead Geo went and clapped his hands together, pulling all of the vampires forward and causing them to fall to the ground. Right above them were other Amra that slammed down their fists on their bodies. Don't tire out. Pace yourself and don't go after them, Geo shouted to the Amra. Just like with the other planets, the Amra needed to focus on just defending for now, staying in position in hidden areas and closer to the tower part of the city. If they were being pushed back, then they were to fall back. This was to conserve their energy because even though the night sky would come, due to them being vampires they would not tire out and might even get better as the night sky came. Jumping out from the side was a large black-scaled creature, which had its claws out aiming right for Geo's head. Before it could reach though, another Amra dressed in blue armor came jumping up and continuously threw punches, hitting the Dalki. The 2 crashed into the ground and the Amra continued to beat the Dalki until it was no longer moving. Knock! That was a nice one, Geo said. I can't let you do everything, Nox stated. Me and you are rivals after all. It looks like they have finally sent out some of the Dalki to try and bring us down, but this one is only a 2 spike, Geo claimed. The enemy will have a lot more tricks up its sleeve, we have to be careful. The 2 powerful Amra leaders were holding out against the attackers successfully. The vampires were confident in their speed and their strength, but compared to the Amra they weren't as strong and their speed matched up with the vampires. A while ago, Bliss had sent out Quinn to this planet to show him the strength of other races out there, how in comparison to humans and vampires, there were those that were much stronger and the Amra were proving it right now. Eventually, just like on the other planets, the fighting had died down, being limited to certain areas, and the night sky had finally come out. It was nearly the end of the first day. Geo looked back at the tower, which was still standing strong. We have bought you 1 day so far, but I don't know how many days we can keep this up. Gio looked at the injured around him. They hadn't suffered as great of a loss as they originally thought they would have, but the enemy hadn't attacked them as hard either. The night sky is out, and the enemy has relaxed since the fighting has calmed down. So I would say this is the perfect opportunity to strike. Jim smiled. Send in the second wave of vampires, and with them send in the leaders as well, and tell them they need to make sure they do a good job, otherwise I will be coming down myself. Rumbling shook the entire city as numerous black pods landed. Unlike the first time, the Amra weren't there to throw rocks, they were out of position and still fighting against the first wave on the ground. Just like the last time, the number of pods sent to the planet were in the thousands, and unknown to them there were much more skilled vampires in this group. Then there was the fact that it was nighttime as well. A time of fighting that the vampires specialized in. From the looks of things, it was almost as if the vampires were trying to finish this war in one night. Crashing and coming out of the pods, the new vampires were preparing themselves as they gathered in their group's powers, and looked for their captains, and searched for the leaders of their family. Then it was time for them to push. However, there were 2 vampires that had crashed this time that were not interested in the war. "Hey, I can't see anyone in these pods," a vampire asked as he looked around. "I wouldn't worry about them, we need to worry about each other. These 4 armed aliens are no joke," one of the vampires said as they rushed off. As soon as they crashed, 2 vampires, who didn't wish to take part in the war, had run off and gone into hiding in a particular building. "I guess all is going well so far," Ronkin said, as they climbed up the large staircase which looked like it was built for a giant and headed inside one of the Amra's rooms. "Yes, it's a good thing I learned that trick from last time, how to open the pods a bit quicker. Otherwise it would have been a lot harder," Juk stated. Juk was the old captain of Quinn and Ronkin when they went up against the Namriks. Both Ronkin and himself no longer believed in the reason for the war, but they were forced to take part regardless. However, the reason for them breaking off was different. When entering the room, Ronkin was looking around and it looked like a child's room based on the colors and the way it was presented. "These aliens, they have lives just like ours," Ronkin said, as he went up to the shelf and saw something. There was a small statue, small by Amra standards as it was as big as a human head, but when looking at it, it was clear as day because it was a statue of Quinn. "Look at this," Ronkin called over Juk as soon as possible. "They have a statue of Quinn. Everything he told us, no, everything those beasts told us in the forest, they were right." Back in the vampire settlement, before the group had been called off to head into war, Ronkin was lining up with all the others. Apparently there were still a few last-minute preparations for everyone as they needed to sort out grouping and more. Because of all of that, the vampires were given a few more minutes with their families. For Ronkin, he didn't want to head back to his family. He had already said his goodbyes, and he didn't want those painful feelings to resurface. Instead, he thought that heading into the forest to do some hunting would be better for him to calm down. There usually would be guards on the outside, but this time even they had been called into battle. So it allowed Ronkin to head straight into the forest on his own. While walking through the forest, he saw no beasts, but it did give him some time to be alone with his thoughts. "Could I just run away from the battle right now?" Ronkin thought. "Would they even know that I never went off with them? After all, I'm not an important figure. But then what would happen to my family if they found out? Maybe I could run off with them? And live where, you idiot? Without a ship, I would just be stuck living among the beasts." Ronkin was too afraid to live out of the vampire settlement, too weak to try and break through and steal a ship in order to escape. In the end, he had no choice but to go through with the war. After walking for a while, Ronkin had come across a river going through the forest. The area was pebbled and he could see a large rock on the side. Sitting on it, he placed both hands on the side of his face. "I don't want to join this stupid war. Quinn, maybe you were the one that did the right thing after all, getting away from all of this," Ronkin mumbled out loud. At that moment, a gust of wind could be felt from behind that hit some of the pebbles into the water. Ronkin covered his face with the side of his arm to stop the dust from getting into his eyes. The sound of something somewhat heavy was heard, and when he finally could take a look, he was staring at a large owl, with a long neck and dark black eyes. It was a beast, and not just any beast. It was one that would bring even vampires nightmares. This beast, isn't it the same one that was described before? The one that caused so much trouble. But I thought it was dead. Ronkin thought, wondering if he should run or hide. Ronkin's memory had been wiped, so he had no recollection of meeting the beast in the past. As Ronkin stood his ground, for some reason, the beast wasn't hurting him and just stood there. Is it true? The owl finally spoke. Is it true that you don't wish to take part in this war? What is your reason for this? Of all things, a beast was asking him this question. At first Ronkin didn't want to answer, but there was a lot of pent-up frustration to do with the war that was weighing on his mind. Since the beast didn't seem to be working with the vampires, Ronkin decided to answer. I don't believe the reason. Ronkin answered. They keep pinning the blame on Quinn, calling him some demon from another world. Yet, is he really a demon? He lived with us, he lived with his family quietly, not wanting to hurt anyone, and it was only when one of his friends was hurt because of the stupid war that he decided to act out. He just did what anyone with his power and his position would have done, and now we have to go planet to planet eliminating others to try and find him and other demons. My son. He was sick, incredibly sick. I thought it was thanks to Edvard that my son managed to get treatment to get better. But Edvard never paid attention to me before, so why would he so suddenly care now? And from the looks of things, Edvard was somewhat involved with Quinn. It makes me think that the one behind the treatment was Quinn after all. Tell me, is that really the act of a demon? Because if you ask me, the things that we are doing are a lot more demon-like. Ronkin thought he had somewhat gone mad, talking to an owl-like beast. Maybe the beast and the voice he heard was just his own subconscious speaking. The thing was, he hadn't gone mad at all. The beast in question was currently being controlled from one of the skills Quinn had, the shadow infect. From time to time, he would use it to be updated on the situation back in the settlement. To just use the shadow infect skill, he would simply have to close his eyes. So there were plenty of times for him to use it when he was resting, healing, and all sorts. On top of that, there was one thing Quinn didn't want to do, and that was lose this fight no matter what. Quinn would get his friends back, and change things back to the way they were no matter what, so he was going to use everything he could at his disposal. If you had the chance to help out Quinn and stop this war, would you take that chance? The owl asked. Clenching his fist and standing up straight, Ronkin gave his answer. Quinn reacted that way when Nell was hurt. If only we had listened to him about not joining the war the first time. If I was given a second chance to help him and listen to him again, then of course I would take it. The owl smiled, revealing razor-sharp teeth that startled Ronkin for a second, as he thought he was going to be eaten. But instead, out from the forest, vines started to move, and more beasts started to come out. Those that had been infected with the shadow. It was almost as if the whole forest had been infected by the shadow, and standing with them was Juk. You gave a good answer. I think if the two of us work together, we can really help Quinn. It seems like there is a lot going on, Juk said. Back on the Amr planet, the two of them were recalling the meeting they had that day, everything they talked about with the shadow beasts. We will be going up against the vampire leaders, Ronkin said, holding the stau of Quinn. Yes, but they won't know it's us. We will just be helping the Amra from the shadows, Juk stated. In the current battle against the Amra, the vampires had realized something. As long as they didn't push forward and stayed out of sight, the enemy wouldn't attempt to attack them. They were content on only defending and holding their position. It became apparent to the first wave of vampires that they were weaker than the Amra. It was hard for them since they had their pride, but for many of them they cared more about their life. So, they thought the best thing to do would be to wait for backup to arrive. They knew that the stronger of the vampires, the skilled vampires, the nobles and those that had access to higher-tier green blood would eventually arrive if they were having a difficult time, and yet the vampires' orders from above were clear: they were to keep attacking. The entrance from the north side of the Amra city had been cleared and vampires were holding up there, waiting for supplies of blood, but when they were told to keep attacking, they were quite shocked. Even if we are vampires, even we tire out, and they must be able to see what's happening from above, why are they telling us to keep on attacking? There was a lot of concern, and then the captains sent out a message to them all. Backup will not arrive until we are all dead, unless we attack. This was passed on to the others, and they didn't quite understand the order. Did their family leaders not care about them? Was this a push to make vampires grow stronger? The order didn't come from the leaders though, and had come from Jim for a number of reasons. The first was for the sake of winning the war, the Amra couldn't rest. They needed to attack them relentlessly to wear them down and weaken them, making the battle have a higher chance of success. Then out of those vampires left, they would be the ones that grew stronger. In Jim's mind, it was survival of the fittest. Those that had stronger aura, those that were slightly faster and had better genetics, then those would be the ones that win. In turn, this over the years would make vampires evolve as a race. The comment from Vincent had made Jim take more drastic measures as he wished to evolve the vampires as well. Still, due to the situation, the support was eventually sent out. As the night sky stayed out, and crashing down along with the elite vampires were the original vampire leaders and the leaders of the past. I will start the push and the rest are to follow. I don't want more of us to die. Hickel, the fourth original leader, stated. Rushing from their spots, the leaders spread out in pairs of two heading out in different directions, and slowly with the elite vampires they would continue to take over the city, gaining territory bit by bit. With Hickel was the fifth leader, Bianca. Around her neck was a large black snake. That was as thick as a python, but she acted as if there was nothing on her at all. This was all because of the special ability of being able to talk and communicate with beasts and animals. Although this was not like the skill of the Bree family, which was a taming skill. The two had arrived at the edge of where their team was, and they could see the vampires desperately fighting, as they ran and threw out blood slashes, trying to hit the Arma. When they did hit their bodies, their hard skin was hardly damaged at all because of it. Everyone clear the area and head back, Hickel shouted. The vampires heard the message loud and clear and heard the voice. For a while Hickel had also been leading the group in Jim's absence. Immediately they listened, coming out from their hiding spots, from inside the houses and other areas. Some of the vampires were carrying injured allies. After the entire area was cleared, 4 of the Amra had gathered together. 2 vampires. These must be their leaders if they were quick to listen to them. One of the Amra sighed. Don't worry, we are strong. Their attacks are weak and can't hurt us, the Amra shouted. Hickel then made a cut across his hand with his elongated nail, and threw it out as droplets of blood hit the area in front of him and all the buildings in the area. The blood started to glow, and large explosions went off one after the other. The explosion reached a great height, and those fighting in other areas were able to see it. This included Gio and Nock, who both were close by the tower, trying to get a hand on the situation. Sir, it seems like the vampires are pushing us back from all sides, the Amra reported. After sending out a second wave of troops, it looks like they're trying to finish us off. Tell the Arma to just delay them if the opponent is too strong. Don't risk their lives and wait for us to come, Gio ordered. Gio, Nock, and Dober were the only 3 Amra that had been blessed with Quinn's celestial energy. Yes, there were high-ranking Amra that were incredibly strong, but to deal with the leaders, really there were only 3 of them, and one of them was in the tower helping Quinn. The problem was, there were too many strong enemies for them to deal with on their own at the moment, and all they could do was pick a place to try and help them and then move on from there. After the explosive blood had settled down from where Hickel was, all of the buildings had crumbled in the area. All of the hiding spots and more, and there was now a clear area. Large fists punched the rubble, and out of the ground, the Amra could be seen coming out. There were more of them, and it looked like there were at least 12 of them in the area. These monsters, they're destroying our home without a second thought, one of the Amra shouted as he lifted up one of the large black rocks that was used to damage the pods as they fell, and threw it straight at the female vampire that was standing there. Lifting her hand, Bianca had stopped the rock, with her feet sliding around an inch. That throw was stronger than I expected. No wonder the regular vampires were struggling to deal with them. Punching the rock, several red lines could be seen in it, and the rock broke into pieces. Soon after, Bianca was seen bursting through, heading straight for the Amra. One of them threw 2 of their hands right towards her, and with her skill she swiped underneath the Amra and spun towards its back. Placing her palm on the back of the Amra, a large pulse of red aura almost fired out from her hand and caused the Amra to go flying, crashing into one of the others. Another Amra that was close saw the snake around her neck open its mouth and shoot out a green liquid. As soon as it hit the Amra in the head, its tough outer skin was useless as it started to melt. Quickly moving, Bianca continued to display a high level of fighting skill, as she palm struck the joints of the Amra and broke their arms before proceeding to finish them off. Bianca, the fifth leader, was possibly the most skilled when it came to hand-to-hand combat as a vampire. Due to her ability being weaker than the others, it was something she practiced on. Most of the vampire aura was similar to the other originals, so she had no edge and had created her own. With the two powerful original leaders, they were confident that they could continue to push forward. Having already eliminated around 12 of the Amra, coming to the scene, Hickle was ready to get rid of the others, as he threw out his blood out toward the remainder of the Amra. "I won't let you harm them." An Amra with golden arms came forward and hit all of the blood right to the floor. A large explosion went off underground, shaking the place and causing large cracks in the floor, but the Amra and his hands were completely fine. "This alien is different." Hickle noticed and looked to see what happened to Bianca, to notice that she had been pushed back after getting hit by a large rock. "Fuck, that hurt," she shouted, not being able to stop the rock. She could only move out of the way while drawing its energy. "I think someone like me is more suited as an opponent for you." Gio smiled. Due to the explosion, more Amra were starting to gather and started to stand behind Gio. Some of them were of the SETI rank, far bigger than the normal Amra, around twice the height. It was what the challengers would need to face to pass the 50th level of the tower. At the same time, the elite force of vampires were starting to gather behind Hickle and Bianca. They had been busy getting the injured vampires out of the area and moving them out of the way. In this group, there were quite a few that were also noble vampires. It appeared as if a large-scale battle was going to occur, one that would wipe out either side. "Everyone, get away from this area," Gio stated. "Support the other groups and make sure that they don't progress further." Hickle had heard the orders of the other man and had decided to do the same. "Everyone spread out, clear the area. I don't want anyone to be caught up in this mess." The vampires listened and quickly disappeared, trusting in their fellow leaders. "These two vampires are confident, but I have to be confident in taking them out as well. Nock is probably locked in combat as well, but there aren't enough of us, so I have to finish this fast," Gio thought. Gio's four arms started to glow golden once again as the celestial power was running through his body. Moving from his position, the rubble kicked up behind him and he appeared right next to Hickle. Swinging his forearms, Gio wanted the first hit to cause a large amount of damage, but Hickle had jumped back using his fast speed. Gio was ready to give chase, as he wasn't going to let him get out of his sight, until a red glow appeared underneath his feet. When did he? Both of Hickle's hands had been cut, and while standing there his blood was dripping onto the floor. He had predicted what Gio would do, allowing him to trap him. A large explosion went off underneath Gio's foot. The whole ground shook and dust clouds from the debris of the buildings that had fallen had been made. Coming straight out of it, though, was Gio, who was unharmed. "That was a direct hit with my ability and his body is still not harmed. Both I and Bianca have already taken the green blood. The opponent is a lot stronger than we thought." Creating a red blood claw, blood aura started to harden around the entire of Hickle's arm. At the same time, his real blood was being pushed through and coated the outside of his hardened blood aura fingertips. Throwing his hand out, Hickle had hit Gio's fist with his fingertips and used his blood explosion power. The blood had touched Gio's physical body, and when it exploded it had pushed Gio back. However, Gio had more than one arm, and Hickle was only able to hit one of the arms, getting clipped by another one that hit Hickle in the stomach and sending him flying off. Blood poured out of his mouth, as Hickle managed to catch himself in the air, and stopped skidding across the ground. That attack managed to have some effect, and with my blood aura hardening I can protect my own arm from my own ability, but there is a limit, and my own power will eventually affect me using it like that. But that's not even the biggest worry. A single hit from that alien, and I feel like my whole insides have been ruptured. Hickle's body was repairing itself as the originals had great healing capabilities, but there was something about the energy in the attack that was causing Hickle to heal slower than compared to other attacks. This energy. It's hard to even extract it from my body. Bianca, don't get hit by him, Hickle shouted, trying to focus on removing the energy. I never intended to, Bianca shouted back as the snake around her neck fired out the acid toward Geo, lifting up two of his arms. He blocked the acid, and nothing had happened. This is acid from a demon-tier beast, and it went through the other alien skin just fine. Why is this one so different? Regardless, Bianca continued forward, and when two of Geo's arms went towards her, she hit them from underneath with her blood palm strike, causing both of Geo's arms to be lifted. After that, with both of her arms, she thrust them right toward the center of Geo, hitting him cleanly in the stomach. But his position didn't move. Stomping his foot on the ground, a wave of energy released and could be seen as cracks through the floor. The area where Bianca was standing lit up completely. Rising from the ground, the entire area was covered with energy that had come from Geo. Bianca was seen having escaped the attack as she had jumped to the side, but she had been hit on her foot. Just like Hickle stated, her leg wasn't healing like it normally would. She knew this would slow her down, and it was possible that Geo would finish her off. The snake that was around her neck was flung out, and its size started to grow. It soon turned into a giant python that was the size of 5 houses stacked on top of each other. Opening up its mouth, it went to bite down on Geo. I have dealt with plenty of beasts of this size, Geo said, as he grabbed the top and lower jaw of the giant python, and lifted it in the air, slamming it onto the ground behind him. His whole body bounced off the ground. It had been hit so hard, but the python was strong. On the floor, it swirled its tail like a whip, aiming to hit Geo, but lifting his leg up, he had kicked it back. The tail swung back outward and had hit Bianca away, who was struggling to move. I'll kill that rock bastard, Bianca screamed, as she got up, her leg only getting a little better. Now from 3 different points there was Hickle, Bianca, and the giant python. Even us 2 original vampires are unable to take on this one alien. How many are there that are like him on this planet? Hickle thought, unaware that there was only one, even though 2 more had received celestial energy from Quinn. Geo had already evolved as an Amra before that, when witnessing the battle of Quinn and Syl against Athos. It seems you guys might need a little more help, a voice said, as a man dressed in green clothing had appeared. Usually I would scorn when I see your face, but it is a bit of a delight today, Magnus, Hickle stated. Magnus Muscat had arrived, the 6th family leader, and one of the previous kings. On top of that, his partner Wallace Dawn, the 7th leader, had also arrived. Based on what we have seen, you are the leader of these aliens, Magnus stated. So if we get rid of you, I wonder what the morale of your people will be like. Although Geo was quite comfortably winning the fight against 2 of the original leaders, he knew their strength, and fighting 4 of them at the same time would be quite the tall task. I guess the good thing is, if you guys are here, then it means that you aren't out there hurting my people. Geo smiled. Out of all of them, the first one to move was the giant python. While Geo had to attack it, they would all go in with their strongest attacks to do the most damage they possibly could. Geo knew this, and he wondered if he should charge forward to attack. That was until a figure had swooped down from above, and with its large talons it had stabbed the center of the giant snake in its body. The snake was swirling around, and then with its large head it opened its razor-sharp mouth and started to bite down on the snake. The sudden appearance of another enemy had caused the others to stop, and the next second it had lifted the snake up and threw it off far in the distance towards where the other vampires were. It was done with the beast, and soon landed right by Geo's side. Is that an owl? A large beast. But why is it helping them? Bianca thought. Looking at the beast, there was something strange about it. Hickle could see there were strange lingering shadows coming off from the beast. Hickle continued to look at the strange beast, and he couldn't help but wonder what the small shadows coming off from the beast were. Was it a type of power that the beast had? But it was something he had never seen before, and why did the power feel so familiar? At the same time, he had never heard of a beast having a power like the shadow that was so similar to that of Arthur. I can't think too deeply into it. We are on an alien planet. This planet has nothing to do with the Shadow Convent, and in the first place, Arthur never had a skill like this that would allow him to control and use beasts. Hickel thought. Even with the help of the beast, there were still 4 originals, but Bianca was still hesitant to go in after she had seen what had happened to her snake. That beast. It defeated the demon tier beast like it was nothing, which means it also has to be on the demon tier level, but must be of a higher status. Bianca thought. At that moment, she thought it might be best if she could communicate with the beast. Opening her mouth, she started to speak, and in doing so, the others were unable to hear. It was a form of silent communication using a language that beasts could understand but couldn't be heard by anyone else around them. Why, powerful beast, are you helping out the aliens on this planet? We do not wish to do you any harm, and will leave you be, Bianca asked. However, there was no such answer, and it was almost as if the beast didn't even hear her. This was something that almost had never happened to her before. The eyes of the beast. It's almost as if it's being controlled. But then who is the one controlling it? She thought. What are you idiots standing around for? Magnus shouted, as he threw out a sharp ring of blood aura out of his hands. One was aimed at Geo, while the other was aimed at the owl-like beast. Moving out of the way, Geo noticed that the ring was following him. But there wasn't much that he needed to do. The owl got in the way of the attack and opened its mouth. A large shockwave went through the air, hitting the blood aura and breaking it on the spot. As for the ring that was after itself, covering its body with its wings, it was able to break it with ease. Magnus, seeing this, was frustrated and went to move in, when he felt a large vine wrap around his leg. Look out! Hickel shouted, throwing out a small part of his blood. It hit the vine and exploded, breaking part of it off. Soon, though, all of the leaders could see vines all around them coming from different areas. I can sense it. There is another demon tier beast in this area, Bianca exclaimed. Using their sharp claws and blood powers, they started to rip through the vines that were attacking them from all areas, and Geo saw this as an opportunity, as he jumped toward Hickel again. Since he was damaged before, and with the help of the beasts, now he thought he could do it again, and at least finish off the vampire. This is getting dangerous. Hickel worried, and used his claws to cut along both of his forearms, drawing more blood from his body, and with his blood control threw it out, exploding a wall of blood right in front of Geo. Everyone fall back and retreat, we need to figure out just what is going on here, Hickel ordered. The others were inclined to agree. A single leader could take out a demon beast most of the time, depending what level it was at, but they were unaware that the infected demon tier beast were stronger than a typical one due to the shadow infect. Geo and his celestial powers as well was proving tricky for them, as if they were injured by it, it made it more difficult to heal, and Hickel and Bianca were already injured. When Geo broke out of the smoke, he could no longer see any of the vampires present. They had all run away. Although I didn't finish any of them off, I guess I should take this as a victory, that they backed away. Geo thought and turned to the 2 beasts. Soon the other beasts, a green humanoid dragon-like figure made up of strange green vines, had come out. Like the owl, its body was also covered in strange purple markings and had lingering shadows over it. I don't know why you beasts helped me, but thank you. Geo was looking at the shadows, and they made him think of Quinn. It was us, a voice shouted out. Turning his head, surprisingly coming from a distance away, there were 2 vampires. We are on your side. The beasts. We were the ones that summoned them. We are here to help you and Quinn, Ronkin said. The 2 had explained to Geo why they were there, and it didn't take much convincing. He could see that the beasts responded to their orders, and at the same time they had already used them to help him. Geo trusted them. With their help, they were quickly moving to the other areas with the 2 beasts and Geo. The original leaders were no longer pushing forward, and with that the second wave of vampires were finding it hard to break through the Amra army and were unable to gain more territory. On the Marpo cruise, it didn't take long for Jim to get the information from the originals. Demon tier beasts are now involved in all of this? Jim shouted. The original vampires, the first vampires with a boost of the Dalki blood can't even deal with beasts and a rock man. I told you that rock man was strong. Ray commented, continuing to watch whatever it was he was watching. I assume he is still not strong enough for you to get involved? Jim asked. The question had received no answer, so in Jim's head he had made a decision. He felt like the originals could learn from this. Along with the vampires, they would try their best to break through and gain more territory. If they were unable to do anything after a certain amount of time had passed, then Jim would go down with Peter and Chris to deal with the most troublesome person in all of this, the Rockman. On the planet itself, the vampires had let off a bit. This was mainly due to the help of one of the demon-tier beasts who was able to summon vines all over and control them. They were able to intertwine it in the buildings and areas and use it to attack vampires in the midst of battle, and for the first time Geo and the other Amra were able to get some rest. I can't thank you both enough, Geo said to the two vampires. They had regrouped in front of the tower, where their main base of operations was held. Honestly, you shouldn't thank us. A lot of this was planned by Quinn himself. It was a backup plan. Ron Kin said. There is actually more we can do to help. But we need Quinn himself. Where is he? Geo looked at the tower. The sun was rising and could be seen peeking over the tower. They had managed to survive the whole night. With that, Geo was thinking about how much time Quinn had spent in the tower. He was inside for 2 days, before the attack had started, and now 2 days had passed, making a total of 4 days. How close he was to completing the weapon he was making was hard to say. He's in the tower, but I'm not sure how long he will be in there for. I also wonder how the others are doing. Since you still have no memory of the past Quinn, it means they have yet to rescue Syl. Inside the tower, Quinn had continued to forge without taking any type of rest. At times he would be able to power his body with chi when needed and then take it away. Then, at those times, he would allow his chi to recover while he let his physical body continue to do the work on the weapons. The thing was, in order to create a well-crafted weapon, chi needed to be infused in the hammer. It was a trait that he had learned a long time ago about special forgers. Those that were the best were the ones that used chi without them knowing about it. Because of this, there wasn't much time to rest. Don't you want to take a little break? Dober asked. I sent one of the men outside, and they returned with good news. The Amra are holding up. Although the Amra are holding up, that still means that lives are being lost, and not just on one side, but on both sides. Quinn replied as he continued to smash the hammer in the molding. I need to finish the equipment, in order to save the lives of the Amra, humans, vampires, Mermerials, and the Pensui. That is why I can't rest. Dober didn't want to talk to Quinn for long for fear he was distracting him. Quinn had already managed to complete a couple of items that were needed, and he was watching him carefully. This way, when he created the next item, Dober could be a good assistant, helping him with what he needed as quickly as possible, while also making the next steps easier. Even then, if you don't rest, it could even affect the quality of the item if you make a mistake, due to your tiredness. Dober replied. Quinn appreciated that Dober was worried for him, but he had more stamina than most, and had gained extreme concentration when he fought against the Phoenix for a considerable amount of time as well. On top of that, he had the best forger keeping an eye on him. If he faltered or there were any mistakes at all, then Alex would speak up, which he hadn't done so far. Thank you for your concern, but I will not falter, Quinn replied. The boots had already been made, and so had the mask. Currently Quinn was working on the chest piece, which also included the shoulder guards. It was the largest piece, and was to be made up of more than one God Slayer crystal. Because of that, it was taking quite a bit of time, but after they were done, there was only one item left that he needed to make. Quinn, I need to speak to you, Alex said. Since you have great concentration and focus of the hammering underway, I will just speak and you don't need to respond, but I need you to listen. I will instruct you on what to do when you create the gauntlets. I have decided that I wish to go through with what we talked about before. I wish for you to melt down the celestial blood guns and use them as part of the God Slayer gauntlets. In case I am no longer with you, you need to remember the instructions I'm about to give, and I want you to not hesitate. For one, we don't even know if it will be the end of my life, but even then, you are sacrificing one to save many, and of all things, If my life is used to make the strongest weapons that will be wielded by the strongest person in the universe, then I will be happy. Quinn continued to hammer away, and didn't respond like Alex had asked him, but he had to bite his lip, because he really wanted to speak, and he was tired of losing his friends. Layla and her team had successfully entered the Marpo cruise, and at the moment none of them had any clue where they were. Thanks to Shiro, he had teleported them to a level above where they had crashed. They were standing on a metal platform and were among pipes and more that were all over the area. "We have no clue where Syl is?" Russ said. "Why didn't you guys ask for a map or something from Logan, or why didn't his kid and wife give us a map? We can only deal with the current situation that we have right now." Layla replied. "Logan has already helped us out tremendously and his family is still willing to help us. There are two things that we need to figure out. One where Syl is and the other maybe where Vicky and Jake are. They stated that they would help us out when we got here. If we find them, they will also tell us where Syl is." They all nodded their heads. The other important point that they all needed to remember was to not get caught. If someone did spot them, then they would need to kill them in order to silence them, as knocking them out wouldn't be enough. The group ran through, and surprisingly many of them were able to run around the place without making much of a sound. Layla could levitate herself so her feet didn't touch the floor. Minnie was able to use the shadow to suppress her footsteps, as well as Russ, who could copy the shadow power, but the rest would struggle as they went all over the place. Getting out of the large pipe-like area, they soon realized what a mammoth of a task this would be, as they had entered what looked like a water park, but the entire area was void of people. "This ship is as big as a planet," Cyril complained. "I agree. There has to be an easier way to get around this place," Layla said. "And we haven't seen a single person. The ship must be split into other areas, those for combat purposes. If we found a person, a human, then we might be able to ask them or force them to answer." "You won't have to do that," a voice said, as a young man had suddenly appeared in front of them. "I have been looking for you guys forever. When the ship crashed I knew that you were already on board. If you just stayed in place it would have been quicker. Did you really have to go running around the whole place?" Jake Green asked. The help from the inside had arrived, and Jake quickly explained to all of them the plan that had been set out by Logan. "It's going to be a hard one," Jake said. "But it's the only thing we can do, and there is another thing Logan told me to warn you about. H is still on the ship." After meeting up with the Green family, they had a plan in place. They were a lot more confident moving around the ship, as well as heading to the right location, because the mastermind that was behind it all was none other than Logan. With him on their side, he could change cameras, turn off sensors, and work his magic behind the scenes. On top of all that, they were now with Jake as well. He had specially prepared a special power that could be used to cloak the others, and that's what they had done. Their footsteps would still make sound, and if they crashed into someone their bodies would still touch, but at a glance, most would be unable to see them. Although there were other ways to be found out. Because of all of this, the group couldn't always run to the location they needed to. Although at times, they did use Shiro's teleportation powers to move between floors when they checked the area was clear. "It's a good thing we have you guys. This place is huge and like a maze. Have we been moving around for hours?" Russ stated. "Just a reminder that my power only keeps you invisible. It doesn't block the noise coming out of your mouth," Jake stated, shaking his head. "Still, he has a point. How are they even able to move people through the place with this many people?" Stark asked. "It's because the ship used to be a cruise ship for all races. It has everything in here," Cyril answered, remembering the time her and her sister were on one of these. "But I agree, I have no idea how they can get an army through this thing. Only one part of the ship is used," Vicky answered. "You have to remember that they know when a battle is going to take place beforehand, so it's easy to organize everything." After a few hours of going around the place, the situation had changed as they were starting to see many Dalki inside. The group had to stay silent. The Dalki were with the humans running to different places, monitoring equipment and a number of things, but what they also noticed was the fact that there were a lot of high-spike Dalki that were still on the ship. It worried them about what was to come, but in the end, as long as their plan worked, then it meant that the humans that were on board would be on their side. Eventually, They continued to travel, and next to no one questioned Vicky or Jake. They were well known by the Dalki and the humans as well. Heading down to the lower floors of the ship, they were now coming across a mostly empty area. There was next to no one in the area. Now there was one long hallway and a large thick door straight up ahead. Standing by the door, there were two Dalki, and both of them were with 5 spikes. As the group got closer and closer, they were trying to control their heartbeat, trying to stay as silent as possible. Dalki didn't have advanced senses like that of the vampires, but who knew if their senses improved with spikes or not? "Halt!" one of the Dalki shouted, while the group were still 10 meters away. "Only those that travel with Jack are allowed down here." "Ah yes, I am Jake," Jake answered. "You stupid fool. I said Jack, not Jake. Are you Jack?" the Dalki asked. "I am Jake," Jake answered. The two Dalki turned to look at each other, and at that moment Vicky shouted, "Now!" The cloak had come off and everyone rushed forward. Beforehand, they had decided to use everything they had to take out the Dalki as quickly as possible. Jake combined his powers, having a glowing like lava hand. Minnie had transformed into her celestial form. Russ had used his powers to turn into a Dalki 5 spike just like them. Everyone else went to use the strongest move in their arsenal. All of them were strong, and all of them aimed right for the head. The Dalki were too slow to act, and the power, all of the attack force in one area was immense, so immense that the two of them died on the spot. When the bodies fell over, with not much of a head to look at, nearly all of them were breathing heavily. Not because they were tired, but it was out of nerves. "With all of us, we managed to kill the 2 5-spike Dalki so easily," Layla sighed, remembering just how much of a force they were to be reckoned with in the past. But they had all improved greatly in strength, and there were allies here that they didn't have last time. On top of that, there was also the fact that the Dalki was unable to use its trait of getting stronger the more it was injured, due to the amount of power in their attacks. Alright, the good news is, this place is so far down, that even though we made that much noise they shouldn't have heard anything. Now it's time to get on to the next part, Jake said. Lifting up his arm, there was a spider hopping around. It jumped up and down, and it knew what it needed to do. The sound of the large door unlocking was heard. Several large mechanisms were heard, and finally the door started to split apart, opening slowly. A few seconds felt like hours to them, as they waited for the door to open and to see what was on the other side. Then when it finally opened, everyone took a step inside, looking up at what they could see. They were in a large oval room, one that was large enough to perhaps fit 1,000 people inside, yet it was completely empty, apart from one person that was in the center. There was a pillar-like mechanism, a machine that went up, and then a ball-like shape with an outer glass. Inside, they could see Syl. He was stretched out, wires digging into his back, and cuffed up by the ankle and the wrists. At the same time, he was currently asleep. He wasn't conscious, and there were no signs of him waking up. "That's the person we've been looking for, right? That's the one we came here for?" Stark asked. "Yes," Shiro said as he reached out, feeling guilty. Guilty that he wasn't strong enough to stop this from happening. Syl didn't look the same as he remembered last time. His body frame was smaller. It was almost as if they were draining him of everything and only giving him enough for him to survive. "Why does he look so? Is he okay?" Cyril asked. "It's a solution," Jake explained. Jack gives him a solution that keeps him asleep. It's being fed into him right at this moment. When they want to use him, then the solution stops, and the one known as Malik is usually here as well. There is a good chance that his memory has also been altered. So there are two things that we have to worry about. The first is when he wakes up, we have to be ready for anything. And the second is if you want him to change the memories back, if you want him to use his powers, we need to keep him in the machine. Without it, he will only have the power to remove one person's memory at a time. The others nodded as they heard this. They knew it was risky, but Shiro believed that Syl was strong enough that he wouldn't be affected by a memory change, or at least have a contingency for it not to affect him. Jake looked at the small spider once again. "Logan, remove the solution, and we'll just have to wait for Syl to wake up," Jake stated. One of the tubes that were going into Syl, the liquid that could be seen, started to stop, and a few seconds later, a loud alarm was heard all over. The little spider started to project an image and Logan was there. Everyone, the alarm has been triggered. Jack must have set up some safety measures if anything happened to Sil. I disabled all the systems that I could find, but he must have the server remote from the ship. This is my fault, but there is nothing we can do now. They know you are here. The group, including Logan himself, were all quite confident that things would go smoothly with him on their side. He had looked carefully for safety measures, the layout of the systems and more, but of course there was only so much he could do. In the first place, Logan spent most of his time in Green City. He actually hadn't been on board the Marpo cruise for long. So there was only a limited amount of time he had to try and find everything he could. I'm sorry, this is my mistake, and it's not often that I make mistakes, but you all have to get through this, and decide what the best thing to do is. Logan thought. From my search so far, I have found that they are still unaware of me being the one that disconnected the liquid. Jack had only set up a trigger to alert if anything was tampered with Sil, so if we get through this, then I can still help. In the large oval room, the group were in panic mode. The alarm was still going off, but no one had arrived just yet. It was a long way down where they were, so it would take a while. They looked at Sil. He was still unconscious and fast asleep. But the question was for how long. There's going to be every Dalki on this ship here in a second. We need to do something? Layla shouted. What do you want to do? Shiro replied. If we try to break him out now before he wakes up, then he won't be able to use his power. He won't be able to change everyone's memory back in one go. It was one of the major issues at hand, but so far Layla had been the decision-maker, the one leading the group, so she had to make a choice. Are you all stupid? Russ asked. If we leave him here, they can still use him. At least if we take him, we have someone on our side, and he won't be stuck here. He can still use his powers. We can still win this war. You're right, but doing it that way, the war continues. Cyril added. More people that don't have to die, from all races including my own, will die. In Russ's head that wasn't a his problem, and more of a them problem. As long as he survived, what did it matter? They were the ones that were risking their lives to save everyone, so if they wanted to be a little selfish for the safer option, then they would have to take it. We will wait and see if Sil wakes up, Layla finally said. If he doesn't wake up in half an hour, then we'll get out of here. The decision had been made even if the group was split. They had already been standing there for around 5 minutes or so, and there wasn't a single person who had arrived. Layla could only guess that Logan was still helping them somehow. And she was right. Access to doors in the ship were malfunctioning, leaving them no choice but to destroy part of the ship. And since the cameras were down, with the highest suspects being the intruders, they were unable to see just what was going on. Finally, Logan had also managed to access the alarm system and had shut it off. Not too long after, Logan was receiving a call from none other than Jack. An alarm has been triggered in the holding room, Jack stated. Why has the alarm suddenly been turned off? Jack asked. I'm not so sure. At the moment the systems aren't working the way they are supposed to. I can only imagine that this is the work of someone with similar powers to mine. Logan answered. Similar and stronger powers than Logan Green? Jack asked, quite clear that he didn't like his answer. Don't worry, we will find out soon enough. The call ended there, as Jack stood up from his seat. I will see what he's up to and get the truth out of him, Jack stated. Meanwhile, down below where Sil was being held in the hallway, Dalki and humans had arrived at the scene. Even though the alarm had stopped, they had to investigate due to orders. With the 2 Dalki guards dead, it was obvious there were real intruders, so they had no choice but to come up with a plan. Over there, one of the humans shouted. It looks like the enemy is engaged with Jake and Vicky. Putting on a show, both Jake and Vicky were using their powers in an explosive way. They were using the flashiest of the powers they had, causing a mess. It looked effective from the outside, but did next to nothing against the intruders. It was a good way for both of them to clear their name and explain why they were in the area as well. Give Jake and Vicky as much support as you can, one of the humans shouted. Due to the way the fight was taking place, it was hard for them to attack. At times their attacks and abilities would be used but would hit Jake or Vicky's attack instead. Of course, they were unaware that this was on purpose. However, they couldn't stop everyone as the Dalki charged forward, and Layla and Russ were the ones that were really engaged in combat against them. While nearly all of them were fighting, Shiro was standing underneath where Syl was being held. He looked up and couldn't stop looking at Syl. "Please, Syl, fight this drowsiness, or whatever it is, and wake up," Shiro thought. "Everyone is waiting for you. You are the key. You are the one that can change this whole war around with a click of your hand." It was frustrating for Shiro. After all this training, after everything he did to help Syl, it was all still in his hands and there was nothing he could do. The fighting had continued and 15 minutes had passed. With this, Layla needed to make a choice, because she knew, the longer they stayed, the more dangerous it was for them. "We can't wait any longer, we have to break Syl out," Layla shouted. Shiro had heard loud and clear. He tensed his fist, and there was no choice. Jumping up, he made a lightning-like fist, and threw it forward, shattering all of the glass. Quickly, he moved on to getting all the cuffs and wires off from his body. That was until the whole air down below had changed. Shiro turned his head because he could feel it straight away. Down the hallway, walking past and through the Dalki and humans, there was one that was slightly larger than the others. Layla said. In a way, nearly everything was going wrong, and this was because they had to think on their feet. Decisions had to be made that affected the lives of thousands, and when put in a tense situation with a lot on one's mind, it made them make mistakes. "We should have just broken Syl out. We should have just taken him with us as soon as we found him," Layla thought, her hand shaking and already reaching out for the sword by her side. Memories of what had happened in the simulation had appeared. The being in front of her was someone that was a match for Syl and Quinn. She was not on their level. "I've broken him out," Shiro shouted, as he placed Syl on his back and jumped down. He went to join the others that had huddled together and were staring at the enemy in front of them. Vicky and Jake were no longer pretending to fight, and all of the other Dalki and humans had stepped to the side as soon as they saw H. It was quite clear that they had seen him in action before, and had seen what he could do with his powers. "I can use the shadow powers and take us all down below, or maybe the blades can do that as well," Russ stated. "We can fight as well, but in a ship like this, our fight would probably destroy the whole thing." Although Russ didn't sound scared, as there was always this act that he put on when speaking among the others. Due to Layla's unique power of sensing emotions in the smog above their heads that only she could see, she could tell that Russ, and not just him, all of them were worried. What is this energy that's flowing through the air? Is it chi that's coming off from the Dalki's body? Is that what we are all feeling and that's making it hard for us? "You are all making a mistake taking that man," H said as he continued to take one step at a time. When he spoke, it was almost as if a wave of chi and power had hit them, making it harder for them to just stand. "No matter what, I will get him back. After all, he is part of the deal," H stated. The group had no idea what H was talking about, but one thing was clear, that he wanted Syl, and he looked very annoyed at the fact that they were attempting to break him out. If it was just protecting Syl, then Russ's suggestion would work. "We could even just use Minnie to put Syl in her shadow for the time being, but that makes her a target and all of us a target. Is there not a way for us to get out of here without having to fight?" Pulling out the black blade, Layla then pointed it towards Syl's neck, and at that very moment, H had stopped advancing forward. "You said you want him, right? And I can guess that you want him alive, so if you come any closer, then this sword will go through his throat," Layla said. The others wondered why Layla was acting this way. They wanted to know what her plan was, but said nothing to not cause confusion to the current situation. "You have managed to go through all this effort to save him, so then why would you kill him now?" H stated. "Because I know you have the power to kill us all," Layla answered. "The only reason why you probably haven't blasted us is because you are a bit worried you might damage the ship and then we all go down. But you seem to misunderstand. I have a family, and although I do wish to save this man, my friend, my family is the most important thing to me. So if it comes between his life, our own, then that isn't a hard decision to make." H was silent for a moment, until he had come up with an answer of his own. "Give me the man and I will allow all of you to live," H stated. Hearing this statement, it made one thing clear, that for H the most important thing wasn't getting rid of them. It was keeping Syl alive and getting him back. If they handed Syl over, she knew they would have to fight anyway. She just wanted to confirm this fact. "Stark," Layla called out. "I'm sorry, but it's come to this. It's your time to shine." Nodding, Stark knew what he needed to do. He quickly ran and grabbed Syl's body, placing it on his back. Soon after, he ran right towards H, who threw out a fist at the purple alien. Stark was paying close attention, and moved his head, narrowly avoiding the fist, and continuing to run right past him. "Quinn brought me along for a reason. He trusted my speed, and now it's time to put it to good use," Stark thought. Immediately, H turned around, and he moved fast himself. It seemed like one of the abilities he held was super speed, and was quickly running after Stark. The two of them were off, and H soon followed. "All right, it's time for us to get off this ship," Layla sighed. "We have to trust that Stark will do a good job. We might only have around 3 minutes." Stark continued to run through the ship, not really knowing where he was going, and hot on his tail was H, who used his large body to crash through doors, hitting humans and Dalkey without a second thought as he did everything he could to catch up to Stark. His hands started to light up with lightning, and he threw out his arm, throwing out a lightning bolt towards Stark. It looked like it was ready to hit him, until he went up another gear. "Activate the armor power, Nitro Accelerate." The fastest man in the universe had just got faster. The effect of the armor was beyond what Stark could ever imagine. Everything around him was moving as if time had stopped, and he was leaving H far in the dust, just as he intended. The Nitro Accelerate skill and the armor wasn't something that could just be used by anyone. Due to the sheer speed, it also meant that one's brain had to keep up and be able to process the fast information that it was receiving. Otherwise, everything would be a blur, they would crash constantly and wouldn't be able to use the full capabilities of the armor. With Stark, though, that was never a worry for Quinn. He had the greatest processing speed because he was fast, and Stark was constantly trying to reach new heights with his speed. It was almost as if his brain was actually too fast to keep up with his body. This armor was perfect for him, and he just wished that he could keep such a thing. "I have to stick to the mission, I have to stick to the original goal," Stark thought. He continued to run, and Altawug time felt like it stopped. In reality, he only had 3 minutes. In this time, he had to find out where the ships currently were on the giant vessel, and then fly off before anyone could stop him. "This is an important job, and it's one that only I can do," Stark thought. He went through multiple areas that had next to no people, but somewhat remembered the path of where they had gone with Jake and Vicky, and soon he could see people. If he could see people, then it meant it was a good sign because that's where the army currently was, and where the ships and pods would be. "I hope that H is still following me, and even if he isn't, that I was able to give the others enough time to get away." Stark was able to get the gist of what needed to be done, and what Layla was planning. Knowing that Syl was the most important person to H would go wherever Syl was. Since Stark was fast, he could grab Syl and avoid H's attacks. Even if H could teleport to him, Stark could still quickly move out of the way and avoid him, but he wanted him to stay close to get H as far away as possible from the others. Then, when there was enough distance, he would use Nitro Accelerate to get out of here. The only problem was, H's lighting strike was a little faster than he thought. Maybe he could have avoided it, but he panicked and activated the armor's skill. With no way to see H, he was unsure if he was still following him. It didn't take long for Stark to find where all the ships were, and strangely most of them were unused, as if they seemed to prefer the pods. Quickly moving still at a speed others were unable to see him at. Stark managed to take out the men around one of the ships, and headed to the door where the hatch would open to the outside. He then opened up the ship's glass pod, got Syl in and closed the top of the hatch. Although he was fast, the ship itself wasn't, so he had to take out some of the humans nearby. In real time, for those that were around the ships, everything was just so confusing. They had no clue what was going on, what was happening, and could just see a ship lifting up and breaking straight out. The men were still trying to figure out why the door to space was opening, and why people were falling, allowing for the ship to successfully escape. Now riding peacefully in space, Stark looked back at Syl in the seat behind him, still fast asleep. That was a bit more intense than I thought it would be, and a bit easier than I imagined as well, Stark thought. But they all risked their lives for you. You must be a pretty big deal, so I hope you wake up soon because we can't run forever. At some point we're gonna have to fight that monster. Inside the Marpo cruise, after Stark and H had left, Shiro was quick to work, teleporting them all down to the floor below, and had taken Jake and Vicky with him. Dad, answer. Jake shouted at the spider on his arm. We managed to somehow get away from H. What do we do? What's the plan from here? Logan didn't speak for a while. It was clear that this wasn't part of the plan, so he had to think of something. Right now, everyone on the ship will be looking for you. It will be hard to move, quickly or silently. Logan explained. It will slow you down, and eventually H will catch up to you. So there is only one thing I can do. I will cause a large distraction and I think it's time that all three of us left. Those words to Layla had brought her great joy because she knew what he meant by them. It was the fact that Logan would be coming back with them. With Syl no longer in their hands, it means they can't change our memories anymore. I see no way out other than to reveal myself. Let's move quickly. They followed Logan's orders as he updated his son on the location they needed to get to. But they did wonder just what type of distraction would Logan cause? One that would be big enough for them all to escape. In one of the preparation rooms, where several pods were in place and would be launched from, there was a room filled with androids, all powered by Beast Crystal, and all of them made by Logan Green. It was his way of assisting in the war, but they had yet to be used because of an apparent malfunction. Hey! One of the men shouted. The android? It's online, it's on dash. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was shot in the stomach with a blaster that had sent him flying across the room. Soon after, all of the androids in the room, 1,000 of them were online and all of them were attacking the Dalki and the humans. It was complete chaos in the Marpo cruise. At first they were to search for some intruders and now all of this was happening. Jack had quickly gotten the reports, as he was making his way to Logan. I knew it. I knew he would betray us, Jack said. He opened the door to the lab that he had provided Logan, expecting to see him there, but instead, in his place there was a hologram. You should start thinking a few moves ahead, the hologram of Logan said with a smile. Several beeps went off in the room, and explosion after explosion went off one after another. Everything was being destroyed in the lab, and Jack had no choice but to dive out of the way back out of the lab. The sleeves of his shirt were burnt as he laid there on the floor. Damn it! Jack shouted. Through all the distractions, the group had eventually met up at one of the quieter locations, and with Logan's sole weapon he could create a makeshift ship for them relatively quickly that they could use to get out of the place, which was exactly what they did. While traveling through space, Jack stood up and recomposed himself. He allowed for the anger to settle down a little bit. So you have managed to escape. You told me that I am the one that needs to think one step ahead. Well, you have no idea what you are heading to. Because there's nothing left. Jack smiled. Having set off before the others, Stark had landed on the planet they had originally left from. He had done so in the city, but it wasn't the same as he remembered because everything had been destroyed, and the whole city was filled with the dead. Stark and Syl were inside the ship flying through space. He was originally a little worried about being blasted or shot at while trying to escape. The black pods were used as they had more success landing on the planets than the ships. However, for some reason they were safe as they went toward the planet. This was all because Logan was causing chaos inside with the androids. They didn't even have time to focus on the ship and had no idea who was on board. If they did, if Jack knew, then certainly they would have put all of their firepower towards destroying the ship. Heading back, they were heading to one of the 3 frontal planets that had been attacked, and the planet of choice was where Wince currently was at. This is what they had agreed. They needed help, and with the power of Syl they would be able to defeat whatever enemies came their way, hopefully with the humans on their side. Yet it didn't work out like that. As he came closer to the planet, Stark noticed something extremely strange. The city, it's not the same as it was before. Why does it look like no fighting is going on? Stark thought. Explosions, abilities, powers, and buildings being destroyed. This was what he was expecting to see, but instead, most of the buildings had already crumbled and there were no visible signs of movement. I can't see other Pensui, I can't see the Mermerials or the Amra, at the same time I can't see the enemy either. As the ship got closer, he decided to approach the edge of the city rather than the center, just in case anything had gone wrong. The ship started to lower and was placed in an open street surrounded by destroyed buildings. Placing Syl on his back, he descended down the ramp, and quickly went to run between two broken buildings that still had some semblance of a wall left. Looking at the ground, he could see clearly now. It wasn't that there weren't anyone. It was the fact that they were all dead. The Pensui's bodies had been crushed, Mermerial's body parts had been ripped apart, and some looked to have had abilities used on them. There wasn't just a small number of bodies either, the whole place was littered with them. There were Dalki here and there, as well as humans, but there weren't many. What is this? Stark said as he continued to move through the city, still cautious in case there was anyone. Everything is gone. Everything is destroyed. Did they lose the battle? Did the Alliance already lose the war? Using his communication device, he tried to get in contact with the others, how they were doing on the other planets, but there was no answer, which was making him feel even more anxious. No, all the Pensui can't be dead. The enemy was strong but not that strong. And we managed to get Syl. We managed to get the person who will win this war for us, Stark said to himself. Eventually, he saw a fellow Pensui friend on the ground. He recognized him. He was from one of the other teams that he would constantly go against in the yearly tournament. He lifted his head, his whole body lifeless. If I didn't leave, if we were still here, would you have survived? Stark asked, but the person was unable to answer. There was a large sense of guilt within Stark right now. He had survived. He had left them to do something else while all of them fought for their lives, and in this situation, he felt completely hopeless. Everywhere he went, even when going closer to the center of the city, he didn't see anyone alive, and it looked like whoever had caused it all had left as well. I guess all I can do now is wait for the others somewhere. I bet they will be quite shocked at what happened as well. Looking around, Stark had eventually found a building that only had one part of the walls damaged. It was about 3 floors high and the 3rd floor was mostly intact. When he entered the building, he was ready to find a bed of some sort to put Syl down, until he could hear the sound of groaning. His head turned fast, and he zapped to the person who was on the floor. A large slab of the building had landed on him and his upper chest and head could be seen. Stark quickly put Syl down, and with the armor helping him, he was able to push the large slab off his body with relative ease. The man's legs looked to be crushed. Based on his condition and the strength of his heartbeat, it felt like he only had a few moments more to live. Placing Syl on the floor, he lifted the man's head. It was a Mermerial fighter. What happened here? How come everyone is dead? Stark asked. The Dalki, the man replied. They were too strong. The 7 spike and the 5 spikes, they were the one that did this all. Everything. Stark was hoping for a different answer, but it seemed that his fears were true. Wait, what about the Blades or Wince, the Mermerial Queen? What happened to them? Stark started to shake the man, as his breath was coming to an end, and he was no longer able to answer. The Blades and Wince were strong, but they both weren't able to take out the Dalki. I thought H was the only one we had to worry about. Climbing the building, Stark went up to the 3rd floor where there was a rock-hard bed. He thought Syl had no choice and was unable to complain, so placed him on it anyway. In the meantime, he would go searching the dead bodies, seeing if he could see any of the Blades or Wince, and maybe someone else that was alive that could answer his questions. Since there was no enemy on the planet anyway, he thought it would be safe. Searching outside, running to the bodies and having a look, he was unable to find any of the Blades or Wince, which was a good sign in a way, but was also unable to find any survivors. However, he soon did see a weird ship in the sky. When they got closer, Stark noticed that it was the others, and a person he didn't quite recognize too well. Before they landed, he started to run, and they knew it was the signal for them to follow him. In doing so, he led them to the place where Syl was. The others all landed, quickly coming off from the ship. "Where's Sil?" was the first question Shiro asked. "He's inside, still asleep." Shiro went inside, and so did the others, but not before looking around at the same scene that Stark had seen not too long ago. Shaking their heads. First they wanted to see if Sil was okay. All of them crammed into the room, into the tight space, and there was a relief when they saw Sil. It meant that all of their efforts weren't in vain. But now there was another question on their mind. "What happened here? Was it like this when you got here?" Layla asked. Stark nodded. "I managed to find one person who was alive. He was able to tell me that the Dalki were the ones who did everything. They said they were just too strong. But I was unable to find any traces of the blades or wince." Both Shiro and Cyril seemed to be concerned about this. "The one that did all of this is Pine," Logan answered. "He is the one the Dalki follow the most, and is perhaps just a little under H in terms of strength. Although that's only at an estimate, as I have not seen either of them fight to their fullest." Typing away at his robotic arm, Logan was bringing up some information. "I'm not sure where your friends and allies are, but as for Pine, it looks like he was sent to the next planet over. If that's the case, it won't take him long to create a similar situation as he has done here, over there."